Creepy.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
Oh,
Welcome back.
my bad, Jim.
Hey, Jim, we'll talk about that in a
That is
minute.
creepy as fuck, man.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to Idea Studio live stream. I'm here with my good friend Erick Prince, aka Minority Nomad. What's up, brother?
What camera am I looking at?
Up here.
Oh, all right, cool.
It should be.
I don't know what's going on. We got mics, we got cameras, we got my face down here.
Yeah, so
what's up, everybody?
A lot of you guys know Eric. He's been on the channel before. He's been on Bangkok Strange before. And Eric, you're kind of stuck at the moment not being able to travel.
I'm terrible.
It's funny because we talked about a year ago, you're like, oh, I'm going to stay. More than a year ago, you're like, I'm going to do some stuff. And like maybe 6 months ago, you're like, fuck, I can't do this.
Bro, I'm ready to go, man.
You just bring us a little closer.
Yeah, that was like 2019. You know, it's funny, like when anybody says last year, I think 2019.
Still like, cause it's still early.
Like but still 2020 doesn't seem like a real year to me.
Yeah.
2021-ish. Yeah. Like almost 2021.
Yeah, we're 2021. I think everyone feels like this gift 2020. Jib, come say hi on the live stream real quick with us.
Jib's here.
Yeah, so Jib's here. So she's gonna run out to post today for a little bit, but she'll be back later on. Hey, babe.
Also, now you have 3 balls.
3 balls. What?
3 bald heads, she said.
Oh, yeah. I was like 3 balls. I'm like,
see?
Y'all got some personal shit coming up on the live stream.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. Real quick, I want to jump in the chat, say hey to Joe. What's going on, Joe?
Up,
Gotta
Joe?
love Thailand.
I love that guy.
Joe's always here. Richard B, how you doing?
We gotta send him like a care package from Thailand.
Go more hike. What's going on?
That guy.
Hey. So one of the things I recently rebranded the channel to Idea Studio, and one of the things that I want to talk to you about on here, because I think it's a really good idea, just with regards to, you know, the way people approach things, is what is the way travel changes your perspective? Because you and I have talked about this a few times, you know, about the way you've seen things, and then you went somewhere and you saw it different. But, you know, when you first started to travel, right, like how big was that perspective change? As a guy who, like, did you leave Cleveland much before you
left?
Before you went to before you went to the Air Force?
Before I went to Air Force, I left Cleveland once. That's when we were taken into foster care.
Oh wow!
So we were in foster care for a year and a half, and that trip we were in Canton.
Okay.
And I went to Canton, and my godparents now.
Not too far, but a world away.
Yeah. Really, man. I came up in. You've been in Canton,
yeah.
Akron. Yeah. I went from east side of Cleveland to Canton.
Okay.
Like suburban Canton, not like
well, listen, not that far, but a world away.
Yeah, there's no hood Canton, but like Canton,
there's no hood Canton,
right? So I was with them, and their family was in Texas.
Yeah,
and that's how I became a Texan. I ended up falling in love with Texas. They ended up.
Oh, so it was before the Air Force, even you fell in love with Texas.
Yeah. Okay. We did a road trip. Oh, just because it was the first place outside of Cleveland I ever went. So we did a road trip to Texas. We were in Texas for like a week, and then we went from Texas to Alabama. Finished at Alabama.
I want a real quick shout out Soy Dog Cowboy. He came over from Chris's channel, retired working for you, and I love that name, Soy Dog Cowboy.
Oh, that's what's up. What's he out here doing?
Joe says he's sending a care package for you in his next package out today.
Oh shit! Oh, that's what's up.
Little candy package. What candy are you nostalgic about from the U.S.? I'm just curious.
O. Henry's.
O. Henry's.
Yeah. O. Henry's is the joint.
Yeah.
O. Henry and man, what was the Chunkies?
Oh, the Chunky.
Yo, we couldn't even find those in Texas.
Really?
Chunkies. You couldn't even find Chunkies.
That's an East Coast thing. The square ones, right?
Square ones. Yeah. You used to go to the movie theater, get Raisinets too.
Raisinets.
Yo, Raisinets inside popcorn is fire.
I used to love peppermint patties.
Oh, they're so great.
Yeah, peppermint patties. And then hot tamale or red hots.
Yeah, my mom loved those. Man.
The little chewy cinnamon. Any cinnamon candy I dig.
But see, I liked the Mike and Ike's.
Okay, Mike and Ike's.
But I hated
it's like licorice with the sugar outside.
Yeah, right? But I hated Good and Plenty's.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they were the nasty Mike and Ike's.
You know what I love? This is the weirdest thing from a candy. Necco wafers. I don't know if you had them in Cleveland. They're like little sugar wafers wrapped in like wax paper. It's like from my grandfather's era.
No, I don't know those.
Yeah. They leave your mouth a little dry at first, but then they melt. It's a weird thing.
Nah, that sounds weird as fuck, man.
it is, but it's whatever.
I'll go for Alabama. Yeah, Phoenix City, Alabama. Yeah,
Phoenix City, Alabama.
Yeah, that's where my godparents are from. Phoenix City. They're still there now.
Yeah, Hike's in Alabama. He lives in Mobile.
Oh, Mobile's nice. Mobile's got great barbecue.
I've never been to Mobile. Shit. All the parts of Alabama I've ever been to, I'm like,
bro, I liked Alabama.
I'm like, this is in America?
Yo, that's where I discovered yellow watermelon. Was the thing.
Really?
You know what? This goes back to your original question. The first trip. So the Tower of America in San Antonio was the first landmark I ever saw. Like the first tourist attraction thing, right?
Nice.
Like we went up and then went in circles. We had like it was amazing. But when it came to like a culture shock thing in my own country, it was yellow watermelon in Alabama.
Yellow watermelon. I don't think I had the yellow watermelon until I was in my 20s.
I had no idea what it was.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was watermelon.
You don't really see. You don't see it on the East Coast.
Nope. We got red. That's it.
Bro, we got Uber de Fall. I don't know if I don't know if I'm saying that right. Uber de Fall up in Chiang Mai. Hey, how's it going, man?
Uber de Folie.
De Folie.
Yo, man, see, I couldn't do a live stream because I'd be just sitting here staring at the chat the whole fucking time. Like,
you gotta know how to
back and forth.
You gotta know how to go back and forth. Yeah. And the nice thing is we got like Joe, we got Hike. Hey, Born Nomad Productions, how's it going, man? We got guys like this, and they'll take care of everyone in the chat for us. Chunky bar, raisins or no raisins.
Without raisins, is not a chunky bar.
Yeah, I didn't know there was an option.
Like, it's not real. It's like Wendy's, Frosties, vanilla or chocolate. It's fucking chocolate.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no vanilla. There's no vanilla. Like y'all just make up flavors and shit.
You dip the fries in the Frosty?
He said no more hype. No, man, no. Dana has a sweatshop. That's what he has. He has no clue. He has you know what, man? That's always been the weird thing about you. As long as we've known each other, as much as we've talked about just random shit, even knowing you, I wouldn't guess you know how to sew. Yeah, like it's just one of those random things that, you know what? And this goes back to your original question. It's like where I come from, everybody, they are what they are, what they look like. Yeah, right. If they look like a rapper, they're probably a rapper. If they look like an athlete, they're probably an athlete. They look like a drug dealer, probably a drug dealer. Yeah. But the more I travel around the world, I realized you can't really judge a book by its cover, as they say, right? Like you look at you, and I would say, "Oh, that guy's a fighter or something, or he's like a bouncer or something." Yeah, but you're a seamstress, basically. like I would never guess. So the more I travel, the more I kind of pull back on those. You know, like, oh, this person looks like this. However, there's something under the surface. Yeah, something else there.
I experienced that a lot when I first got to the university. I was doing my PhD in Thailand, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're like, what'd you do before?" I was an engineer. I used to be a professional fighter like long ago, and I did this other thing. Like, what? Like, no. Why'd you work? And why were you a fighter? Why'd you go back to school? I don't understand. I'm like, just try different things.
Yeah.
That was like, I was in the army. Like, what?
I had a meeting yesterday with this young brother from London. We were just talking about content creation moving forward. He just turned 26. Okay. And my biggest point to him was like, look, man, well, he brought it up. He's like, he doesn't like to start something and like stop and keep moving. And I'm like, look, man, you're young as fuck. Like 26 is mad young. Yeah. Just try. Yeah. Like if you give everything into something and you fail, that's still okay. Like just try some shit.
Now, as long as you're putting all your effort into it. The hard part is though, and I can understand this because my first media company that I ever started, I had the same problem. I was afraid. I was too in love with the idea, and I was definitely afraid to fail. Yeah. And I spent 2 years of pumping my own money into running it to the point where like I didn't want to accept that it wasn't working.
I think we all do that too, right?
And I think when you're young, like 26, you can definitely be afraid of that. Real quick, I see my boy Dan, Cable TV Cutter. What's going on, brother? He was an engineer when I first started in telecom. So he was one of the guys who I looked up to coming up in telecom.
Oh, that's what's up.
But you know, I was but to my media company, like I was very afraid of the idea of failing and accepting that idea. Like, you know, it's okay to fail. You can get benefit from a failure if you understand how to. If you understand, like, you have to go back and reevaluate it, and you have to reflect on it, and you have to spend time understanding why you failed, as opposed to just being sorry that you failed.
I think successful people understand that failure is not the negative thing that society has taught us it is. Failure is just learning. That's it.
Yeah.
One of the biggest is like, think about it. When was the last time you thought about walking, other than when you were fucked up?
Yeah.
Right? It's just a natural thing that you do now, only because you've done it so many times. But if you fall, you're like, why the fuck did I just fall? There's something in my way. I'm drunk. Something tripped me. You learn why you fell. So it's like you get so many people who are terrified of failure, but I don't think it's because they're afraid of failing. I think they're afraid of the ridicule that comes with failure a lot of times. And failing in front, my friends are gonna make fun of me, blah blah blah.
It's like asking that girl to dance at junior high.
Yeah.
Right. And like your biggest fear is that she says no and everyone laughs.
In front of everybody, everybody calls you about it.
And you don't even when you're that age, right? You don't even perceive the odds or the probabilities of it or what's the payoff. You're just like, oh my God, I can't.
Yep.
You're frozen. And one of the things, though, I will say, coming from the startup world, is that the embracing of failure is a bit too much now for the startup community.
Yeah,
they're
crazy.
Opinion.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I told you about the kid. Like he raised something like $36 million on an app that I told him was a ripoff of Expedia.
Yeah.
And I'm like when because I was the marketing director for them, and it got to a point where I had nothing to do because their tech side they sucked. They weren't great. I love these guys, right? But I'm sitting there, the president out there ginning up money. I'm doing all the marketing, and the tech side is holding us all back. And we're just sitting there like,
when you're an app, that's a big problem.
Yeah, and I'm like, what am I promoting? What am I marketing? And
it was 36 million?
36 million.
US.
Bro, I'm gonna off air, bro. 36 million.
That's wild.
Over like 6 years.
And that's not bad. So that's what that got them the Series C, maybe.
They were doing really well. Really well.
But they weren't improving the technology.
There was nothing about that. And mind you, this is me outside of, I'm not even a tech guy like that. I'm not a tech guy. I'm not a venture capitalist. I'm just a common sense guy who understands travel, which is why they brought me in, travel and marketing. And I came in and I was like, and when he was explaining it to me, like, oh, like Expedia. Oh no, not like Expedia. Not like no. This is exactly what Expedia is, or all these other aggregate sites. Right? And of course it fell, but it was like for them, it was like, somebody else's money.
Yeah, that's rough. But so here's the thing, right? You can be very much like another company's product or service. Execution can make a big difference, especially in the tech world. Look at Uber and Grab, right? Essentially, especially when Grab first launched, essentially Uber, right? With a different face on it, a couple different letters. But they executed so well in Asia that they were able to push. SoftBank had a lot to do with this because they invested in both companies, but because of how well they executed in the region and understanding localization, they were able to push the more incumbent company out.
Yeah.
But if you're not, and they went on to make tech advances and they differentiated themselves in different ways. But yeah, when you're not doing much and you're just kind of sitting on your tech laurels, if you will, it can be difficult.
Yep.
Sound like Five Festival situation.
Ja Rule, baby.
There's Ja Rule involved.
I love that Netflix thing they did.
That was great. But
it was fantastic.
I thought I had enough Ja Rule in my life up to that point, and then I was like, I kind of need this documentary.
I need Ja.
Not a huge Ja fan.
Nobody's a huge Ja fan.
Other than what that he did, a verse on a Jay-Z song that I liked, and that's about it. Okay, he got smashed by DMX.
I hate Ja. I don't hate. Let me take that back.
It's tough to say you hate the guy, but musically, he wasn't my cup of
tea. Especially back then, there were just way too many fantastic MCs back then.
Yeah,
right? Especially I was entire Rough Riders team. G Unit was coming up. Eminem was first really, really popping. Outkast was still doing Outkast. Like that was, oh god.
Now I can't think of Outkast without thinking of Key and Peele's skits about
yo man, when it was at the coffee shop,
bro, Ashford in a vase.
How does your breath smell like birdseed? I love that.
So it's bad. I feel for not I don't feel for Big Boy, but it's weird things. Like a lot of people say, like, you know, Big Boy is so talented, and he is, but he's overshadowed by he was in the greatest hip hop duo of all time.
Oh yeah, and Andre 3000 is just a character, man.
Yeah,
but Andre wouldn't be Andre without Big Boy.
Yeah, no, and vice versa.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, those two are.
Yeah, you know, I remember they're from Atlanta. The first time I went to Atlanta was a life-altering experience for me.
Should be. Oh, did you go to Atlanta strip club?
I did not. I was there with a girl I was dating in the army.
She should have went with you.
And
hey, Jim, I like strip clubs, Jim. You know me.
Everyone knows Eric loves strip
clubs. I love strip clubs.
Life is good. Hey, what's the air quality like in Chiang Mai?
You know, it's
Uber. So also write Uber. Do me a favor, write in the comments how to say your name properly, because I think it's Uber. But just let me know if I'm getting it right. Uber.
Is it German?
The L is before the B, so it's phonetically it's a little challenging.
Or is it French?
It could be any of those.
It might be French.
It might be French,
French, right?
Maybe Spanish.
No, that's not Spanish.
Could be.
Foley's French.
Is it? Okay. Well, it could be like half French, half German.
Well,
too.
nobody's going to tell us.
ULB is phonetically. I'm being a little challenged.
What's up with Mike, man? Where's Mike?
So we were supposed to do a show Saturday, but I was sick.
Yeah.
And so we'll be back on Wednesday for the live stream.
Oh, that's what's up. I love that guy. Yeah, it was, man. It's this pollution. I don't know if the guys know, man. Pollution here is bad.
Oh, here we go.
I'm sick.
Yeah, I was bad. Here we go. Olbre. Olbre. Okay. What's the genealogy of that name, Olbre? I'd be curious to find out. Also, Joe, give me some Beastie Boys, man. I can't hate on Beastie Boys.
Nobody just likes Beastie Boys.
Well, I've met a few people.
Really?
But they're just stupid.
Were they black?
No.
Ooh, even worse. Self-hate white people.
Yeah, it was. They're the ones that are like, oh, that's not real hip hop. I'm like,
bro,
that's like they
laid the foundation.
That's like some of the most hip hop.
Oh man, shit. They should be in the conversation with LL Cool J as pioneers of hip hop.
Absolutely.
They're like right there, like Sabotage. Oh man, I love Sabotage. Yo, that was my workout song in high school.
I still listen.
Like
also one of the best music videos.
It was fantastic.
One of the best music videos ever made. But yeah, Sabotage. Fight for your right to party.
Yeah. Yo, that's fucking stupid. They don't know hip hop. Anybody who says Beastie Boys, that's stupid. You don't have. See, my thing is, you don't have to like something to recognize its importance to a genre of art. Like you don't have to like Picasso to understand his impact on art.
You're kind of silly if you don't like Picasso, though. His work is very provocative.
I like Picasso, but I couldn't stare at Picasso all day.
You can't look at a Picasso piece and not.
I can look at a Monet more than like.
So look at Jib agrees with you.
For me,
I can't. Right. Monet, I like. I struggle. I struggle when I look at a Monet to get lost in it. Right, because of that style.
Yeah, but, and it's real. Yeah.
So, but when I look at a Picasso, I can definitely be lost in the thought process of, oh my god.
I get high. Like when I get high, I really like Picasso stuff. So I have
You like Dali?
Do they know? So I don't like Dali. I think for me, Dali is like. Everybody's so I've never done mushrooms.
Yeah,
I haven't done mushrooms yet. So everybody says,
I like how you clarify with
yeah. Everybody, oh yeah, I'm doing them. But everybody says that you have to look at Dali's work on mushrooms, and I've done it on weed, and it just freaked me out. Like I've seen it, but so I've got this 65-inch TV on my wall.
And the TV you said you weren't going to buy because you're going back on the road.
Yeah, it's up there now. But I have like the art, like whenever I'm in my condo, it just plays art.
Okay.
Off YouTube, like the 4K art.
Nice.
And whenever I get high, it always like I know what I'm looking at based on if I'm freaking the fuck out from my TV or if I'm okay. Like, am I freaking out?
That's why I can't be taking those edibles you gave me, man.
Dude, we gotta do that.
We will do it.
All right, so guys.
Hey, hey Larry, how's it going, man?
Here's an idea, right? I had this idea of getting drunk and just doing YouTube conversations with people. So I want to get high with you and do a YouTube conversation.
I told you what happened last time I had the edibles.
You'll be all right.
I thought I was dying. I literally, my watch is going off. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like hooked up to my blood pressure cuff. I'm like,
God, we've got to do that.
I'm like, this is 5 milligrams. This is not the 5 milligrams from 2003.
Nope. It has evolved, man. I'm telling you.
I messaged Eric the next day, and
I told him, Jim. He didn't listen to me.
Eric,
Be careful, bro.
Eric reads the text, and like 30 minutes goes by, and he responds like, "Sorry, I was laughing uncontrollably at your message. I'm sorry."
Priceless, man.
But so real quick, Nomad wants to know how the dating scene is out here. How you find the dating scene?
It's great. Oh man, you know what? I need to do a YouTube video about this. Dating here is interesting because
you talk about dating. I'm gonna get your coffee ready.
All right, dating here is interesting because I don't like making everything about race, right? But there's some things that are clearly about race. The thing about Asian culture, and it's not just Asia, it's everywhere. Yeah, the whole thing, man. Everywhere. You get this in Romania. I experienced it in Romania. I experienced it in Chile. Locals tend to date, or society, they tend to date somebody who looks like them. Same culture, same language, makes sense, right? Here in Thailand, I found it to be interesting. And not just Thailand, it was same in Korea, same in Japan. It was like they're curious about you, right? They want to know if the rumors of black men are true. So, and a lot of them are very clear. Like, I got a boyfriend, but I just want to fuck a black guy once and just see what it's like. You get that? Yeah, Jib. That's the thing, Jib. Yo, Jib's right off camera looking at me like I'm crazy. So they'll tell you, like, I just want to fuck a black guy, right? Now, if like when it comes to like go-go girls, like they're with it because you get a lot of brothers, a lot of sailors come through here. But for like Thai women who like work a 9 to 5 or tend to like be from a well-to-do family, don't really interact with men of color that often. I've found that my best relationships dating has been with women who have other shit to do, like somebody like my girl, like my number one now. She does like interior design stuff for big brands, like big companies. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And my number two has her own design studio. So
for those of you guys, not everyone's been on the show, on the live streams before. Eric's very openly poly.
Oh yeah, I'm polyamorous. Yeah.
So,
well, and I guess
he only dates girls who are poly.
Yeah, that's it.
And I know Eric very well, and he's very strict about they have to know thing.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it makes
and they have to be sure because Eric's been like, nah.
Yeah, because when they're not sure, it fucks everything up. And that's the thing. Thailand is really fun when it comes to dating. Specifically if you're an extremely honest person. I say a lot, my bad. Because I'm thinking about how to word it, how to phrase it, because I don't want guys who don't live out here to get the wrong impression about Thailand. When you come out here, it's about you. A lot of guys ask me, Eric, what is it like to date? How the girls, whatnot? I'm like, for me, it's not that hard because I have game in general. Like, I don't have an issue dating anywhere in the world. So if you have a problem dating in the US, you're gonna probably have a problem dating here.
Yeah.
In Bangkok.
Yeah.
Maybe not rural, but here's the thing.
Like legit dating.
Like
we're talking about legit dating.
Right? There's levels to this shit. So okay, let me give you 3 levels of Thai girls.
Right? We've been through this before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So you know the truth. Like yo, Jim looking like she gonna punch me in the face right now.
Hey, babe, come over here so we can see your reaction to
like
this.
She looking.
Babe, come here so people can see as you react.
So
to this.
you have three Thai girls, right? When it comes to dating, the very first one is your normal Thai girls, your Jibs, for example. Like she's educated, she has a job, a family. She's a normal Thai girl. The second one is you have your semi-pros. Like, and I would say majority fall into this space the way I defined it. Your semi-pro is a girl, she's not a hooker, but she gonna take your money. She expects you to cover everything. She expects you to take care of the family back in the village. That's part of the relationship.
When the buffalo
dynamic.
gets sick, you have to pay for the medicine.
It's the truth. You get yes, like that is your contribution to the relationship. She giving you the nana, and you taking care of everything financial.
Well, I think Jib, we both know a few Thai girls.
Of course, we do.
Yeah,
all of us know
I mean,
them.
We know.
I just listen from you. I never know any girls.
We know them we both know them from the same place. So
I don't have, let's say, all of my friends, like Thai girl.
Your friends, yes.
Yeah. And at the third level is flat out hookers. They're very clear about who they are and what they do. I think most fall into that second category where they're like, even if they're working in the go-go, they don't want to be working in the go-go. If they can find a guy who can take care of them and their family, that's it. Their career's over in the go-go, right? I think that's most women. Like most,
Sometimes
okay,
normal girl like me, but not like have like a secure like career,
right?
Not a good pay. Sometimes they try to like get better life with like have a foreigner boyfriend, you know.
That's number two. They fall into number two. That's why.
Well,
that's exactly what I said.
I think no, but no.
I'm just saying that the reason,
I would argue that there's real quick, Eric. I would argue that there's a fourth sub, or we'll call it a subcategory between 1 and 2.
Okay.
Of like Jim said, girls who maybe
no, I think they fall into number two. They fall right into number two. If there's a girl, right, she's got her own shit. Yeah. She's never dated a guy because of financial reasons. Yeah. She's number one, flat out.
Yeah.
Number two, and which is why I say majority of Thai women fall into this space, is that they are willing to date a guy and his financial ability to provide is high on that list.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
No matter what job they have, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, what she does.
Okay,
like,
then.
If she's ever dated for financial reasons, then she falls into number two. And again, I've messed with all three. I prefer number one. And number three is a lot more fun. I stay away from number two because number two will get you in trouble. I'm telling you.
Well, number three can get you. So this is when number threes see the opportunity to become a number two.
Yeah.
And I know a gentleman named Bareback Walsh who
gotta meet this guy.
He'll be back eventually. He changed his profile picture on Facebook to him and the girl.
Smart.
Him and that girl.
Smart for now.
For that, while he's stuck in the U.S. living in his parents' basement. Oh, so Joe's a deadhead, man. I like the Dead. You know,
Deadhead? Who?
Like Grateful Dead.
Oh, Grateful Dead. Okay, okay. When I moved to Texas, that's when I started to learn about that.
Yeah, I worked for a t-shirt printing company for a summer in high school called Liquid Blue. They make the Grateful Dead shirts.
Yeah,
and they listened to Grateful Dead. I had heard like maybe 2 Grateful Dead songs up until that point. That summer, I heard their entire catalog 10 times.
Yo, he goes, that's a bold statement. Yo, man, like that's not even a unique thing. I've seen that. I've been told that around the world. That's a pickup line for women.
When I was a first-time freshman at university, I knew a lily white chick from the Midwest who that was her goal one night going out. Like she was an architecture student.
It's not surprising.
And we're all going out to this bar that was right between the school I went to, Wentworth, and Northeastern. And we're in my room all like getting ready to head out because I lived on the first floor right next to the exit. It's like maybe 10 of us, like freshmen, all like getting ready. Yeah. Like, here we go. We're gonna get into the club tonight. No one's gonna check our IDs at this bar. And she's like, I'm going home with a black dude tonight. But literally, like, I think there was one black dude in my class at Wentworth. He didn't live on campus. Yeah. If he did, he would have been like,
we ain't going nowhere, bitch.
Well then, hello, young lady.
Man, women are just as women are just maybe more bold than we are. When they ready to go, that's it, man.
Hey, Stuck, how's it going? How's things in Florida, Stuck?
What up, guys?
Dan, what's going on? Running through here.
So sick buffaloes.
Let's talk about. I want to go back to your first time in Texas.
Yeah.
So Cleveland. And for those of you guys who don't know, I lived in Cleveland for a couple of years before I moved to Thailand. I was an engineer. And Eric grew up in East Cleveland, which is, I lived in one of the western suburbs of Cleveland in Broadview Heights.
Yeah, he lived in a no-go zone for us.
I told you about the story, like the one time a black girl was out canvassing or doing,
Democrat.
Yeah. And the police showed up because someone called the cops. And the look on her face when I was telling the cop to fuck off, and she's like, I'm gonna get shot.
Yeah, I would get the fuck out of here.
What the fuck is wrong with this bald ass white dude? And where you live, so 2 completely different worlds. And like I grew up on the East Coast in Rhode Island. I lived in Boston, and I had experience. I think I told you about the time I heard a guy when I lived in North Carolina. I heard a guy openly use the N-word to ask a question about a black guy. He's like, "You all seen that that had that truck out there? I've been looking to ask him a question about it." And just like casually threw it out there. It sounds like, "Oh, yeah, he's next door." I was like, I'm in this restaurant, just like, what's going on?
That's the South, man.
My other buddy who's from Massachusetts was like,
man, people really don't. When I say the United States is the most racist place in the world, people really think I'm exaggerating.
I'll tell you, man, when you get down to Cleveland, though, it's so weird because it's almost like a Jim Crow laws still exist to some extent.
Yo, man, people don't, man. I swear to God, I'm gonna do a piece about this. How Cleveland prepared me for the world. Yo, growing up in Cleveland, there were invisible lines that everybody saw when you grew up there. Like, you don't go to University Heights, you don't go to Parma. Like, there are parts of the city.
I don't go to Parma.
Yeah, like, man, it's a clearly segregated place. There are restaurants you don't go into. Like, it was clear. So when I go to Russia or Argentina or Czech Republic, and someone's like, you might not want to go over there. It's like, okay, cool, I get it. Keep it moving, right? Like, Cleveland really prepared me very well for international travel.
Yeah,
because it's not a place where it's not as tolerant as people pretend it is. Like, it's just not. And I'm a Cleveland boy. I love Cleveland. But it's
a lot of great things.
It's a rough place.
You'll still repping the Browns too.
Yeah, man. We almost had it, man. We had a good game.
Real quick, Lakonda, man, what's going on? Thank you for coming by. I think a lot of guys here from came over from retired working for you.
Man, shout out to Chris. Yeah. Chris is a beast, man.
He's an awesome friend, and I'm super grateful for he basically added 600 plus subscribers to my channel yesterday. So
the guy is a workhorse, man.
He's a monster. And you know what's hilarious? I see people ripping his content off now. Like, he was the first one to do like these really fun condo tours and things like that.
Yeah.
I know 3 dudes.
I'm going to be ripping this shit off. Because here's the thing about Chris. Let me tell you guys, no offense to Chris, but Chris isn't original. Nothing that he's doing.
But the way he's doing it is original.
It's the way he's doing it, because it's not even a way. It's just him.
Yeah.
He's just, and man, I'm on a white dudes. All right, guys. Man. Don't be bye, Jib.
Jib will be back.
You can really talk now. Jib's leaving.
We'll go back to that strip club in a moment, Joe. Jib just shot me. You know, this I have a security camera behind me. It has audio on it. Jib's gonna have her headphones in. Like, motherfucker.
She's not here.
She's been listening on the audio from this.
So the longer I live here, there's a certain kind of guy who lives in Thailand long term. A certain kind of dude that does YouTube videos. And many of you guys obviously are YouTube fans. You'll notice that if you take 10 Thai YouTubers, they tend to be middle-class white dudes who retired here. And a lot of them tend to be single. Single or dating Thai girls. Yeah. And they tend to be really bitter. They fucking complain about everything. Most of their content gets hits because they're just bitching the entire time. Yeah. Chris is one of the most positive people I've seen. Yeah. And he's coming from a place of positivity. Even I bitch in my content. Yeah. I've never seen him upset about anything. So when Chris shows up, not only is he creating positive content, he's creating a lot of it. Like his work ethic is so high.
Films every day,
every single day, and I'm like, dude, take a break.
His edits are not like simple edits,
and he's good. Yeah, he's really good at what he does. I'm really glad Chris is here, because it's a side of Thailand, of Bangkok, living here, that I've wanted to show, but I've just been too busy and lazy to do it. And now that he's here doing it, I'm like, fucking sweet. I ain't got to worry about it.
One of the things the other thing that comes across, and his content's super genuine, right? So when he's happy about something, you know he's happy. And that's like, when you're with him, you can't not be happy. You're hanging with a dope guy.
He's a good dude.
And
he's appreciative.
Yeah.
Something I don't think a lot of people are like. I'm going to talk about this on IG, so follow me on Instagram, Minority Nomad.
Definitely. I'll go back and edit the description and put Eric's everything in there. Or Joe Joe or Hike, one of you guys, can you throw up in the chat?
I will appreciate
Eric's, IG and everything.
But I've noticed, especially lately with the COVID, with the second lockdown.
Yeah.
If you look at Richard Burrow in Thailand, probably the most famous blogger in Thailand. If you look at his content at his comment section, it's a bunch of pissed off white dudes mad because they're not privileged right now.
Yeah.
Like they can't do whatever the fuck they want. And it bothers me because, and this goes back to the original first question, how has travel changed my perspective? It's changed my perspective on privilege and rights and what you can and cannot do. I am extremely appreciative of the fact that I can just be here. I'm just here in Thailand. I have the socioeconomic power to be here.
Yeah.
Like they tell me, hey, 35,000 baht a year for your visa. All right, here, take it.
Here we go.
Run it. Easy. I ain't got to go to immigration. I just send it by Grab and my girl takes care of it. That's the appreciation here. I'm safe. I'm happy. I'm relaxed. I get a massage. I got girlfriends. I got great food.
Yeah.
I got freedom. I have freedom here. And I appreciate that. I appreciate every single Thai person I run into because they allow me. They allow me to be here.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these guys don't look at it that way. It's like, well, I'm paying taxes. I'm contributing to the economy here. Shut the fuck up, man. No, you're not.
Real quick, Ulber.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that, guy.
Ulber agrees with you on the number 2.
Yeah, because he's smart.
40 years of experience.
Yeah, of course.
And we talk football, so I know Dorman's jumping in here.
Yo, Dorman, it was a great game. As a Browns fan, that was the second best scenario that we could hope for other than a win.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the best games I've seen in a long time. And we just gave everybody the blueprint on how to beat Mahomes.
Yeah.
That's the blueprint. Like you got to grind them out. You got to play Cleveland Browns football against a team like that. That's it.
Yeah, it's it's crazy that the Browns, I think they're the most losing team in modern history, someone told me, in the NFL.
Yeah.
And Cleveland fans, and keep in mind, football season is like during the worst period of weather in Cleveland. And the photo you posted the other day, was that from the Dog Pound?
Yeah, that was Dog Pound. That was the last game I went in 2018.
No dome.
Nope.
No, they don't want to talk about like dome sacrilege in Cleveland. Like, you got to play in the snow.
You got to play in the snow. And that wind chill off the lake. Yeah. My God, you have not felt cold until you go into Cleveland to the Dog Pound, downtown Cleveland in the winter. They talk about Chicago.
So I used to go to the Science Center a lot, which is right next to the and actually the Science Center, the Great Lakes Science Center in Cleveland, amazing. And it's so accessible and it's dirt cheap. I used to have a yearly membership, but I've been to the Brown Stadium once, but it wasn't like a really rough weather game.
Okay.
I got to go on the field once too with a work thing, but that was like middle of the summer. And I will tell you that that cold coming off the lake, like when I used to walk between the Science Center and some of the other buildings, and you feel it.
Wind tunnel. Yeah, you can't do anything. Even passing around the Rock Hall,
some White Walker shit.
Oh man, those were the days.
Yeah,
I miss Cleveland so much. It fortifies you.
Dorman's a huge sportsman. He's got like actually when I first started following his channel, he was in Cambodia, so I was like following, like seeing what his process was. I met him, I knew him through Mike. And so I started watching his stuff, and I thought he only wore jerseys because every day he's got a different sports jersey on. And like it'll be like depending on who's playing. He's like, I got this jersey. Man, so let's go back to Atlanta while Jib's not here and she's only listening on the speaker. Yeah. So the first time I went to Atlanta was an eye-opening experience for me because it changed my perspective on the South. And so but
Atlanta ain't the South, man.
Well, it's not, right? But it is in so many ways, and in so many ways it's not. And so I was dating a girl when I was in the Army who grew up in Atlanta, and she was mixed. Okay. And so she's black, yeah, essentially. But like her mom was white, her dad was black, and both doctors in Atlanta. They live in Peachtree something. Like everything's Peachtree in Atlanta. But we went down to visit her family. Great people, really nice, sweet. And then we went out to meet some of her friends in Atlanta at a bar. And I remember we were walking back, and these 3 black guys started giving her a hard time about being with me. Right? Something I had never experienced. She starts talking back to these dudes, And now I'm like,
shit.
What's like 3 sizable gentlemen who could probably they all look like they could handle themselves, and she's really talking shit, and then they all just back down.
That's the state of, man. You know, first off, that's probably one of the biggest pains in the ass of being a black man dating a black woman, because they don't give a fuck. And I was like, God damn it, girl, just chill. Can we just get home? Like, because you gotta fight. Man, you gotta scrap.
So I'm like, well, this is a precarious situation.
Yeah.
Am I gonna have to engage with fisticuffs with these 3 gentlemen and take an ass whooping?
But also, one thing about us is we have a level of respect for black women.
Yeah.
That I mean, I've never seen it rivaled anywhere else in the world. Like a sister will talk shit back and forth to each other, but when a black woman is like, shut the fuck up, you just keep it moving. Like, all right, man, all right, mom. Because every woman, this is what kind of why I don't date black women.
Yeah.
Because I see them all as my sisters, as my mom. Like, I have such a reverence for black women that I'm a fuck boy. Like, I couldn't even begin to give a black woman what she needs out of a boyfriend.
Chris said, I like this comment from Frank. Chris makes deliberate content. He shoots
good morning
edits. He planned out. Most of what he does considered before starting. He moves. He really does. So he's shot twice with me. Once he shot his 25K subscriber video when we did the Bangkok Strange podcast, and he had everything. He had a whole shot list with him.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he's that guy.
Yeah, and then when he came here to, and like I said, like someone commented on one of my videos, like, oh, really good idea to collab with Chris. It wasn't my idea. He asked me, like, he's like, can I come and shoot your place? Because it's really cool and different. And like, I'd love to just show people like that. Because it's way outside the norm.
Yeah, of course.
And so like that was 100% his idea. And I'm super grateful, like I said, and he's become a very good friend. And actually, I've got a pair of custom shoes I'm working on for him. So I'll make a video. I am making a video about that whole process. And so when I finish that up, and after I give it to him, I'll put that out. But it's like the whole design process. I like the Nanyang's. And so that canvas tie shoe.
I know what you're talking about.
Eric hates them.
That's just crazy.
But it's like it's a much cooler version of Chucks.
Yeah.
And they're wide, so they fit really well. Whereas for whatever reason, I feel like Chucks are getting more and more narrow.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
they are.
Like now it's like this could be a woman's shoe.
Tight. Yeah, it's really tight. You're right.
I used to wear Chucks all the time.
Yeah,
they were super comfortable. And now I'm like, it feels like it's so narrow, and the Nanyang's are so wide.
Is it an out here thing though?
No, because the last 2 pairs I got, my brother-in-law brought back from the U.S.
And I've had a pair in maybe 5-6 years.
Hurt for me to wear. They hurt. Fuck. And I was able to get the eggplant Chucks, like that deep purple that I like, and in a pair of Auburn Reds. And he brought them back. I was so excited. I'm like, oh, they hurt so bad to wear. This is not cool. But the other thing, because I barely wear shoes anymore, and so like my toes have legitimately spread out.
Yes. It's the same when I get new basketball shoes. I just bought some new Kyries, and I was like, fuck, this doesn't feel right at all. It feels weird. And I was out with a friend who mentioned, he was like, yo, man, you wearing shoes? I was like, yeah, I got to break them in.
Yeah.
But I think,
So not wearing shoes, like, because I at home, I never wear shoes. And so my toes, like I look at they literally, they relax. And like, I'm wondering, is that our more natural
it probably is
foot form?
I think it probably is.
And our shoes, we know that women's shoes are the worst thing for feet ever, like pointy toes and narrow. But even men's shoes, that the shape of the toe isn't really supernatural with that curved toe. And it forces our big toe and our little toe in.
Squeeze in.
Yeah,
that's stupid.
And like if I look at my toes now, like literally they're
look like fingers.
Yeah. It's wild.
Holy shit, man. You got some orangutan feet.
Right? But I didn't always.
Ah, shit.
I mean, they've always been big, but my toes haven't always been spread like that. So really wild. But I saw another Patio vlog. Good morning from retired non-bitter white dude with loud girlfriend, Instagrammer, YouTuber, and Patio. What is up, Patio vlog, man? I love that. That is the best description ever. I'm gonna leave that up for a minute.
It's loud women are beautiful,
right?
Yeah. Okay.
You know what the great thing, if you date a loud girl, especially if they're from Vientiane. Thank you. That and Ulaanbaatar, I always mess up like Ulaanbaatar and Vientiane, trying to say it. But they speak their dialect of Lao is so close to Central Thai that they can sort of get by, like, and they can speak almost perfectly, and they can read just about everything.
Bro, I realized,
and they're gorgeous.
I realized this the other day. I'm gonna fuck around. If I ever settle down here, it's gonna be with like somebody from like Khmer or Lao. They are my type. Every girl that
you know my friend Sam.
No, you keep talking about this
Little Frog.
No,
she's gorgeous.
You keep talking about her.
Professional fighter,
you keep
actress.
Talking about her.
I told you about her ex-boyfriend, right? Like from Brooklyn, like cheated on her with like a famous Cambodian actress. No. Short, chubby Cambodian guy.
No.
He's dope. He's really cool, but I'm like, dude, you hit the lottery.
Yeah, with her,
and like, and then you rolled the dice again to try to get another chick.
Who is that? He's like, don't mess up your. I think it was Ghostface. He goes, don't mess up your guaranteed pussy trying to get some new pussy.
Yeah.
Like,
was that Ghostface?
Was it Ghost or was it Drew? Was it Drew the Damager? I gotta figure.
I think it was Jaru the Damager.
It might have been Drew the Damager. Don't fuck up.
I think that was like a back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Was it Scientifical Madness?
I think it was Drew.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Drew the Damager.
I don't think it was Ghost. It doesn't sound like a Ghostface track.
Drew's fucking. That's how I met Drew.
Really?
So this happened in Romania.
You met Drew in Romania.
Let me tell you the story. So this was when I was on the road vlogging still, and I was living in Bucharest. Bucharest was my hub in Europe. And a lot of my friends were other content creators, bloggers and whatnot. So one of them had a marketing company. He was like, yo, you want to come and cover this music festival? And it was like, it was called the Untold Festival. And it was like, it's a bunch of, it was like, what is his name? Armin van Buuren, Dimitri Vegas, Like Mike, David Guetta.
Wow. David Guetta.
All these, I mean, it was the biggest of the big in that trans house shit, right? Yeah. And I'm like, not my thing. And then Wu-Tang was headlining. I'm like, motherfucking Wu-Tang? Like, sign me up.
Of course, yeah.
So Wu-Tang was there.
In a second.
And Fat Man Scoop was,
Fat Man
was
Scoop
the MC. And then DJ Premier, Drew the Damager were there. I'm like, sweet. So I go to the press event late. I go in it was a Fat Man Scoop press event. And I walk in. He was like, the only other nigga in Romania is late to the press conference.
We were calling you out.
And it was funny because I'm sitting in the third row, and me and Fat Man Scoop are just going back and forth. We're talking for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like there's nobody else in the room. And like and then we just look around, and all these Romanian people have no fucking idea what's going on because it's two black men running into each other in Romania, just talking shit back and forth, right? And it was so funny because like he treated me like a little brother the entire time. Fat Man Scoop, because he was the MC for the whole thing. He performed a couple of songs, but he MC'd the entire festival, right? So Wu-Tang Clan cancels.
Wow.
Like this was when Wu-Tang kept canceling.
Okay.
This was like the third time I was supposed to see them that they had canceled in like 5 years, right?
So this is after ODB was passed.
Yeah, this is after ODB passed. This has got to be like 2017, like 2016.
Oh, so this is when they were on and off anyway.
Yeah. This is when it was a mad friction.
And then they had all those second tier Wu-Tang guys.
Yeah, like who the fuck is this guy? Like, so they moved when Wu-Tang got canceled, they moved all hip hop to side stages.
Oh,
you had the main stage, which was
David
Guetta, right? But then you had DJ Premier, he got pushed to a side stage. Then you had Drew the Damager got pushed to a side stage.
Jaru I can understand, but DJ Premier,
exactly.
Like,
so I go over.
Jaru would be a side stage in the U.S.
in most places. Yeah, a lot of, and I went over, and it was just all love. He was just one of the nicest guys. So I was shooting. I was pressed. I had a press box and everything. I'm shooting them, and then he's like, "Hey, Prince, you wanna meet Premier?" I'm like, "Do I want to meet Premier?"
What kind of question is
that?
that?
I want to meet Premier. So he grabbed me. He was like, "Oh, come over and introduce me to DJ Premier."
Nice.
Right before Premier went up and did his set, and it was like, I'm like, yo, man, you guys are like you try not to fanboy out.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, man, these guys, like my uncle, I learned about hip hop from my uncle, from these guys.
Yeah.
These two guys. These guys, Wu-Tang Clan, like these guys were it for me, man. So like to meet them in the middle of it was called Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah.
It's Transylvania and Romania. Just some random music festival, man.
It's wild.
Like it's wild, man.
So what was real quick, I want to just answer James Moore's question. We're not both from Cleveland originally. So Eric is originally from Cleveland.
Yeah, born and raised.
I was a transplant. And so I grew up on the East Coast in Rhode Island. Eric grew up in Cleveland, but I lived there directly before moving to Thailand. So let's talk about meeting Jaru the Damager in Romania, of all places. And I know that you have actually, if you guys check out Eric's videos, go to his older videos. And actually, it might be your posted video on your channel. But you have a long history with Romania and like the Romani people and a lot of really interesting content, some interviews that you posted a couple of years ago from like way back.
Yeah, somebody reached out to me about that the Romani gypsy video.
Yeah,
like literally yesterday. I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
That's probably, to me, I mean, you've got a lot of good stuff, but that's some of like the really more interesting things because it's, you never see content like that.
Yeah.
But what's it like, you know, having grown up, you know, obviously I think anyone our age grew up around hip hop culture, whether you liked it or not. Right. It was it in our age group, like 30s to like 30 to 45 right now, hip hop became ubiquitous in culture.
Yeah.
Right. Like right before we were like coming of age. Like when I was in elementary school, you know, hip hop went from, you know, NWA to like, you know, Vanilla Ice, like on the radio every day to then like everywhere.
Mainstream.
And, you know, then of course, like on the East Coast, you grew up with like all the East Coast you could get, especially when I was in high school, like going to like the indie record places and getting like the underground tapes from New York that everyone was bringing up, and you know, paying like $10 for something you never heard of with people you never heard of, just to be like, damn, wow. And then the internet obviously changed everything. But what was it like as someone who grew up around hip hop culture, you know, your whole life, especially West Coast had the, you know, Bone Thugs and like all of that. East Cleveland, Bone Thugs, huge. And it's like religion almost to some people today, at least the way they talk about it, to be in the middle of Europe in Romania and having these like one-on-one intimate conversations with DJ Premier and Jaru the Damager.
You know what? It's such a special thing because it highlighted a reality that a lot of people don't understand is Black culture is culture globally now, right? Our community sets the trend for everything. And historically that's been the case, but it's been suppressed. They can't suppress it now. They can't control it now. You look at K-pop, the foundations of K-pop it's
pretty undeniable
it's
what
black.
it is. Yeah.
Like you look at a music video with the sound off, you're like, oh, they're ripping off Black people. Clearly. It's obvious what they're doing. And it's
very formulaic too, which is
it came from, and it's interesting. Like when you go back from that, you look at K-pop and you pull it back and you look at the boy band craze, the NSYNC, the Backstreet Boys, New Kids on the Block, and you step back one. Where'd they come from? They came from Motown.
Yeah,
they came from Boys to Men. Yeah, like, that came from New Edition. That came from the Temptations. That came from the Supremes. All
Cisco.
That came from us. They stole all that shit from us, right? And I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset about it, but it was just suppressed for so long. When I go to places, the people who truly respect and love jazz, blues, funk, soul, they're in Asia. They're in Central Europe. They're in places where our music was not spun on the radio, where these people had to go out of their way to find it. So there's an appreciation for our history, our culture, our music, because it's music. It's excellent music. Having interacted with people like that, even before I met DJ Premier, Jaru the Damager, and mind you, those two are just two of dozens of amazing artists that I've met around the world.
But in that set, like
in that environment, when you're surrounded by young white kids, when you go to a Jaru the Damager concert in Romania, everybody is white and everybody knows the lyrics. You're like, what?
That's wild.
Like, and these aren't guys like that look like you. All right, these aren't 30, 40-year-old Romanians. These are 19 and 20-year-old Romanians.
Wow, when's the last time Jaru dropped? Like,
it was like 97. Yeah, and then he did some stuff later. Like his bomb shit was like 96, 97.
So like, Scientifical Madness is obviously probably the track that introduced most people to Jaru. Which it's funny because at the time I loved that track, and I go back now.
It hasn't aged well.
It hasn't aged well. Yeah. But nostalgically, I'm like, still fire.
You feel it. You feel it. And it's like even then I knew how powerful our music was, our culture was. But when you see other cultures embrace that, you become so appreciative. Like I always say, the second best singers in the world are Filipinos. Why? Because they sing like black people.
They sing. You ever go on a cruise in Asia? The people singing will be Filipino. It'll be a Filipino band.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they'll be killing it.
Yeah, it's like so, and it's a pride thing for me because I come from a place where we're abused to a level that people can't even fathom. Even white people in America cannot understand the PTSD that you have growing up as a black person in America. You can't get it. I love you. I know you're with the culture, but you can never understand that abuse and constant oppression your entire life.
We've talked about it a little bit, and the more we talk about it, the more I realize I really can't.
And here's the funny part about it. Most black people don't even realize it until we get out.
Yeah.
I didn't even understand until I started traveling around the world. Like, this is how you're supposed to be treated as a human being?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's funny because when growing up in Rhode Island, there's still racism. It's very veiled. Like I think a lot of the Northeast.
You don't got a lot of black people in Rhode Island.
Well, Rhode Island does. Look, I mean,
come on,
relatively, right? But like I grew up in like a very lower middle class to poor city. It was mostly white. It was undergoing like a transformation, in that regards. But I would say like the more you and I have talked about it, and then living in Cleveland, and you actually see it like very blatantly, right? Whereas the subtext is completely gone. Is interesting.
Yeah, when you're in a New York City, when you're in a California. Like
even San Francisco, New York it's a different beast.
They're different worlds. It's different. But when you're in
even
the
Atlanta,
Midwest,
it's different.
Even Atlanta, it's different.
Yeah.
But when you're like in the Midwest,
and
it's another Northeast.
Yeah. Undergrad in Kansas too, where it's completely it's a different thing altogether. Yeah. Real quick, Olber says he's an Aussie who's been to Hawaii, New York, Nevada, California. He would love to check out the rest of America, even Cleveland.
Yeah.
I would say you should go to Cleveland because if you're going to visit anywhere in the Midwest, Cleveland, Detroit, or Chicago are great cities that will give you a really wide swath of what America, that heartland is like.
I would say Chicago.
Chicago kind of falls into that San Francisco vibe as far as it's a very big city.
I think Chicago is the last great American city. I think if you go to Chicago, you get a good taste of what America is in general. Like, I think it's a solid, like, okay, I get it, right? But you also get, you can, if you go out, like Champaign, like you get out a little bit outside, you can get a little taste of the rural side.
My good buddy John lives in Chicago, and I did some work with CompTIA out there, and so I got to spend like a couple weeks, like just being around Chicago and the stuff there. Otherly, pizza is completely different than anything else you would think in the world, but very good in a lot of ways. But other than like the pizza jokes aside, because you and I have a whole thing going that people will learn about it. Those who are new to the channel will learn about mine and Eric's ongoing feud about pizza. But Chicago pizza is very good in a different way to all other pizzas in America, and I think that's a good lens to look at the city through. In that a lot of things in Chicago are really good in a very different way to the rest of America.
Yeah.
And winter, though, don't go to Chicago in winter.
Not your first time.
Unless you love like Arctic weather.
Not your first time for sure.
So hate the player, hate the game. He always brings some really good comments. He says St. Louis is so screwed up. Look at the veiled profit ball. The sticky rice and banana. Jib just brought back Thai food snacks. Sorry, veiled profit ball. Corn parade rich racist people rubbing their privilege in everybody's face. I'm gonna Google that.
I know exactly what it is.
So so talk about it.
It's very kind of like the Viennese ball. Like they kind of do it in Vienna. Like it's just a rich people ripoff. I see that. I see it. Look, I've never had an issue with rich people. I don't have an issue with privileged people. What I do have an issue with is how they refuse. Man, St. Louis is a special place. I've been to St. Louis a lot. A lot of people are from St. Louis. It's like
Tech Nine. No, Tech Nine's from Kansas City.
I was just about to say Kansas City.
Who's St. Nelly? Nelly, that's right.
And St. Lunatics.
St.
Louis. I've always had this repulsion of the idea that privilege is a bad thing. You should be judged based on how you use the privilege, not if you have it, right? So if you want to go to the video bar, if you want to go to Vienna, if you want to travel the world with your money, don't fucking hide your money. Like, mind you, I hide my money. But I'm like, don't hide your money. However, if you can, right, you're in that position to spend millions of dollars on leisure shit. Give back to the city, give back to the community, give back to those who are around you, which is why I fuck with Chris. Chris is a great example. We are very privileged here, and Chris gives back a lot, right?
Quite a bit.
If you're
more to come from what he was telling me.
Good.
Crazy amounts.
If you're in St. Louis and wealthy in St. Louis, you're eating off St. Louis, you got to give back to St. Louis. Like if you're a professional baseball player or you're playing for the Cardinals, whatever, you got to give back to the community and the city. So I see both sides of that. Hate the player, hate the game.
Speaking of giving back, I know you know Chad. You see his last video, he gave a dude 10,000 baht tip for not ripping him off.
No, that's it. It was fucking Chad, man.
Yeah. He's like, he was complaining about his previous tour guide who took him to like all these touristy places, and this other guy didn't. He just showed him stuff. He's like, yeah, you want to go swim? Go swim.
Oh, on the beach. Yeah.
And so he's like, dude, thank you for not ripping me off. Here's 10,000 baht. And the guy's like, no, too much. He's like, no, for you.
Yeah.
So here, Hike asked, have we been to the Philippines? What did you think? I've been twice to Manila, only to Manila, right? So I can't give the Philippines is what, 1,800 islands, 1,400 islands. So it's hard to say I've been to the Philippines when there's 1,400 islands with unique culture. But Manila itself, not a huge fan.
See, I'm a city boy too. I love.
I'm a city boy, but
I love city.
Manila, and I've only ever seen Makati. Really,
Makati
is the area I've been in, and so it's nice. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate it, but I'm in no rush to go back.
I think I like the Philippines because it was easy in Asia. It's like being at home.
It is.
That's
super
why I like
American.
It's so Americanized. It's like, whenever you want a little Americanization, like Philippines is it. Philippines was my first introduction to hookers.
Like, you and Tony.
Yeah. Like I was in the military. Remember, I was in the military.
Yeah.
And we would go there because we had Clark Field, and Clark closed after I went in, but we would go back and forth and do different things with the Philippine military. And I always volunteered. That's when I was in Okinawa. When I was stationed in Okinawa, I would always volunteer for the trip to the Philippines and go in. We would go to Angela City and we just party our asses off. And I was young. I'm maybe 2021 then. Like I'm a baby,
young airman.
Yeah, man. I just and you got to remember when you're in the military overseas, you just have money to blow. Like, you got $3,000 and you have no bills. Like, so for us, that was a lot of money. I love the Philippines. The women are fantastic. The food's really good. It was like back home. I love the Philippines.
So Senior Frank says his girlfriend was saying she understands Lao about 70% for speaking and reading. And then luckily, Patia Vlog says his Lao girlfriend is a star of 99% of his YouTube and
bro. Of course, you fucking guys. Like you know what? Man? I get so mad at you clickbaity motherfuckers like Patia Vlog or whatnot. I was like, I gotta get me a show girlfriend like for my thumbnails.
Hey Jim, come get in the video so I can have a thumbnail. That's why Jim goes in my thumbnails.
So sexy videos.
No one will click on my videos if it's my face.
Really?
No, they will. I'm joking.
But I'm saying overall, do you think whenever Jim is in the thumbnail, you get more?
Yeah, for sure.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course. I mean, if you had to look at one of the two of us,
that's true.
Like you log into the live stream, it's a bald guy with a beard talking about whatever ideas or sewing or travel. It's like hot tie wife with him. Like, I'll stick around for a few minutes. See where this is going. So I appreciate all you guys who hang around for a bit.
When we talk about this creepy ass teacher.
I talked about this on Bangkok Change. Education is a unique thing here, and Senior Frank and I were actually having a conversation offline yesterday about in America, oftentimes we'll talk about education as being a factory, right? It's just a mill to churn out people. And the American education system isn't the greatest by far. It's not even close to like top half. But I've been through university level education here. I've taught at multiple universities, and I can definitely say that the Thai education system is far worse. And there's a very strong focus on rote memorization and, not being able to explore thoughts. Jim's like, quiet. Not where I teach. The two universities I've taught at most recently are very different, but they're the top universities in Thailand. So you expect that. But I've taught at some that are not. And I've been to classes where the teachers don't challenge students and they don't allow students to challenge them.
Yeah. Yes. It's very militaristic.
Yeah. And so the whole thing with Jam's teacher is that, one, this guy's supposed to be their English teacher. He couldn't even put sentences together normally. And two, I would argue that his message was just straight up. He sent a one-on-one private message to a female high school student. The only one who got this message. Clearly grooming her, right? I would call it straight up grooming. And then when the school asked him about it, he's like, oh, no, I didn't mean anything. And they were like, well, he said he didn't mean anything. And the female teacher who questioned him about it even told the other teachers he's lying. And they were like, well, nothing we can do. The whole reason was they have a foreigner teaching English. And I reached out to another friend who's a CEO of an ed tech company who I'm very close with. And I know that he works with the Ministry of Education. And I asked him, like, give me some different perspective on this. He's like, no, there's no different perspective. He's like, they won't fire him because they won't be able to get another foreigner teacher.
Especially now.
Yeah.
Especially now. Yo, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah. And I told Jim, I was like, well, I'll go to the next Parents' Day. And Jim's like, no.
He's a piece of shit. Yeah. And again, I have a degree in occupational education. If I can do it, I can teach it. Right? I'm a teacher.
Yeah. He's clearly not. He went undergraduate seminary in Africa.
Oh, no offense. I love look, I know a lot of fantastic African teachers.
Yeah, me too. And that's
fantastic.
And then I told you that the Thai teacher, the head of the program, was like, do you not like him because he's black? And Jib was like, excuse me?
And again, the funny thing is that would have been an acceptable answer.
In Thailand, probably.
If you would have been like, yeah, that would have been. Yeah, Jib, yes.
As a person,
here,
right? For us, no.
But for you, no. But as an institution, it is we were just having this conversation yesterday. Actually, I'm gonna get him on here. I'm gonna try to get him on your show.
Okay.
It is common knowledge that you can be denied a job here in Thailand as a teacher because you're black.
Really?
That is an absolute 100% fact.
Like some of the
they exist.
Teacher in the school.
They exist.
Yeah.
However, you can be denied a job because you're black. It's not even a assumption. It is a verifiable fact. That if a parent goes, especially a parent's like, I don't feel comfortable with this person, this black person teaching my kid English. That's it. You're done. Yeah.
We've had nothing but.
I don't have problem with their color.
Yeah, we even said that.
I know.
Before we had this issue with the teacher, they were like, because the previous teacher was from like Holland or Netherlands, and I was like, barely spoke English. I was like, that's fucked.
Yeah.
And so they're like, oh, he's from Nigeria. I was like, well, I know a lot of Nigerians that speak really good English.
Yeah.
And if he's a teacher, like a real teacher, then I don't have an issue as long as Jam's learning English properly and the other students as well. And then I see this message that's all messed up, and then he's grooming a female student. I was like,
it's literally two problems at the same time.
Yeah.
The very first one is obviously he sucks at his job.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's being a human being.
Yeah. The second one really is like, you don't send, like, I don't know how he was trained as a teacher, but that's like 101. You do not engage in that behavior with a student.
My students are adults, and I don't do that.
Yeah. It's like, it was the same thing. Like I train grown-ups, adults, like 18 plus, and I wouldn't date one. Like I've gotten close, but I was like, fuck, I can't.
And I would never even, my students, like I said, my students are adults, they're university students, and I would never even add one of them on Facebook until they graduate. And then I'm like, okay, we can have a relationship.
I think that I am friends with two of my former students, right? And this was because I was a very young teacher.
Yeah.
But this is 10, 15 years, like difference now.
Yeah.
He's a piece of shit, by the way.
Yeah.
He is. He's a terrible human being.
I found his Facebook. I'm like, I should put him on blast on some of the expat forums.
If that was my daughter, We would. Here's the thing. And this is exactly what would have happened with me. Me and him would have had a private conversation, and I would have made it very clear to him: if you ever even think about even coming at my daughter like that, I will fucking kill you.
Well, that private conversation is gonna happen.
This is the thing.
When school reopens.
The message not go direct to my daughter.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I saw it.
So like,
well, here's the
not take it as like as a like kind of a parody.
Nor did any of the other parents.
Because
that's crazy.
Because that girl not my daughter.
What?
But none of the parents comment or reply on the complaint
of the were they tight? All the
other parents are tight.
Oh no.
But I
to them it's not their daughter.
Yeah.
Translate message in Thai and make a comment like this phrase. I cannot say a sentence because it's wrong.
Yeah.
I said this phrase should not use with someone else except your girlfriend or your wife.
And then he kept sending her message like, how are you like after the fact?
Do you think
Christmas like Merry Christmas?
Do you think it's a culture thing? Because I found that teachers here seem to get this level of reverence culturally, like they're higher than, like they're above normal people. Like you always give respect to the teacher.
Yes.
So like even as adults, it feels like, oh, a teacher would never do something like that. Like a teacher would never be creepy with
evidence.
A teacher will never send direct message to all the girls.
A real teacher.
If this guy send like group message, like maybe it's one-on-one, but send to everyone if he doesn't know how to use Facebook. Let's say. Like if every students in that class get the same message.
I get it.
I understand, but I will still comment like, how can he write
like this is
English like that? Especially he's English teacher.
And
right?
they told us he's about to graduate with a master's in linguistics.
Yes, from Thai University.
Eric's face just like,
yo, I'm so disappointed because
Bangkok. I won't say where or the name of university, but it's a private university.
I'm so disappointed right now.
Mabel's BBQ in Cleveland. You been there?
No,
like
me either.
I can graduate PhD with all the work,
right?
With all my experience.
Just show up.
Like,
it's frustrating because even though it wasn't directed at your daughter, right?
It could have been. That's my thing.
But here's the thing. Even though and even worse than it could have been. If he strikes out with that girl, he's going to move on to another girl if he's not checked.
Exactly.
Like he's a predator. Again, I'm getting real mad. I'm getting real liberal with what I'm saying right now.
As a teacher, like I know, like you're legally and morally responsible for young people's development.
Yeah.
Especially like I don't teach high school for very good reasons. I don't feel I would be qualified to teach at that level.
You're not patient.
The temperament. I don't have the temperament.
But not just that, like there's certain things you need to know as like an educator. Like, and you need to develop experience and classroom management, all skills that I don't have. Like I could develop them, but I don't have them. Right. But teaching at university is a different thing, especially like the level I teach.
And they tend to want to be there.
Yeah. In the level I teach at university, the students are, luckily now I'm at a point where I get students who challenge me, which I love. And it makes it so much easier.
Enjoyable
as a
back
teacher.
and forth.
Yeah. But
what a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy, man.
Well, let's move off this.
You want to go to next parents?
Yes.
Meeting?
Yeah, I'll bring Eric with me.
Oh man, I want to go so bad to meet this guy.
So here's a hike.
So you can like
I just want to talk to him.
Like, the thing that you just said. I don't like him because he's
I was,
I was so mad when the teacher's like, Jim's like, they just insinuated that we don't like him because he's black. I'm like,
oh, I would love to be there. Like he's got to be like, look, like, hey, this is family.
Yeah.
Like
I don't care. Like if he's white, but he send message like that, I will be pissed off.
And like I said, that private conversation will happen when the school reopens, whether they wanted to or not. So hike, bad news. Everyone loves Tupac.
Everybody loves Tupac.
So he says, I like Tupac. Tupac's a very famous rapper.
Oh, I don't know.
Probably.
What are you doing, Dana? Like your wife doesn't know who Tupac. Wow. I just lost a lot of respect for you, man.
She's heard the music because I listened to it.
Oh, goodness.
I don't know the name. Maybe I listened to it.
Yeah. California love. Yeah.
Okay. A couple points back.
Changes. Changes one of the greatest songs.
Tupac, his whole entire catalog.
You know, it's crazy. Like, everyone argues Tupac and Biggie, but and I love Biggie. Personally, I would put Biggie higher on my list, but you can't argue that Tupac's catalog is held up so much better over decades.
I like the content of Tupac better.
Yeah, but I mean, Hypnotize and Juicy. I mean, come on, great songs. People still bootleg DVDs.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, here's a good one. I'm from Memphis. Elvis ripped off black music. I was born in Mississippi Delta. Led Zeppelin was inspired by music from their region. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that was the whole thing with Elvis, right? They're like, we can put a white man
that Opie
who can sing.
Reminds me of Opie from the doorman, this comment right here. Yo, let me tell you something about Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony was that was like the first shock jock. Yeah. It was the funniest shit I'd ever heard in my life. Because we don't have that in the black community. We don't have shock jocks back then.
Yeah,
growing up in the 90s. So Opie and Anthony, I remember hearing them on Cleveland. One of my first jobs. I think I told you this before. I was a strip club driver. So I would drive my uncle was a pimp.
Yeah.
And a lot of his girls were also strippers. And
this is the same uncle who worked with what's his name? Don King, right?
Yes. Yeah. No, that was my grandfather.
Oh, okay.
Who my uncle. So he also worked with Don. So my uncle Eddie. That was my uncle Eddie. He was a pimp. Well, he's still a pimp. Shit. And his girls were working at the strip club. So I would I was like 15. I got an 87 Nissan Sentra hatchback was my car. You can fit a lot of strippers in it. 87 Nissan Sentra hatchback. So I would like drive them to the grocery store. I would drive them to the club. So I would pick them up early in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning from the strip club, and Opie and Anthony will be coming on in the morning. I will be sitting outside the strip club in the parking lot, listening to Opie and Anthony fucking dying laughing. And I remember my friend goes, he's like, "Oh man, Howard Stern's better." No, he's not.
No.
I listened to Howard Stern. I was like, "Oh, this guy's terrible."
Howard Stern's amazing. To me, Howard Stern's amazing, but not Opie and Anthony are a different creature altogether.
I love Opie and Anthony.
Josh, what's up, brother? Thanks for coming by. All the best. What's in my jar? It's my coffee. So my New England accent, everyone always calls me out because I say, I can't even say coffee. Coffee, I pronounce coffee. I have my O turns into a hard A. My New England accent. But yeah, my morning coffee, I drink out of the jar. So I have a 900 ml double wall insulated French press.
You drink coffee?
Yes.
Yeah, so I make it.
Coffee again?
What? Coffee.
Okay, different.
Yeah. So I have that New England. I don't want to call it a twang. I guess New England time where my O turns into an A. Coffee. No, I'm not quite. It's funny because sometimes you'll hear it on the live streams for Bangkok Strange. Mike and I will riff in New England accents, like, "Hey Bobby, you got some coffee? We'll go with Dunkin'."
Fucking Mike.
Bang a Yui.
Mike might be my favorite person you've ever had on the show.
Mike's amazing. I love that guy. I'm very grateful that Mike has become such a good friend of mine because I met him through Driver, who I'm an advisor to. I used to be their chief data scientist, and Mike's an investor in the company now. And so I met him through David, and we just gelled like right away.
Some people, just some people that you just vibe with. Yeah, and it was like me and you. Yeah. Also, when we first met, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's it. I love this."
We were bragging on each other in YouTube comments. Like, all right, let's hang out.
Yeah.
On Jermaine's
video. Yeah. We met in the comment section.
Yeah. And Eric's like, "You brought him to Pala? Yeah. Like, why don't you bring him to a good people?" I'm like,
holy shit, it did start with an Impala hate. It did. This is the longest standing beef. That's exactly where it started.
If we were rappers, we would have shot each other by now.
That's right. It started with Impala beef. That's right. That's the longest standing beef we've ever.
We were going back and forth arguing about this. Like, all right, let's meet up in person.
Yeah.
And then Eric took me.
Yeah.
And then Eric took me actually and Eric is great for this. He takes me to a Thai food restaurant, like a street food, like a lunch spot across the street from Pala behind one of the side soys. And we got some dope food that day.
They're struggling.
Yeah, that place was so cheap too. That rent has to be crazy.
Yep.
Even like they're 2 soys deep behind Sukhumvit. And I lived in Asok. I never knew this was there. I didn't live there at the time.
They probably got grandfathered in.
Maybe.
Because they were right by, that was Hemingway's. Hemingway's, now it's like one of the most expensive condos in the city now.
That was a beautiful building, Hemingway's.
Yeah.
It was. I'm so sad they tore
that's
that
one of the that's one of the biggest travesties
Mm.
in the condo development of Bangkok is that they tore down the old Hemingway's.
Now, I'm afraid they're going to tear down Scala. Like that building's beautiful. Now the
you know what?
owner,
Yeah. It's the university that owns it, right?
Chula, yeah. I think they're going to let them build a condo unit there.
Oh, that would be
Maybe something
disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be
there, like,
disgusting.
Yeah.
At least, oh,
I mean, the owner of Scala, the theater,
yeah,
the,
but
the
it's,
theater
Big
business
mess.
owner already took he took the chandeliers out and all the
Ah.
copper paneling from the ceiling. So I'm like, it's not going to go well.
So like I think they're gonna install it at their theater
Yeah.
in Suan Nong Nut,
Yeah.
like that.
yeah, that makes sense.
Like established.
But I mean the stairway, they took the chandelier, that beautiful chandelier that
Yeah.
hung down like 3 stories, gorgeous. You know, and one of the like in America, I don't always agree with the whole like historic building and preserving these spots like in the middle of like cities and all of this stuff. I mean, I believe that you should preserve history and buildings, but sometimes I think it goes too far. Like when, especially like I have a friend who lives in a neighborhood, he can't paint his house because it's a registered historical building.
I think there has to be a balance. I think
It does.
Budapest is a great example. Budapest most European cities don't have skylines. Not a lot of skyscrapers.
Really?
Yeah, most of them
'Cause
don't.
Things are like grandfathered in, or
Yeah, if you go to Budapest, nothing can be higher than the church and the government buildings.
wow.
Yeah, so the Parliament
Mm.
building and the St. Michael's Cathedral are the highest. St. Stephen's, excuse me, they're the highest buildings in the city.
Yeah.
And there's no skyline in Budapest, and it's one of the most beautiful cities in the world. My issue is like there should be an area that should remain as historical as possible. But as you go out, as you expand out, that's where you could put all the condos. They can pew 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 everywhere you
So
go.
what we have around like a royal temple.
Yep,
Yeah.
that area
No, like
Nothing can block the
block the
yeah.
view of the temple.
So I would never want to see them tear down the Grand Palace, right?
Right,
Because
right.
obviously it's historic. But like if like I said, in America, like my friend lives in a historic neighborhood in like East Greenwich, Rhode Island. He can't paint his house.
Yeah.
No, you see,
And like his stairs rotted away, and he
Mhm.
had to wait a year to be able to repair his stairs because the town had to approve
Yeah.
his new literally 3 steps, and he had to get approval. So I think that's going too far. But again, I don't want to tear down old buildings
Right.
like that are historic. And I think the Scala Theater is historic. It's even won an award. It has an award from the
Historic,
princess
yeah.
about its architectural design.
Yeah, it was a
But
beautiful
like
building.
old building in
Yeah.
Bangkok. For old building in Bangkok, it's like it that belong to government
Yeah.
or a district office. So they reserve it, like you rent it
Yeah.
to like run the business and live upstairs, no problem. But cannot change the outside. You
Yeah.
can like renovate inside, like modern style as you want, but outside has to look same.
Yeah.
Every block look the same. If you see like the yellow building and like maybe green roof, something
Yeah.
it's like look like old style.
Yeah.
That one they reserve outside.
Yeah. Oh, like in Sampang.
Huh?
In Sampang.
Sampang. Oh yeah.
The
around
old
there.
Chinese
So-
style.
Like
Soy Nana.
Mahara.
Yeah.
Soy Nana.
Yeah.
Oh, too. That one too.
Mhm.
But Nana is a private.
No, Soy Nana.
So,
Near Chinatown.
Oh, not
No.
this Nana.
No,
Okay,
no,
there's
Plaza.
another Nana.
Hey,
Yeah,
Token
so-
Nomad, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming by.
Wallflower. You have Teens of Thailand, Wallflowers, Asia Today. The best bars in the city are over there.
So
My brother went there. It's like a nice coffee shop.
It's fantastic coffee shops. Yeah.
So yeah, I love how people just like going in the chat. Like I love the group here. Oh hey Steve, what's going on, man? How's things in San Francisco? But I love the community. I'm calling them the Idea Team now that I rebranded to Idea Studio. That these guys take care of each other in the chat, and I love
that's
that.
What's up?
Everyone knows each other. Everyone knows Go More Hike. He believes that good cornbread is a sign of a well-developed nation.
Agreed.
He's always asking, does Thailand have good
Agreed.
cornbread?
Agreed.
Yeah.
We don't know
So where's the
how
best
they-
cornbread in Thailand? Because Jib's not a fan.
Yeah.
Of Thai cornbread or American
Just
cornbread?
cornbread in
We
general.
never
It's
have
hard. It's not
cornbread.
really a thing here.
So Colin used to make
Like
it when
with
Ash
cornmeal.
Clickers was
It
open.
was terrible.
You didn't like his cornbread with the,
I didn't like
cheese
anything.
and
I didn't like anything at college. Yep. And I'm probably said I don't like K-Mata.
Really?
I don't. I find it bland.
I gotta bring you over to David's new spot, David Asavana
Yeah.
in La Prow,
Which
Mama Steak Cafe. And so him and his wife met working as waiters in New York. And so they have like a little bit of restaurant experience. And then his wife started taking up cooking, and she has her own line of sauces and stuff. And they bought into this restaurant that exists. It's a small little spot that makes like Western food, like crazy. Like their most expensive item is like a 400 baht steak. So Jib had, was it tenderloin for it was $3.99.
Good.
Thai beef. Jib liked it.
I love Thai beef.
And I had their $3.49.
No, it's cheaper.
So, and I had their pesto, and they make their pesto in house.
Oh, nice.
So not like they're not buying a pack of pesto.
What is it? What's the base of their pesto? Do they use chestnut? What are they using?
I think it was. So I don't know. I didn't ask that, but
they're vegan, bro.
It was legit. Well, he told me it was vegan, and then he said it's legit, but it really is like flavorful pesto.
Good.
Which is a hard thing to find in Thailand. Are you getting stuck under the?
I was like,
you can pop the. I think your chair can go up a little bit more.
I'm good. I like it. I'm relaxed.
So, let's see where are we at here. I'm way behind. I'm getting like mic levels of behind here. Stock up on some office supplies. Oh, he's looking for penny deals with Josh. How Stern Serious Rado defeats everyone. So. When he was on it was game changer when he went to Sirius, but it was almost like overblown for him at first because he's like, all this freedom, like to do whatever.
Yeah, I remember him talking about that. It was just like, I love Robin. I think Robin's absolutely
she made the show, but I mean, it's like that chemistry. You need that.
Yeah.
Baba Booey. Does Dana really drink the fancy coffee?
Yeah,
try to slip him some Folgers to see if he even notices.
Oh.
Folgers are bad. Like Folgers is bad. I would notice for sure. $3.39 at for the was it tenderloin? Yeah, so I'll bring you there to David's spot.
Yeah,
it's small and
I'm always down for some good food, man.
But it's so affordable. Like I said, like because you remember what it cost when Ash Kickers, I think brisket was like 2,000 baht.
Crazy. It's
$60 brisket, or no, it was like 1,000 maybe.
It's really offensive. Like
you said, yours was dry.
It's dry and it has no flavor. I'm like, man, this is what pisses me off.
Fat is flavor, right? When it comes to brisket,
it was the lean. I remember the lean, but even with a lean cut, man. Texas, we know this food, right? And I think a lot of these Western chefs come here. A, it's cheap to open a spot here, and B, Thai people don't know any better. So
they were paying. I know what they were paying in rent, like $350 a month. I think.
Man, it's and again, I'm not one to knock somebody's hustle.
Oh yeah.
But when the food is not, I'm a cost benefit guy, and when you're charging me over 1,000 baht for some brisket, it better be fucking amazing brisket.
Jib and Jam both love their chicken wings. So I will say that was what's that? The one with the batter.
It's hard to fuck up fried chicken wings.
They smoke. I think the fact that they smoke the wings first adds like a layer of flavor. So you don't like Keimada either, though, really?
Because they use the same, and what their barbacoa is the exact same. From Ash Kickers. It's the same. Yeah, I'm like, this tastes just like Ash Kickers. Well, I don't like anyway. Like again, I know. Look,
dry still or what?
Yo, he's part of. He's 1 degree of separation as a friend. I met him several times, hung out, drank together.
He's a cool dude.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah,
I don't fuck with his food. I'm like, all right, like other people do, but I just don't like. And a lot of my friends who are also from the States, they really like his food. I'm like, you guys are fuck. I don't know.
I can't really argue any of the points you're making. Only because like I don't eat meat. Like for me, like he makes a smoked pumpkin that is out of this world. Like all his vegetable stuff is really great. And when I had been to Keimada, I got the vegan tacos were out of this world to me. Right. But again, it's that again, though, it is that same smoked pumpkin and the peppers
the same thing
that he brought over. But the tortilla, he makes the fresh tortillas, which I like. But I still have to go to the spot that they put the video up of with that tortilla that looks like perfect.
All of them, bro.
But what's that one? The one I was like, wow, that tortilla looks perfect.
Maybe he was missing Burrow.
You were outside, and I want to say Tori was with you. Is that her name?
That's Cholos.
Cholos, yeah.
Cholos is fantastic.
Yeah, is her name Tori?
That's Tori.
Tori,
yeah,
yeah.
Tori. Yeah.
And I always, I'm like, is it Tori?
It's Tori.
Or is it something else?
It's definitely Tori. Yeah.
So she's been on your shit a lot lately.
Yeah. A lot. Yeah.
But and she seems hilarious.
Oh, she's funny. She is the blackest black. She is every black. Tori is a perfect example of what a black woman is.
What's her? She's got a cool channel name too.
Tori Talks.
Oh, she has like a shirt.
Ebony Expats.
Ebony Expats.
Yeah. So Tori started. So Tori is like the queen of black people of Bangkok.
Oh, really?
So yeah, she started Ebony Expats maybe 4 years ago to basically bring black people together as a community, right? And what she does is she does these events with a lot of African restaurants, a lot of dealers, a lot of musicians. If it's a black event, Tori's probably got her hands in Bangkok. Tori's a great person to know if you have any kind of desire to understand the African diaspora's experience here in Bangkok.
Awesome.
Yeah, Tori is the woman to know. Yeah.
I gotta acknowledge Token's comment here because awesome. Rakim will always be number one above all. Even today I saw Rakim did Tiny Desk. Rakim, sorry, Tiny Desk. Not that long ago.
He's fantastic
and still hitting hard. And then he did the music for not all the music. We did some music for Luke Cage.
I think he was the music director for Luke Cage.
Was he the music director?
I think he was music director.
Overall, though, the music on Luke Cage was phenomenal.
Yeah, both seasons,
oh my god,
both seasons had amazing soundtracks.
I wish there's one of those shows I wish they had done like a third. I could have seen like a third and a fourth season of Luke Cage.
It was setting it up the next season. Yeah, but all those Marvel Netflix
Disney.
shows. And
and a lot of people like I hated on Iron Fist 2 when it first came out, but I went back and watched it again. I'm like, because I read Iron Fist when I was a kid, and if you go back and watch it, especially don't compare it to the other don't compare it to Luke Cage and Daredevil, Jessica Jones probably had the best writing out of all three.
Agree.
But Luke Cage was still my favorite because Luke Cage was one of my favorite characters in Marvel to begin with, and all the Easter eggs in Luke Cage were so good. Like if you read the comics, like they were
the Power Man. He goes, I look like a damn fool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
When Method was in Luke Cage, but all the Easter, like especially like was it the end of the beginning of the second season where he had the crown? So good. And Rosario Dawson's role across the entire little mini universe.
She put everything together. But I think my issue with Luke Cage, Iron Fist, was he can't fight. And if you look at, have you seen Into the Badlands? Yeah. Fantastic show.
Amazing.
Beyond, it's probably one of the most underrated shows in the past 10 years.
Did you watch Warriors on HBO Max? Warrior.
I saw the first season, but
takes place in the Tong War.
I have it. It's one of those series I haven't finished. Like
martial arts on another level for TV. Badlands as well. Like
Badlands is fantastic.
They're same level martial arts wise, but I agree with you that the Iron Fist, the
fights
fact
were
that
trash in the first season.
The fights were, especially when you look at the Daredevil fights from the first season.
So anybody who doesn't know, Iron Fist is one of the best martial artists in all of comics.
In the MCU.
Not all of comics, right? It was like the only other person that could compete possibly with him was, say, a Batman.
Yeah.
Like, or a Ra's al Ghul. Like,
there was
nobody in
Wong from Doctor Strange.
No.
Yeah, Wong's on that level.
No.
He in the comic, Wong was on that level.
Not as a martial artist.
He was the guy for he was the librarian, but he was the guy for like hand-to-hand
combat, but he wasn't Iron Fist. Iron Fist was the MCU
the immortal Iron Fist.
Or Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
Like Shang-Chi and Iron Fist were back and forth as the best martial artists.
I would say Ra's al Ghul would.
Ross was DC. I'm talking about MCU.
Okay,
right?
MCU, yeah.
But the point was when you watch the show and you compared it to
What's up, JC?
And you watch the show and you compared it as a martial arts fan.
Yeah.
The lead guy, he's just not a great martial artist.
No, he's
not even a good martial artist. He's not believable. So it removes you. Like his girlfriend was a better martial artist.
She was great.
Colleen was fantastic. And it was like, the contrast there was really bad. That's what the issue with season 1 was.
Know what I was looking forward to a lot was hoping in my geekdom head was a spinoff with Colleen and Misty.
It would have been great.
Because in the comics they
Misty
had
needed
whole...
her own show. She still does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because that's a great. Misty's a great
She's
character.
a great character. She is. Misty Knight is a fantastic character.
And her and Colleen had, I forget what the team up was.
Great chemistry. I don't remember.
In the comics, they had a team up where they were like detectives or like crime fighters. It was amazing, but 100% agree that to me, you like I understand what you mean. I 100% agree with the lack of skill from a fight perspective.
And that's massive.
And they should have picked someone. But again, like, where do you find an actor who can carry the character, who can also fight? And you have to make, unfortunately, you have to make a trade-off one way or the other.
Well,
like Van Damme never won any
real
Grammys, you know.
But he looked good.
He looked good fighting for sure.
Looked good fighting.
But in to me, his best movie was Hard Target.
See, I like Time Cop.
Time Cop's dope as well.
Time Cop was dope.
Hard Target though, just the John Woo directed, the set pieces. I mean, you know, so good.
I love Time Cop. I gotta go back.
Time Cop's a good movie.
It's a great.
Here's the thing though. You go back and watch a movie that you love. You're like,
You remember Jet Li movie 1?
Yeah.
Wait, was it Jason? Was it Jason? It wasn't Jason Statham.
Yeah.
It was Jason. It was Jason and Delroy Lindo.
Yeah.
Delroy Lindo. Oh, I was looking back at I Am the One. There was a scene.
That was a dope movie.
The scene at the end.
Yeah, that was a bad scene.
When he goes up,
the CGI.
No, yeah, that was terrible. Well, him versus him. But think about when he at the end when they finally got him and he's walking up the pyramid. He's fighting this. That was the last scene in the movie where he's fighting up the pyramid. He's like, "I'm the one," and he would beat the shit out of everybody. Jet Li's underrated, man.
Jet Li is fantastic. Philip, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming over.
White.
Yeah, Jet Li. What's your favorite Jet Li flick, though? It's not one.
No. Are we talking
overall, Chinese or American?
Once Upon a Time in China.
Me too.
All of them.
Part 2 is my favorite.
All of them, and
the trilogy itself, and fantastic.
Yeah.
But for me, Part 2 is like the best.
But also, you got to put Ip Man in there as well.
Yeah,
like all the whole range of the Ip Man franchise is fantastic. Like I've seen them all in theaters, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen every single one in theaters. Yeah.
I have not.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Once Upon a Time in China is probably my favorite.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that as being like a fantastic.
Senior French, right? Roadhouse does have pretty good cornbread. Yeah. And he was like, all the cornbread I've had is bland and dry.
How about Bourbon Street?
No, fuck Bourbon Street. They're racist.
Really?
Yeah, I said that publicly.
Wow.
They're
why?
Racist as fuck.
Tell me why.
Fuck them. They had this huge Trump rally with a bunch of racist motherfuckers in there saying racist shit.
Said enough. Wait, did they just let someone book the space, or it was?
They are like the owner is an adamant Trump supporter. He is vocally adamant Trump supporter, and I was fucking disgusted with him because I've known him for years. I'm like, how the fuck do you support? Like, what? Really? Like, I'm okay with a Trump supporter, but his level of support and dismissal of all criticism of Trump, it infuriated me. You could be a Trump supporter, but if you
have to be open to discord.
If you defend his racism one little bit, you're a piece of shit to me.
I would agree. If you defend racism in general,
it's this, bro, man. Don't give me fuck them. They'll never get another penny of my money.
So Philip says if cornbread aficionados are here, I think I'm in the right place. Absolutely. So Go More Hike, Philip. Go More Hike has some very serious ideals about cornbread, including that it's the hallmark of a well-developed nation. So you definitely have to check it out. Chiang Mai, old city with the moat. There is no building over 5 stories. Government code. Our home is outside the city, but love that. So okay, so old city, the interior. That they call that the inner ring.
Yeah, where the gate is.
Yeah. So nothing over 5 stories. That's cool.
That's good. They got a Burger King down there though.
Did Thai have a problem with saying ours? When they're first learning English, yes. And also things that end like when Thais are first learning English, like you can tell someone who sort of intermediary level, they confuse plurals a lot because Thai I'm learning Thai language doesn't have plurals the same way that English does.
Also tenses.
Yeah.
Present, past.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. Yeah, the way they talk. But ours, I mean, like Jib sometimes will goof up with an R sound, but not as common, but yeah, like R, like I think one of the common jokes what Japanese people confuse are not confused, but because of the actually her teacher was Jib's Japanese teacher explained this to me, because of the way Japanese phonetics are. This is the reason that they have the R and L confusion, like they don't have that phonetic. And so he was explaining like when Japanese people first learn English, it's like the most challenging thing for them, and so their go-to sound is that R.
So like milk. After don't have L.
Milk.
Like they bring it.
Milk. Oh, it
Yeah.
changes. Oh.
Oh, Senior Frank says Ash Kickers is still open. No, they closed that location down.
closed it.
Yeah, maybe it's still open on like Food Panda or something.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They're close.
But I know that they couldn't hold on to that location. And yeah, I mean it was, to me, it was a dope building for a lot of reasons, but it was the worst location for a restaurant.
Yeah. It was never packed. That's why it was never full, never busy.
You're going to be that far from the BTS. You need to have more parking than 2 spots.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Oh, it was like a driveway. Their parking was like a driveway.
And you weren't allowed to park on the street there because there was a general who lived across the way. And also they couldn't have music or anything like that outside because of the general.
Yep.
I had a question. Are there any good Caribbean food restaurants or Caribbean food for that matter in Bangkok? So you'll know I've never had it because I forget the name, but it's on Food Panda. It's at W District. And
no, you talk about Jamaican Eats.
Yeah, Jamaican
trash.
Okay, because they said that they have vegan food, but
trash.
Then nothing's defined on their Food Panda menu. So I've always like
it's trash.
Okay,
owner's a good dude, but
so Caribbean
it's not
food.
Trash. Stop back, Eric. Let me put that back. Jamaican Eats started as a pop-up. You would see them at the markets all the time.
Okay.
The Western markets, like the Bangkok Farmers Market, they would be there. They were really good there. Yeah. But as soon as they got a standalone space at W District, because they had to pay rent, they lowered the quality and everything.
You got to make those margins.
Yeah, you got to make the margins work. That's why they're not open there. Yeah. They're done.
So what's the best Caribbean food in Bangkok, or is there?
I got to get back to that.
Okay.
Yeah, really, it's not a lot of places because the places here, when it comes to Caribbean food, it opens, closes, opens, closes, opens, closes.
It just doesn't
hold. Yeah, it doesn't hold. It doesn't hold well here.
I've had Caribbean food a few times and I really enjoyed it. So if there was something that was like good and consistent,
I'll definitely like Tori would know for sure.
Yeah, and I'll check it out with you. I'm sure Caribbean places have vegetarian or vegan.
Yeah,
food.
Of course, absolutely, a lot.
It's so consistent in their diet anyway. Yeah. So Border Stern and his staff antics. I found his rival Don Imus more interesting with the comedic stuff until Don Imus went all.
All racist.
I feel like
I didn't think he was racist.
I didn't think he was racist. I think it landed bad
in the wrong place. He said, "Yeah, I don't take Don Imus as a racist. I don't think what he said was necessarily racist. He just said it at a time where people were hypersensitive.
SJW was at its ramp
at the
up.
time. I was like, "Fuck, Don got hit at a roll."
When I saw it, I was like, I don't think that's racist in context of the whole episode in his comedy. Like I was never a huge Don fan, but like you can't not be if you're in broadcast, you can't not be a fan.
Way off in the corner.
Come back in. You're the one sliding. You're out there sliding over,
getting out.
So I never thought Don to be a racist, but again, I thought that was a funny joke. I laughed when he said it. And even when they played it on the news, they're like, outrage. You know how the American news is. We're outrageous news tonight about Don Imus. Yeah. And that's some nappy-headed hoes. That was hilarious.
That's funny.
And but
what was it? I think it was a track team?
Basketball. They're watching a women's basketball game. College basketball game.
Yeah, it was something, yeah.
And so
nappy-headed hoes. That's funny.
But yeah, it was I felt bad. And then he basically that ended his career.
Yeah. I mean, again, he shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, man, you can't say shit like that. But I was like, oh, that's funny.
Hike is dubious about the cornbread claims that Senior Frank's making. So you said you don't think there's any good.
Not really.
Oh, snap. Juan, really. We got another Clevelandite here. Juan Garcia is my boy from back in Cleveland.
Oh, that's what's up.
And he worked with Suburban Baird and I at Cox. And then he went on to work. I think Juan, correct me if I'm wrong, but he worked for the DA's office for a while, and that sort of launched his IT career. But he's a lifelong Clevelander. He lives right down the street from the Christmas Story house.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, Dope guy, man. Juan and I.
He's still in Cleveland?
Still in Cleveland.
Oh,
he's got a Twitch channel too. Juan, throw your Twitch in the chat. He streams on Twitch quite frequently. He's here. We're talking about tortillas. Cholos. Let's go.
Cholos. It's delicious, man.
Yeah, Juan's a great dude, man. We used to hang out a lot. Go more like people make it and sell it. I just haven't found any that was particularly great.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who just do. He's talking about cornbread or
cornbread
or something.
Yeah,
you get a lot of people like just. For example, I got a girl who does lasagnas for me.
Yeah,
and that's all she does it at home and sells it
nice
directly. But it's the same with Caribbean food and Filipino food. A lot of Filipino places do that too.
Really, they're just
they just make it at home and then just shoot it out. Yeah.
It's the way to do it, especially now. I mean,
yeah.
You know, with everything going on,
you don't need a storefront.
Also, Robin Zinger. Hey, Robin, how's it going? She says Cholos is the real deal for Mexican. Okay, I gotta go. And you sent me the thing. They've got a vegan taco.
Yeah, they do. They'll hook you up.
What is it? It wasn't jackfruit. What was it?
I think it's jackfruit.
Was it jackfruit? I love for a vegan meat substitute.
He's fantastic.
I'll eat jackfruit over Beyond Meat any day.
Radek and Eduardo, they're fantastic. They used to be with Gagan. That's where they came
really?
From. Yeah, they were sous chefs.
Hell of a background to be coming into the Mexican,
especially here.
They're not the ones.
Eduardo is Mexican.
Is Cholos the container one?
No, that's the Missing Borough.
Okay, I love that architect, the reuse architecture style. So Hike says he likes Luke Cage season 1, and never heard of Jadena. Yeah,
he's fantastic.
Yeah, Long Live the Chiefs, great song. And actually, his new music, he's taken a very different direction. I found it interesting, but and he's. Talk about an interesting guy, Stanford educated teacher, smart dude. Really smart, but like the ability to, and it comes across in his raps quite a bit, the level of insight that he has on ideas. But like when you hear him talk, quite interesting, like because he goes deep on things.
Yeah, very
not just surface level.
Yeah, he's a highly intelligent guy.
Yeah, but did you ever see his freestyle on Flex? He's going back like 4 years.
Maybe.
I think it was just post Long Live the Chief.
Yeah, maybe. Like Classic Man is when I discovered him.
Okay.
Classic.
That's when I first heard him as well. Classic.
Yeah, him and I love Janelle Monáe is one of my favorite artists. Yeah. And he's part of Under Wonderland, but my God, he's fantastic.
Everyone loves Badlands. Like
you cannot like martial arts and not like Badlands. It's impossible to not like the Badlands.
Oh, now he's saying, Mike, we're not friends anymore, man. You downgraded Paula to number 2. To throwing Bings up above Paula now? Is that what's going on?
I told you, I'm going to take all your friends one by one. I'm going to convert them away from fucking Paula.
Not going to happen, my friend. You got to bring me to Bings. I need to check it out with you.
You got to go.
All right. Well, we got to do it. We'll do Bings and we'll do a little pizza live stream and settle the debate.
I'm telling you, man, he's gonna bring. I'll message him. He'll definitely be down for that.
Hey, Hike, I was thinking Idea Team. Idea Squad's a good one too, though.
Idea Squad.
The Wire. So The Wire is a fantastic.
It's great.
Fantastic show. I mean, talk about. I would argue, storytelling wise, a lot of people hate on this, but I think it beats The Sopranos as far as storytelling and like that real life grittiness.
I think it's I don't. I'm on the fence about that.
Sopranos the first. It obviously was a game changer, no question about, and it's top 3 TV of all time. But I think The Wire took it to a different place.
I think The Wire. I think they're different. I think they're great in different ways.
They're different for sure, but I'm just straight storytelling for me. I found The Wire so much more relatable. Relatable is not the right word because obviously I don't relate to that world, but the complexity and the ability to relate to the characters came across much different.
I think so because it was such a diverse cast. Like it was and not only a diverse cast, but diverse sex. Like you had East Coast, East Side and West Side. You had the bosses and the street soldiers, but you also had the police. Yeah, and you understood where everybody was coming from. But in Sopranos, it was always Tony. Yeah, like Tony was the if you took anybody. The good thing about The Wire was as the show progressed, all the big names got pulled out. Yeah, everybody was gone eventually. Like you picked out, but the story kept moving forward. That was the difference with The Wire. I think The Sopranos was more linear. Yeah, significantly more linear. Yeah, and then The Wire was more episodic. You had more different stories in different places going on at the same time.
It still had that big overarching story. You could have never had The Wire without The Sopranos.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And same with you could never have Breaking Bad or Sons without The Sopranos pushing those
storytelling.
Limits. Yeah. It's crazy to look at what TV storytelling is today versus when we were kids.
Ooh, man, you remember having to wait a week for something?
Not just that, but like the simplicity of storytelling on TV when we were kids was crazy.
Message, compared to it felt like people weren't ready. Also, people weren't ready for that.
It was a big part of it. Also, like society not allowing that type of language, or like Sons of Anarchy was a cable, an FX show. The Shield was an FX show.
FX,
and like you could never show that on cable in the 90s. What was it? Tokens. I met him back in '95 and knew from minute one that I didn't like. Who did? I'm missing who you talking.
Think it sounds like Howard Stern.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. That's who we were talking about here. I ordered from Ash Kickers last week. Hard to get delivery brisket in this neighborhood, so you get what you get.
Yeah, makes sense.
That doesn't sound like a shining review, unfortunately. Colin, like I said, Colin's a good friend. I've known Colin since I met Colin through David. I met David on the set of Hard Target 2, and David has become like one of my best friends. And so I met Colin through him, and that's why like we're all kind of like a close knit group in that regard.
Yeah, like Colin, it's like it's one of those things. I feel like people just because somebody's a friend, you gotta like their shit. I'm like, nah, man. Like
I said, like I've never had the brisket because I don't eat.
You don't eat meat.
So and Jibs only ever had brisket from Ash Kicker, so her scope
palate
is
yeah.
And she definitely never had Texas brisket, which is a different thing from brisket in general, right? You have to kind of clarify Texas brisket.
Yeah,
and then all my Texan friends will tell me you have to say, Fort Worth brisket or Austin brisket,
or
Dallas
brisket. Definitely different.
Mike brings up a good point from the beginning of the episode too. You don't fail until you stop trying. That's absolutely when you give up, that's real failure. Like when you sit down and you're like, I'm done with whatever this is or whatever's next. It doesn't matter. I'm done. That's true failure.
I disagree. Disagree with that point because sometimes the only way forward is to stop that thing that you're trying to do. I think. Yeah, but I think
his point is like it's not if you learn and grow from your failure, it's not a true failure. Yeah. Right. It's when your failure beats you. Yeah. When failure wins, that's failure.
See, I think the context of the word failure is where I'm pushing back on here.
Okay.
Is that when you say you don't fail until you stop trying, it implies that, okay, I can't do this thing, so I'm stopping. Okay, now you fail. No, not necessarily. I think when you don't give 100% to something, that's even if you're doing it, when you don't give everything to that, that's when you're failing. I don't give a fuck what you're doing. If you're not doing it at 100%, then that's when you fail. Now, if you do something at 100% and then you realize this isn't my thing. For example, if I'm gonna go to the NBA. That's my goal, right? Yeah. And then someday I realize, I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to the fucking league, but I can do something. I can teach. I can do something else. I don't believe that that's failure because I stopped pursuing that goal. I think it's failure when I don't give 100%.
We would call it a pivot.
You pivot,
stop,
of course.
You pivoted.
Yes.
So okay.
That makes sense. Or I just walk away from it. I'm like, all right, this was that phase of my life, and I moved on to something else.
Yeah, and that's possible as well, but it didn't beat you. You're moving on.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about failure when you stop and you just give up on life. Like that's some people get like that. Failure beats them down to the point where
I can see that.
So Frank says he thinks they have dined at the new location. Then Robin says the guy at Asok Tortilla Quemada place said they moved to Paranakan Road near the New Londoner. Oh, that's far out.
That's
so that would have been Alex, I guess, over at Tortilla Quemada. So if they did move to a new location, I was unaware.
Yeah,
yeah.
Also wasn't looking for him.
Yeah, Rutgers Women's Hoops. That's who it is. Rutgers Women. I see Josh and Juan. They're all good. Yeah, Juan's good peeps. Yeah, Juan. I remember when Juan left to go, like when he left Cox and went to really start his IT career and was really able to like level up. I remember that was like really proud moment. Like knew that he was going for it. Oh, Hike going with the juvenile Cox jokes. I love them. As a former guy who worked for Cox and not paychecks. I appreciate it.
Cox are beautiful things.
2-day-old cornbread, love it. Oh my God, Joe's trying to start a fight now. I discovered the jackfruit tacos when I lived in.
Oh, it's a this.
Let's take that off her. Be yourself.
Yeah.
Is that someone's print, or did you just find that somewhere?
I found it on the fucking thing. Yeah.
I discovered jackfruit tacos when I lived in Bali. Vegan restaurants everywhere. Delicious. Really? A lot of vegan places in Bali? That makes sense, I guess. A lot of dreadlocked white people there as well.
God. I went off on this Cali chick in Bali.
Really?
Fucking disgusting.
For having
people.
dreadlocks?
No, man. Fuck. I think I might have told you the story before. So my ex was a Reiki instructor. Reiki and Ashtanga.
Okay.
Instructor.
So she believed in voodoo.
She believed in all that shit, right? And she was like, "Oh, why don't you come out?" So I was like, so I had a month, so I decided to go to Bali with her. She had a villa there. So we're in Bali, living that Bali life. I hate that shit, right? Yeah. It's the antithesis of Erick, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, all right, I'm with it. So one thing that I would never tolerate is locals being abused by foreigners.
Yeah.
I will never fucking tolerate it, right? I will get into a fist fight because like it's so disrespectful and abusive to me.
Yeah.
And it's even worse in Bali because Balinese people will not stand up for themselves against foreigners.
Really?
It's the most baffling thing. Indonesian people will, Balinese people no. They're just too nice.
Yeah.
There's some of the kindest people I've ever met in the world. And we're sitting at this vegan restaurant. Because she's vegan. My ex was vegan also. So we're sitting in this vegan restaurant, place that we go almost every day, right? It's our favorite place. And we're sitting there. And I don't know why I was already in a bad mood. I was already annoyed about something.
You were at a vegan restaurant, so I understand.
I'm like, fuck this place. Right? We're sitting
every time
there,
you've been to a vegan restaurant with me, that's sort of your attitude.
Get out of it. Fuck this place. So she goes, every day you would see these yoga. Everybody wore
a lot of yogis there, yeah.
Lululemon pants, and like they were clearly like this California dream shit, right? Yeah. So I'm sitting there, and the waitress, we know the people here. Yeah, I'd been there maybe 2.5 weeks, and we went there almost every day. So we knew the staff. They were fantastic. So I remember I'm sitting there, and she goes, it's like, is the dressing vegan? And
at the vegan restaurant?
At a vegan restaurant, right? And the waitress is like, I think so. And it wasn't that she didn't know. It was more of a, that's a dumbass question.
Yeah,
like,
but she's a good waitress, so she can't say that.
Yeah, she was like, I think so. She's like, well, why don't you know? And she's like, well, let me check for you. And she was like, well, you really should know that. It's your job to know that, right? And she goes away, and I'm like, why do you think the dressing? And it's just, I don't know why I butted in. I'm like,
went full Eric.
Why would you think the dressing isn't vegan at a vegan restaurant? You're here all the time because I've seen her before. Yeah. She's like, well, she should know if it's vegan. Like, you should know it's vegan.
That's
like,
true.
Why are you talking to people that way? Like, what are you talking about? I was like, yo, man, you know you're being disrespectful.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm not being disrespectful. She should know how to do her job. And that's when it just escalated. So, yo, you're ignorant. You're just ignorant. And you give us all a bad name.
I'll tell you, like, that's one thing I like about going into a vegan restaurant, like a place that's just straight vegan, is I know everything's vegan. I don't have to.
You don't have to ask these,
and I can order something out of my comfort zone because there's no worries.
It is a God. Now I'm pissed off, man. My guys, this is one of my biggest pet peeves. Is foreigners going to a place with this entitlement, this privilege, and they disrespect locals.
Yeah,
there are very few things that get under my skin more, and I honestly think more foreigners need to call each other out on this. And when you go through life where people don't check you, you become a privileged dickhead.
It is good to get checked, especially every now and then.
Oh man, that just pissed me off all over again. I could see this bitch's smug face, like stupid fucking Lululemon pants and her fucking crop top. What a bitch, man. And she was from Cali, if I recall. She was from Cali.
She's a Cali chick.
Fuck her. Sorry, guys.
Robin says the vegan tacos at Cholo are mushroom. Oh, nice. Former Goggin chef. Robin,
it's Radak and Eduardo.
I gotta check that out, Robin, because I saw the tortilla when Eric. That's the place. They also made that cheese, the keto burrito.
Yeah, the keto burrito.
Which, I mean, obviously not something that fits my diet. But when I looked at it, I was like, oh, damn, that does look
it was good.
Like, you can't argue. Something looks good, it looks good. But the tortillas were like this perfect cross section between crispy and pliable and had body to them.
It's made out of cheese.
No, but I mean the regular tortilla.
Oh, the regular tortilla is solid.
But yeah, the keto burrito is one that's brilliant, and two, I mean, just like even if you're not keto, it's going to be delicious because it's cheese and meat.
It's cheese, meat, and more cheese.
Yeah. Now I'm going to check out. I love mushrooms as well. I'm going to try that out. The Idea team in the house. Awesome hike. Thank you, sir. Steve, Wire was so well written. David Simon, the writer and creator, goes off AF on Trump supporters who dare to address him on Twitter.
I bet.
It's good. He should. He absolutely should. The Idea team. Yeah.
Ideal team.
Ideal team. Oh, okay. Dorman, are you still there? Looking for Dorman. Dorman's watching some sports. Customer LFC Liverpool hoodie I had made. Oh, maybe he was talking to him on the Liverpool. So I don't know if Token, I don't know if you saw Chris's video where he tours the studio. I've got Liverpool shoes, special edition Liverpool Nanyang's. When Liverpool,
are you a Liverpool fan?
I'm not, but I'm a Nanyang fan. So that when they release a limited edition, I buy it.
Right.
So Liverpool, so it's a red shoe with gold rivets. And they even did a custom red sole for it.
Have you been to a football match before?
No, not a Premier League
proper one.
I've been to a U.S. Revolution and New England Revolution. They play in Gillette Stadium, and which is still stupid expensive.
I went to a Columbus Crew.
So I never get to go to a Columbus one. One of my friends wanted to take me one time when I lived in Cleveland.
You gotta go, bro.
And it was just like it was a weekend. I had something else and I couldn't do it. But he was a big soccer guy.
Premier League, man, you gotta go, man. Premier League is
off the chain. You ever been to one of the Thai football league games?
Yes. Yeah, years ago.
One of my buddies keeps telling me I have to go to the Klong Toy Stadium.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. It's beautiful, man.
Is it?
It's really nice.
He said like he's like people like go crazy. It's like it's not what you would expect.
Man. You got to go to Buriram.
Yeah, everyone. That's the team, right? Because the guy who owns that team is like super posh.
Yeah. I mean, they're like the Thai team.
Yeah, there's a Thai guy who owns the Premier League team, right?
Yeah, they own. They were the premier. They were the champions a few years ago.
Because I remember when
Leicester something.
When nine passed. That team actually had a moment of silence and played the King's Anthem.
It was the owner of King Power that died in a helicopter crash. Yeah. I think he was the one who owned the team. I want to say it's Leicester.
Him and his mistress died in the chopper crash. I'm not supposed to say that.
I'm not saying nothing. I don't know. I just know
I can hear Jib pounding something over there.
I just know he passed away. That's all I know.
With a hot chick in the helicopter.
I just know he passed away, man.
Fact of Life and Different Strokes were gritty and well written. It takes on life here in the 80s. Hard hitting pathos. People like to forget their
Different
history.
Strokes was the first time I learned about pedophiles.
Yeah.
There was an episode with I believe it might have been Todd Bridges. Well, Todd Bridges on the show, but it was an episode with a kid and a guy. Some guy kind of looks like you. No offense. Was like come over and like touched him and shit. And then my mom told me about pedophiles.
Damn.
I had to be maybe 4 or 5.
I grew up in a Catholic family, so
actually that's gonna bother me, man. There's a pedophile. Different Strokes.
Oh, Mike is saying he gets what I'm saying, but he says until you give up on the endeavor. I used to like the days when you could start drinking at the Dubliner and then stumble across the street and finish at the Londoner.
That's exactly what it was.
Okay. Oh yeah. You know, aerially enough, he does kind of look like me.
Mr. Horton. yeah. Mr. Horton, the bicycle man.
Was he the inspiration for the popsicle guy in The Simpsons?
Ooh, maybe. Ugh.
A little bit different looking.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was what year? It was 83.
Drink it. So when Londoner moved, my buddy Ian had left Clubhouse and went to manage the new Londoner for a little while. It was a nice spot, but it was just in the middle of nowhere. The new Londoner.
That's a problem out here.
Yeah. Like if you have to take a taxi from a BTS station, it's a no-go. Saying, I think you missed a very special episode of those shows. I haven't walked into a bike store since I learned about how owners in those places.
Oh, yeah. So insane, Frank. Yep. That's the episode. The bicycle man. That's exactly what it was.
I remember was Robinson. I remember now said they took over old Papa's Burgers location there.
There you
So
go.
that's where Papa's Burgers was. Yeah, Old Londoner was classic.
Mhm.
Is it a 7-Eleven now? The Old Londoner?
Probably.
Wow. Yeah, everything becomes 7-Eleven eventually.
7-Eleven, man. They're
So
beasts.
within a 5-minute walk of my place, I was talking to Frank about this yesterday because I'm like, oh, I got to go to 7-Eleven. He's like, yeah, you're going to walk up to the main Sukhumvit or because you'll probably pass 20 of them. But there's actually 2 really big ones near here.
Family Mart.
And now they built like a new one.
Yeah, the 7-Elevens are like mini grocery stores over
Yeah.
there. On like in the ones deep in the soils
Yeah.
tend to be closer to like little mini grocery stores for the neighborhood.
So the one that I stopped at with Chris is right down near the Watt where we got the Leos, and that's the one where the door only comes up to like my neck. I have to like tuck to get it because it's one of the ones where they built the road up.
Ah, yeah.
And so
Yeah.
you step down,
Step
into
down
it.
and step in. Yeah.
And so that one, but that's like a little tiny
I
one.
love living here so much.
That's like
man.
a Sukhumvit one, right? Like a little like one that you see every 5 feet.
Yeah, I fucking love living here.
The
man.
one up, like, so rated, you turn right out of 21. There'll be a Tesco, a mini Tesco. Oh, sorry, a little C, mini 7-Eleven and mini Tesco all next to each other. And then there's a lady who sells fresh vegetables outside of the little C 7-Eleven. And so you can get like all your fresh. That's where I get my vegetables from every day. Is from her. Like spend 80 baht to get vegetables.
You got some good stuff over here, man.
And like again, like I don't miss living in Ostok because like it's different. Don't get me wrong. And I was talking to Chris about this on the video he did, where I know a lot of you guys came over from, but. And I'm writing a script on a video now, kind of like getting my thoughts together. But a lot of people, you hear this a lot as well, because we've both been here a while. People who don't live in Bangkok and talk about, oh, they live in the real Thailand, right? And it's like you can't. No one says they live in the real America, right? And no one says they live in like the real England or the real Germany. Right, but you hear that here, like, oh, I live in the real Thailand because you live up in Isan or you live up north or down south. And the idea that Bangkok life, Sukhumvit life, isn't the real Bangkok.
It's stupid, man.
It's stupid.
It's elitist bullshit, man. Whenever I hear somebody say some shit like that, I'm like, oh, you just want to be better. Like you want to present like you're more authentic than somebody else. Yeah. I'm like, Bangkok is fucking Thailand, man. It's just an aspect of Thailand. It's
exactly. Again, there are a lot of Thais who live that same Sukhumvit life or live that same grind that foreigners live in Sukhumvit, in Bangkok. And
Sukhumvit is mainly Thai.
Yeah. And again, I know. Anyway, I'm working my thoughts out on the piece, how to word it, but I'll be doing a video on it soon. That the idea that one is real and one is not is stupid. Is wild.
It's stupid. It's
like you said it best. It's elitist bullshit. It is incredibly ridiculous.
It's no argument. It's just it's not even an argument to say.
It's different.
It's different, but it's different as it's part of the same range. It's like to say New York is the real America. Yeah. Like, well, if you take New York, let's just go with cities. If you take New York, you take Dallas, Texas, and Los Angeles, they are 3 vastly different cities.
Exactly,
and they're all still very American.
And so on the chat right now, we've got Joe who lives in Florida, Steve who lives in California, Hike who lives in Alabama. They all live in the real America.
Yeah.
And it's incredibly different in each one of those 3.
One thing that I would say, and you guys are going to start seeing this content come out, well, today, it's that a lot of the YouTubers and vloggers here, and Chris included, they present their perspective on what it's like to live here. For me, there's nobody creating content for me in my generation. Like there's no, late 20s, early 30s, people of color who are vlogging about being middle class here in Thailand. There's none of us. Everybody's retired, white, usually male, got a girlfriend or a wife. There's nobody like me. My experience is an authentic experience as well. Right. So whenever I present something, I live in Sukhumvit, because I feel comfortable here. Like there's the Roman cook. Gary is a great friend of mine. By the way, the Roman cook is one of the best food vloggers in this city that nobody knows about, right?
I don't know.
Everybody looks at Mark Wayne's. The Roman cook is significantly better. Right, I love Mark. Also.
Mark wasn't making Thai content until COVID hit, right? I mean, he was.
Yeah, he's really. Yeah, well, he was everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
He's one of the biggest in the world.
The last video I saw from him pre-COVID was Jordan, which was amazing.
Yeah, the last one I saw was I think it was in Nairobi or something like that. Like,
he's doing some wild stuff.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
He's built.
He's an empire.
Yeah.
The guy's an empire.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like Thai stuff, it's the Roman cook, right? Because his perspective is from a ground level perspective, a very real, gritty, everyday.
Nice.
And all this is to segue back to there's so many different ways to live here.
Yeah.
And the presentation of one way of life is what's wrong with Thai YouTube, Thai foreigner YouTube, is because the vast majority are presenting one thing. Like, hey, if you don't live in rural Isan, you're not living really in Thailand.
Yeah.
Hey, shut the fuck up, Grandpa. Like everybody doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I love Isan. I adore Isan. But everything that I want, everything that I enjoy is here in Bangkok.
And I think we both right now, I'm trying, what's the AQI at the moment? Yeah, it's 80. Well, this might be, it hasn't updated maybe. Oh, 85.
Oh, we are.
And then in here, because I got the 2 purifiers going, it's probably like 30. But right now is like the toughest time of year to be a Bangkokian because of the air quality. And but I'll take this over living in Isan any day. In Isan, like I've been to Isan a bit. It is beautiful in parts.
It's pretty.
It's also very dusty.
And it's boring.
Ubon Ratchathani. I was staying in the tallest building last time I was in Ubon Ratchathani in the middle of the city. I think it's like, it's not super high.
It reminds me of Cambodia, man.
A little bit.
I love
the fact that I walked out of my hotel was attached to the mall. They have like a central in Ubon. I walked out of the mall and of the Starbucks, and there was 2 cows in the road.
Yeah.
And I was like, definitely not in Bangkok anymore.
I love it.
But then again, like the dude behind me has like 30 chickens. So
yeah,
you know, and I live in like, so someone said to me the other day, like, oh, you live in the suburbs. Like, no, I don't. No. I live in Bangkok.
The reason I brought up the Roman cook earlier. Yeah. He posted, he says, old Bangkok or new Bangkok, which is Sukhumvit.
Yeah.
And I said, live in new Bangkok, but explore in old Bangkok. Yeah. Like I enjoy if I'm going out for a drink, if somebody comes to town and says, Eric, where should I go out to drink? I'm going to take them to Old Bangkok to go drink. I'm going to take them down to the river and we're going to go down there. And that's where we're going to have drinks. That's where we're going to react and see.
Yeah.
Right. We're going to go to Chinatown and walk around and just explore. That's to me the most enjoyable experience for somebody like me.
Yeah.
However, if somebody asks me where should they stay, Sukhumvit. Every single time. I'm going to tell them between Ekamai and Siam. Get a hotel within that range.
That's a good range.
Or even if somebody's like, where should I live? Between Ekamai and Ekamai and Siam. Like get a condo somewhere in there and likely more so a little far Punawati if you learn Thai or whatever. But I mean, this idea that there's a real Thailand,
or a real Bangkok,
it's crazy.
It's like to me, Ceylon might as well be the other side of the world, right? But like I love going over there.
Yeah.
But again, it might as well be America, like a 20-hour flight.
Good stuff over in Ceylon, man.
It's really good. It's wild. I used to have an office over there, and I was blown away every day. Like
I love Ceylon,
all this different stuff. Olber says, I love that about being checked. The foolish things I've done in my life are because I wasn't checked.
No, that's every bro. I'm telling you, it's I'm 37 now, so a lot of you guys might be older than me. But like yesterday, I talked to the young brother who was like just turned 26, and I'm like, one of the biggest issues right now, the reason you see so many people walking around with privilege is that you don't have OGs like my age who are checking these motherfuckers. Man. Like nobody will stop you upside the head, be like, yo, man, you out of pocket. Like you can tell, and not to bring it up politically, you can tell Donald Trump has never been checked in his life. He's never had somebody who'll punch him in his fucking face and be like, yo, don't talk to my sister that way.
Well, you can definitely tell that he's getting checked politically, especially now that he's laying duck.
Oh yeah.
But the Joint Chief checked him a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
I think that's dumb.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can see he gets quiet when he gets checked.
Yeah.
Like he was like, yo, man, there's levels to this.
Bitches up quick.
Yo, there's levels to this player.
So talking about brisket real quick, Senior Frank brings up a very good point. Bangkok is not Austin.
No, Frank, kiss my ass, Frank. Here's what. if you're going to present something as authentic, whatever, right? Yeah. It needs to, at the very minimum, be on the same level. It should be gas station level.
Well, that's what he's saying here. He's like in Texas, people drive hours, wait in line for 6 hours to gas station restaurants. Feel lucky to have options.
I agree with it, man. Frank, no. I just maybe barbecue is my tipping point.
No, I think he's agreeing with you. I think he's saying like in Texas it's off the chain, and here like ash kickers might be as good as you get.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's what he's saying.
Okay, I thought he was telling me to give him a pass.
No, he's saying Bangkok.
Okay.
This is like I feel lucky to have options that he's at least got.
And they say exist.
Yeah,
it's not a great option. It's like Dollar.
He's talking about 7-Elevens, I think. Yeah. Where Suburban Beard makes content where he just goes and does penny shopping, and like shops for
like flipping.
No, he flipped. Well, he used to do more content about flipping stuff, but now he just does the deals to show people the deals.
Or I mean, so he fucks with Ross. I love.
So
Ross.
He's out in Cleveland. He does Dollar General, but now he's also like he's finding crazy deals at Lowe's the other day.
Yeah, Lowe's is really good. I thought Burlington Coat Factory is really good.
Remember Big Lots?
Of course, of course. I grew up in Big Lots.
So we had Ocean State Job Lot where I grew up. I was like, Big Lots is like a whole other game.
I love Big Lots, man.
He's now Hike's all on the Suburban Beard tip now, so it's like easy access to Dollar General stores a sign of a well-developed nation,
or one in severe decline.
So
a coin flip.
It could go either way. Thai football games are fun. Port FC, more central and rowdy crowd, or at Impact Mung. I don't go to Impact.
Yeah, I've been to Impact. It's far.
Yeah,
Impact's like, after game of your pack.
This is Impact is not Bangkok.
No,
you have big like I don't understand why Bitech isn't more popular because it's big and it's right on the BTS.
I think Impact because they have that deal with Siam.
Yeah.
That's why all the big concerts are out there.
Yeah.
Like so that's where I saw everybody. Carlos Santana, Katy Perry, Bruno, everybody was out there. That Carlos Santana concert was fantastic.
Stucks as I heard someone say Oklahoma was the real America.
Hey man, I like Oklahoma. I fucked with Oklahoma.
Senior Frank, Thailand is different for everyone. If you're rich, poor, local, foreign, young, older, any other thing, you will likely have wild. Yeah, it's very true.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep. So it's funny because there are, even among expats, there are like working poor expats.
Yeah.
Like guys who are scraping by.
Yeah.
Teachers, the one salary you can pay below expat minimum salaries. Yeah. It's the one job you can.
I always say that. The thing about, there aren't a lot of broke expats here. Like if you're an expat, you're middle class Thai.
Yeah, for the most part, even a broke expat is middle
even a broke expat is middle class Thai.
The teaching thing is so weird because if you're not a real teacher, you come here to teach, you're gonna make 20,000 baht a month, and you're gonna be struggling.
Yep.
Where a professional teacher, some of these guys are making 6-figure salaries and working at like high-end private schools where they have good students, but again, they're being paid that much because they are amazing teachers.
I've had
the professional educators.
Two of my exes were white girls, and both of them make 6 figures.
Yeah,
teaching at international schools. One's in Tonglo.
Patungtani, right?
No. The one is at Howrah.
Okay.
And the other one is at the one by Samiteb by the hospital. Is that Patungtani? I can't remember the name of it. It's Wood.
I think you were going out to Patungtani at one point, like the chick who lived on campus.
No, that was Hero.
Oh, okay.
That was Hero. That was as far as fuck. Yeah, that was Hero.
But like the thing is, like, I appreciate that model because good teachers should get paid that.
Yeah. And they have degrees, like master's degrees in education and shit.
Yeah,
they're fantastic.
And if you're a really good, if you're a phenomenal teacher, this is
we've been on for 2:15. Man, this is fun.
You should be getting paid what you're worth, in my opinion. And the fact that these international schools are willing to pay people that is phenomenal because they're paying teachers what they're worth.
Yeah,
and that shows what like that private education, international education. Economy can do.
And it gives teachers in the States an option.
Yeah,
to get the fuck out of that terrible system.
If you're a good teacher.
If you're a good teacher.
If you're not, stay in America. I struggle with this. I appreciate the hell out of what teachers do as an educator myself, not a professional teacher, but I can appreciate. I have a bit of a window, as you do, into what that world is like. The workload that they face is really difficult. At one point, I talked to you about this a few years ago. I was strongly considering going back to America and becoming a teacher, and sort of like that being my retirement.
Is that still in your head?
No,
I remember you talking about that.
No,
before.
no.
I was like, you're fucking crazy. I remember I told you, you're crazy.
Yeah,
bro, but all right.
And so like Jib and I had this conversation, and as a former engineer and entrepreneur, like I thought that there was a big way for me to add value into an education system. And I was looking at, and Jib checked me on this real quick. I had suggested that we move to Wyoming.
Yeah, I remember.
And and Jib's like,
what
the fuck?
In the middle of nowhere. I remember talking to her about this. What the fuck are you doing in Wyoming?
It was like Wyoming and Montana.
It's gonna be you and Kanye.
Yeah, right? It might have been Montana. It was like not far from Canada.
Actually, this wasn't that long ago.
No,
this wasn't even long.
It was a couple of years ago.
No, this was last year.
It was before 2020.
Bro, check. I remember I think we talked on stream about it.
No, I don't think we talked on stream.
Not on stream, on video. I think we talked on video about it. I was like, what the fuck are you gonna do in Wyoming?
So I ended up talking to a couple of school administrators,
maybe 2019,
and school teachers. So I looked at Texas, and I think eventually we kind of settled on like Texas would be the spot. And there was a couple programs that, and I looked at Kansas because where I did my undergrad at Fort Hays had a re-careering or retooling track for educators, and when they looked at my education, they were like, "Oh yeah, no problem." Like,
got you.
Yeah, and I sent them my resume and my transcripts, and they're like, "Yeah, no problem. You get a job real quick."
I think you're covered.
Yeah, and so when I was eventually Texas would have been the spot.
Texas is fantastic still, man.
Yeah, no. And
if I had to go back to the States, I'd go back to Texas. That's the only place.
That's what we had kind of decided. Like when we looked at everything, and Jim was like, "I'm not doing minus 40-degree winters."
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I was like, I
was like, oh, we could buy like 100 acres. We could build like. Yeah. She's like, no.
Yeah, her clothes would weigh more than she does.
Yeah, and so I looked at it, but then I talked to a couple of administrators. I emailed people, talked to a few administrators from the U.S., talked to some teachers, and the picture they drew for me was not concurrent with what I had in my head. And they're like, look, we appreciate it, and like we would love to have someone with your experience, but the problem is, like they all said, it would be hard to imagine you being a teacher for more than a few years and not being disenfranchised.
Right.
Because it's a career where you're constantly shit on, and you have no power to change the things that are frustrating and infuriating as a teacher. And if you become an administrator, it's not any better, and you're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah.
And so
you're getting it from both sides at that point.
Yeah. And I was like, it really made me struggle. And then I was like, well, it's not something that it's not a fit. And then, it just didn't work. And I was like, all right. And the design studio really started to take off. And I was like, and Jib, I think Jib was entertaining me with the idea of moving back to America, but she never really. Actually, Jib, come here and talk about the America thing, because I think Jib was never really.
How Jib in a hoodie? What is
a hoodie and yeah? She's sitting right under the AC. Oh, babe, come show your embroidery too. Can you hold? Is it magnetized? Can you hold it up, or will everything fall? So, Jib's working on some embroidery projects right now. But so when we were talking about, I like this one with the colors. But when we were talking about like the America thing, how into the idea of moving to America were you, and how much of that was just sort of placating me as Jib moves the light completely away from us? So come over here, and like, how much of it was you just kind of like letting me work through my process, and how much? Oh, go ahead, bro. And how much of it was you just like, no, never gonna happen?
I think it's just difficult for me to get like a visa and work permit there.
Oh, Eric, the first cabinet on the bottom is the cups. So,
and like, I don't know, like, to move there, will I be able to work, or how can I live there? Like, it's, I think if you live like not a big city, which is different from Bangkok style, I don't know how to live there.
Yeah, it's, again, but like when we were having the conversation, remember when I think it was Montana or Wyoming we were talking about, and you
show like a photo of the place, like big land.
Like one of the school districts we were looking at, the town had one road.
Yeah. I don't know, like maybe I can survive. I don't know.
Yeah, go right ahead, brother. Oh, so Joe wants to know if you're taking Mike clubbing.
Oh
Yeah. He says, oh, absolutely. Definitely going to do that. Yeah. Yeah, Mike was saying to me when we were doing the show last Wednesday, he was saying that, and I didn't know this, but you told him that in Thai clubs, they don't dance. They just hang around and talk.
It's a bar culture.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a dance culture.
Eric can have grilled banana without.
Oh, yeah, there's grilled bananas. So, yeah, and who was it was saying that he lives up in his wife's from up north. He lives in Chiang Mai, which Chiang Mai is a great city, except for when they're burning the city down every year.
Oh yeah, it's like just burning.
Yeah, apparently they start earlier and earlier every year right now. It's getting wild. My buddy just bought a house out there, a huge house, dude, huge, bigger than this, next to a rice field, less than 4 million baht. Like 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom. And I told Jib, and Jib's like, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's not far from the city, but it's still not in the city. Patty Vlog says he loves living on the beach in Naklua. Because it's quiet and not hot, but I've never called the real Thailand. Maybe the real Naklua. You know, I agree. Like I live in the real Bangjak. It's a neighborhood of Bangkok. Like
so it's let's say every place different lifestyle.
My neighborhood, Eric literally lives one stop away from me. Like we live 2-3 kilometers apart, Eric. And my life and Eric's life, just in our neighborhoods, is completely different. And they're both real. They're both the real Thailand. They're both I live in the real Bangjak, and he lives in the real Annut.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Eric says that the Ross 49, not Eric, Josh says the Ross 49-cent clearance is going on right now. Yeah.
You get everything at Ross, like kitchen appliances to clothes. That's amazing.
Oh, Mike, thank you so much, man. He says he's lived in Bangkok 95 to 97. Love your YouTube's grown so much. Yeah, Bangkok's phenomenal, man. I mean, I can only imagine in the 70s what it was like.
Yeah, I was at
that's before I was born.
Yeah, really? I thought you were born. No, I always. You see her trying to get that bulldog choke on me?
No, it's not a show.
She's trying to go with that schoolyard choke.
Hey, did she know that you trained her?
Yeah, she trained with Bev. She did the whole Gracie pink belt. She's getting close.
Tuck the chin.
He has no chin. He has no neck.
I haven't.
Beard and then chin.
I have not been legit choked out in like 10 years.
Really?
I can. I have. I can pretty much.
You see?
Yeah, it's.
You have to have long arm to like go around his neck. I've been caught in other submissions. Don't get me wrong, but a choke. It's been like 10 years since I've been tapped by a choke.
We should go roll. I'm gonna tell the guy he hasn't been choked out in 10 years.
It's
like,
tough.
Oh, really?
You roll with do you go to okay. That's right. You switched over to there, right? How you like it?
Fantastic.
Is it?
Yeah. Then that's where DJ. DJ is affiliated with them.
Really?
Yeah. He's at Fairtex, but
yeah. Nice.
He is a beast,
man. Yeah.
He's like he's a muscle.
Yeah.
He's a muscle. Like he's man and muscle.
Yeah.
Like he's great.
Come back over here, get on mic so we're not having conversations. Bring your water if you want. So see, right. Normally I get back to the States twice a year, but 2020 was an exception. I would do unseemly things for some Rudy's brisket and sausage at the moment. So I haven't been back since 2016.
Rudy's is
last time I went back was to work with Adobe, and then I haven't been back since because this is the thing. It's a 20-hour flight, 20 hours of travel, right? For me to go back to the States. Yeah. You got a belt, Eric?
Oh, she's so strong.
Yeah. Those little arms, they get right into the.
That's right there.
Yeah.
She got me.
You got a belt?
Blue
belt, nice.
Yeah,
oh, you higher belt than me.
It don't matter. Belts hold your shit up. That's all it does. Well, I've been tapped by white belts and Black belts all the same.
I've been rolling 20 years, no belt.
Fucking belt,
No,
man.
no belt can go around him.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta do tie two together. Wrap it up.
Actually, when I first I started rolling with Adam, and he was like, "Oh, what's your belt?" I was like, "I don't have one." He's like, well, you're not a white belt. I'm like, there's no problem wearing a white belt.
Yeah,
comes with the uniform.
Yeah, give it
fine.
All right, it's cool.
He's like, yeah, but
but you know what?
He's like, don't tell people that you're a white belt. Make sure you tell them you've been training 20 years.
Yeah, it's been that's what a big problem was for me when I trained at different schools around the world. It's because I'm not in anybody's system. I was a blue belt under Gracie Bada, but a lot of places that's a purple belt.
Yeah,
and like with just the experience. But in some places it's a low blue level.
Yeah,
like depends on who you're rolling with.
Yeah,
but
level makes a big difference.
Oh, it's hard. It's hard to be like, oh, what belt are you? I'm like, look, man, I'm just rolling. Man. I just roll.
I'd rather just throw the white belt on.
I was like, bro, I'm not new.
And I told Adam, I was like, yeah, I'm not interested in having like belt at all. Like
I don't care.
It doesn't at this point. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, man, I'm not.
Like I've rolled with like world champion black belts, done well. When I did judo, my training partners were Olympians. So
I have a belief if a high level fighter is the only person that's gonna get me.
Very, very likely.
That's it. Like you have to be somebody who's trained for years.
You roll gi or no gi? Both. Mostly.
Both.
I
prefer no gi.
Yeah, I prefer no gi too.
It's more like a fight. I prefer no gi.
So Stock says I might be moving to Montana soon just to raise me up a crop of dental floss raisin. It up, waxing it down in the little way. What?
Why does that sound so familiar to me?
And then he's with the music thing, so it's obviously some reference. Uber says, I'm so sorry I can't watch all of this. I've been up now for over 24 hours. Love this video. Thank you. Hey, it's all right, man. We'll be back. I'm trying to put one together for Wednesday night with one of my buddies. Try to work out those details. I didn't even
realize how long we've been on for 2.5 hours. It feels like 10 minutes.
It does. It's always like this when we hang out.
Go by, man.
Not 98.7%. Not too. Oh, we're getting close to the end of the comments too.
Look at us.
So Token says they dance at Thai clubs. They just dance around their table. Yeah. There's no dance floor. Like, so is it loud like at Western clubs?
Yes. Yeah.
So how do you talk then? Like, because in the West,
it's really loud. Like some places are unbearably loud.
As someone who's like half deaf myself,
it's terrible.
Yeah. So Josh says, how many more hours do you need to be monetized? It's no fun not sending super chats. Hey, you can go to buymeacoffee.com down in the crawler.
How are you not monetized?
So I never monetized before, and then when they made the switch, I never bothered. Right. And then I didn't do the channel for 2 years, and so my hours dropped because they need to be consecutive in a 365-day period. I'm about just under halfway there, Josh.
What is it? Like what
4,000 hours?
Oh shit.
Yeah. Wow. So it's 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours. So I'll get there this year.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Appreciate it, Josh. But yeah, if you guys are interested in supporting the channel, buymeacoffee.com will take you to my Buy Me a Coffee page, and you can support the channel that way and appreciate it. Suburban Beard, I feel like growing a beard now. You should grow a beard, Hike. Why don't you have a beard? Especially it's wintertime. I saw some old photos of you with a beard.
I look fucking stupid.
So you look, so you don't look great when it's long, but when it's shorter, it looks good.
I tried to grow a beard. It looks like
here, right?
Yeah, it's here.
Know what that is it actually, that spot, if you've never grown it before, that will actually grow in slower.
Yeah, no, it's my beard and my sideburns don't connect. So it's like a gap here.
It looks like you got hair all the way through.
It's like, no, these don't connect.
Oh.
It doesn't connect. No.
So when you had it short, though, it looked good.
Yeah, it's like right here. It doesn't look bad. It just looks stupid.
Here?
Yeah, it's like right here. It doesn't connect. It like goes down. Yeah.
Okay.
I was like,
it will come to here and then.
No, it won't even go there. It doesn't go here. Like there's nothing
so
there.
You got like a little what do they call it? An atoll there?
Yeah, it's like a check. It goes down.
Like I used to have a little peninsula of hair now. Now it's just like all global warming. Yeah, so I don't like
shaved ball.
Yeah, no, I don't like to because when it grows in on the sides, it's like super thick and prickly.
Okay.
So I've been using the clippers like once a week and just taking it down to like a 0, and that's a lot more comfortable for me. But Yeah, really? I trim my eyebrow. Sometimes I don't, because I don't have my glasses on when I cut my hair, and so I'll look at the thing and I can't really tell the guard. I'm like, is that a 2 or a 3? And I have to take it. Once you do the first one, you're kind of committed to the second one.
All right, they got to come back together. I don't think I've ever. I've had them.
Because if I don't, I get crazy old man eyebrows.
Like, eyebrow.
I get like a couple gray hairs sticking out in the eyebrows, so I just trim them down. But yeah, with the bald head, like I don't mind being bald at all. But I was joking with Jim, it'd be a hilarious video that if I grew my hair out like kind of long, and then I went to the barber and got like one of those undercut haircuts that like young kids get, how funny would that be?
Oh, bro, you should do it.
Like just like get like
so many ideas for videos, man. We should just do this shit.
That would be and then dress like super skinny jeans, tight shirt, like a 20-year-old.
No, you should get skinny shorts and then wear some high socks.
Super Euro.
Ooh,
yeah.
Well, he can make them. He's got a table. Yeah. He can make them.
I need that stretch denim.
Skinny shorts. Oh,
so Suburban Beard's right though, Hike. It's time to grow that beard. Don't be dubious of the beard. Do not be dubious of your own beard, Hike. You need to grow it. A man should have a beard at least at some point.
Yeah.
If not all the time. No. Frank Zappa. That's the reference with the Montana thing.
Not a connoisseur of the Zap.
Nomad, do you know where I can get some good gas station D pills? I'm asking for
of course.
Your friend named John?
Yeah, I know. No, I know a place. Go to Nana Plaza. There's a McDonald's.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
You walk maybe 5 seconds, and there's a pharmacy right there on the left side.
That's the guy who sells all the steroids,
they sell
too.
Everything.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck.
They got the bodybuilder posters up inside that one?
No, not there.
That's not that one.
I mean, they do sell steroids and stuff, but
no. What's the pharmacy that has the bodybuilder posters? That's in Nana too.
That's in Nana. That's Erick Street.
Yeah.
If you go across, if you're leaving Nana Plaza, like go to Sukhumvit, you cross the street from Sukhumvit, and you go down one of the side alleys where they're selling kebabs.
Yeah.
Pretty much every pharmacy over there is a bodybuilder pharmacy.
Yeah. But if you want the D pills, basically just walk down Sukhumvit between Asok and Nana.
I wouldn't touch that shit though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch that.
I wouldn't either, but you see people, they sell it for,
like
they're not, they don't have it on the cart because no one buys it.
People buy it like crazy. The gel, the Camagra gels.
You know, between like 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., they're out of stock.
Not even that.
Every day.
Not even that.
Yeah, they're not set up because no one's buying it. Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Vlog. What is his vlog? Is Pattaya Vlog one of those creepers who just puts camera in people's faces?
I don't think so. No, he said because his wife is the star of his videos.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he said that's not his type of thing.
Yeah. I think that's the creepiest shit, man. Like like those guys in Pattaya who they do the vlog, right? And it's one thing if you're sitting there with a beer, you got your camera set up, and people are just walking past. Yeah. That's one thing, right?
Yeah.
But when you zoom in on people having conversations, that's some piece of shit.
You know the meme of the guy at the ATM with the two girls?
Yeah. That's funny.
That's hilarious.
Because you can't see the guy's face.
No,
right?
but you know his friends recognize him.
Bro, we know.
You got to feel bad.
And I get frustrated. I get frustrated when I see those because for me, man, like, and I'm a travel photographer. That's what I do. When I see somebody in a vulnerable or embarrassing position, I won't take the shot.
Yeah.
Right. But in Pattaya, like these guys feel like just okay. Well, he's out in public, so he should be able to do it. It's one thing when you just have them in the background or they're around, like, oh, look at this guy.
Yeah.
But you zoom in on his face and you can figure out what he's saying.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, man, like don't do that to people, man.
Token, real quick, man, you need some beard oil. If you want to grow a beard and get rid of that itchiness. Beard oil and beard balm. It solves the itchiness issue. So real quick, because you're photographer, if you guys go to Eric's Instagram, I was trying to find a good photo of Erick for the thumbnail. And I went to his Instagram, like he doesn't have any photos of himself on his Instagram. I had to go to Facebook. Yeah. But yeah, his Instagram is his travel photography. Now I do street photography sometimes, and a lot of people debate what I think is should be a non-issue, because to me it's very clear cut. And I see this in some of the photo groups I'm in, street photography groups. People will post photos of homeless people, and they're like, oh, well, they're out in public. But I think when I think about it, to me, it's homeless people don't have a home, right? They don't have a place. So there's no distinction between public and private for them.
Yep.
So I feel like it's a bit unethical to shoot a homeless person, especially without their consent, or like take a candid of a homeless person. I feel it is very unethical. Like, and like, you don't always know. Some people might have a conversation and be like, hey, would you mind and this, like that's one thing. But like, I would never shoot a person who's clearly homeless without their consent just because they're in public.
I agree.
Because I have the privilege of coming home and being in a private space.
Well, you have the power. It becomes a power dynamic issue there. I also, again, it's a personal choice, right?
Yeah.
But it's a matter of vulnerable. For example, if I see somebody just drunk on the street falling over, I'm not going to take a photo of that person or video world star. I don't want to.
Well, if I know them, I will.
Yeah. I know that. Oh my God. I got a video of Jay. I gotta show you. I got a video of Jay. I have to show you.
I have photos of Jay. I walked in on him topless in the tailor shop.
Say the same Jay.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that one.
Oh, I gotta show you the video of Jay.
But if it's someone I know, I'll world star.
Oh yeah,
all day. But not someone I don't. But with the homeless, right? Like,
it's such a rude and disrespectful thing for me. Again, a lot of people respect is a matter of perspective, right? But when I see somebody homeless, I lean towards your angle. For example, in Thailand, you can walk down any soy and look right into people's living room.
Yeah.
Like, and you can see somebody's uncle with no shirt on, just in his underwear, watching soap operas. Yeah. Do you take that picture? Of course you don't take that picture.
And I've seen people post photos from like Klong Toy or like these other areas where they're shooting into people's homes.
It's disgusting.
And I find that disgusting because it's such an invasion. If someone's home doesn't have a door because they live in a shanty, right, there's no wall, right? Like that's such an invasion of privacy.
Unless it's a story, like if I'm creating a story about Klong Toy, like if I'm there,
but you wouldn't shoot that without talking to the person.
Like I would, but I wouldn't show that person's face.
Yeah,
I would ensure I shot it in a way where that person is not identified. And I think that's where a lot of photographers have become lazy. Is they see a shot, they think it looks cool, and they shoot it because I have that right. Because I have the camera. No, it's your job as an artist, as a creator, to protect the identity of the subject. Yeah. Who's in a vulnerable position. Like if I take a picture of somebody doing something illegal at like a protest, I'm going out of my way to ensure that person can be identified in that photo. But that's my photojournalism background. Like that's because I was trained that way.
Stuck, I don't even know if you need basic cable these days. God. You can get sports.
Does it even exist?
Well, for some sports, America sports are so locked up by networks, right? So if you're a big sports fan, that makes sense. For weather, though, I mean, your phone. Yeah. I don't know the
last time I watched the weather.
Jim sends me weather updates twice a day on the phone in case I don't look.
Yeah, I was like, my phone tells me all the time.
I look at my watch. I can see the temperature, the UV index, and the AQI all here.
What is the AQI right now?
Right now, I've got it at 72.
It's not 72.
Outside. That's what I'm showing in Watana.
No fucking way. No way it's 72 right now.
What do you show?
86.
86? What's our internal?
I get 109.
Where?
Oh, no, it's at 92 update.
Oh, so maybe mine didn't update yet.
Yeah, it's in that range.
Yeah. Babe, what's our internal? Are we in the 30s?
Yeah, I keep my room at 20.
Oh, so he's got it for free. So he's got cable for free. Oh, that's good. Basic cable for free. Do you have running water? Hike, man. We should be asking you that. You're the one in Alabama. No, that's cold. That's cold. I shouldn't say that.
Cold-blooded.
Alabama's not Mississippi. We're 33 AQI in the house.
That's not bad.
So Alabama's not Mississippi. I've been to Mississippi's rough. Arkansas, Arkansas blew me away. How rough. Arkansas. But like the outskirts of Arkansas, like how rough it is.
Yeah, I was in Little Rock. I was stationed there for training. Little Rock, Arkansas. It was rough out there.
Yeah.
Woof. The women were rough in Arkansas. I got some
stocks when Hike asked me if you ever heard of water. As long as the handle doesn't break on the pump.
I dropped my Twitter and Facebook, and now only have IG and YouTube. That makes sense.
So we have a tank.
Twitter's garbage.
Take the bucket down the creek.
I fucking hate Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, Facebook. I go on it probably every day just to check with because I have so many friends on there. That's the only way I keep it with them. But Twitter, I love just for the discourse.
Yeah, I hate Twitter because it's such a stupid place.
Yeah,
it magnifies stupidity. and ignorance. I hate hypocrisy. It's and there's so many fucking hypocrites on Twitter, and this mob mentality. I think Twitter is
mob mentality.
Twitter is the worst place for mob mentality on anywhere on the internet, and they pretend to be this liberal space of
so
tolerance.
Quick. It's also so quick to catch on to someone.
It's really bad. I've rarely seen good positive discourse on Twitter.
Joe, what's up? So little man's in bed, or no? I guess he's in bed now. Joe's got his grandkid living with him until
that's what's up.
His daughter's a nurse and she doesn't have the shot yet.
Oh,
so
okay.
Joe's taking care of the little one until she gets the vaccination.
Oh, that's what's up.
That's awesome. I mean, and good for her being frontline. Medical staff.
Respect.
Like this time, especially now in America of all in Florida they live.
Bro, my ex is a cop.
Really?
Dealing with that shit all the time. People not wearing.
Oh yeah,
masks.
You texted in Texas. Yeah, you told me. Yeah. Oh God, how do you deal with if you're a cop rolling up on someone in Texas, no mask and an AK probably. There's open carry out in most of Texas.
It's so bad. Well, she's pregnant now, so she's off the street.
Okay.
But it's the same. It's the same. And with her husband, my son's stepfather, he has to deal with that shit all the time. It's nothing he can do. You gotta go.
Yeah.
Right? Gotta go to the call. And they're not even considered first line. They don't got the vaccine yet.
Really? How do you not consider
no idea. But in Texas, they're denying it. There are nurses in Texas who are anti-vaxxers. There are nurses there.
How are you a medical professional and an
anti-vaxxer?
Guys,
look this up. Look up McAllen vaccination. There was an issue where nurses weren't taking the vaccine. They were like, the fuck? What are you talking about? Nurses aren't taking the vaccine.
Find a new job.
This should be mandatory. Get the fuck out there and go.
So Stuck said he stopped at a roadside diner in Arkansas. It was like an episode of Twilight Zone. That's like when I stopped at a diner in Kentucky on my way to the Bourbon Trail.
Yo, is Stuck in Florida black?
Stuck. Are you black?
Yo, try doing that shit in the
I don't
South
think
you're
so.
Black. I don't think I want to stop at this diner. I want to keep it moving. I can make it another 100 miles on this tank.
Woke up.
Yeah. Well, are you going to get the vaccine?
As soon as I can.
No, did you hear that? We have to get it.
Yeah, we have to
we have to get it to get our visas renewed.
That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to get it, but I was like, oh shit.
I just got my visa.
No, it's not the vaccine. The test. We got to get tested.
Oh.
We got to have a negative COVID test to get our vaccination. I mean,
all visas or just certain categories?
All of us.
All right.
Yeah.
Fine.
I'm like, all right, cool.
I'll take a swab.
Yeah. How much are they now? I haven't had it.
If they're making it mandatory, they're probably doing it for free.
Man, come on, man. It's still Thailand.
Yeah, it's $20.
Let's be real.
My mom just got her first shot today, so hopefully we'll get to visit her in a few weeks. I haven't visited mom in a year. Yeah. So was it 2 shots and you're good?
Yeah.
Two shots. I think it's 2 shots in a certain amount of time.
Yeah, it's a 2-shot cycle.
Yeah.
I would say it's a month apart.
Yeah, Stock says, once again, educated doesn't mean smart, right? You're educated as a nurse doesn't necessarily mean you're...
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, but to be a nurse and be an anti-vaxxer just drives me...
It's the dumbest shit.
That drives me crazy.
So stupid.
Yeah, it's to the point now with the anti-vax. I don't even engage these people because I'm not going to change their mind, and it's not worth my effort to try. So and it's going to make me not happy, and I don't want to not be happy.
Yeah. I was like, this is just a fight. I'm like, this is not my hill to die on.
Yeah,
man. I'm like, all right, whatever. Do. But for me, it's the issue is the overall problem.
Yeah,
the reason that things won't change is because of those people. The reason that things can't get fixed is because of those people. I get on my friends about going to the clubs and bars here now.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of places underground.
Yeah,
one of the places that all my friends like to go, it just got raided a couple nights ago. Yeah, they're fucking stupid, man. I'm like, first of all, if you think an underground club or bar exists that the cops don't know about, you're a damn fool. Right?
Yeah, because they got to get their cash.
That's the reason they're open, is because they're getting kicked back to the cops.
I think it's funny when the underground places have Facebook pages.
Bro,
with their location information.
Bro, the self-snitching in this country is something else. So they have this place, this it's a hookah bar, right? And they're open until 6-7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And they're still open during the second lockdown, 6-7 in the morning. And my friends are going there. I'm like, y'all are fucking crazy. Not only is the COVID issue there, but as soon as they need an example, they're going to hit that place. And sure as shit, you heard about the drug last week?
Yeah.
So you had all those. It was like 14 people died.
Was it up to 14?
It was like 14.
It was 7 the first night.
It was like 14.
The first night alone was 7.
Yeah, it was like 14.
So if you guys, for those guys who don't follow, there was a new drug cocktail going around.
Yeah.
Of course, coming out of Patumtani, that it was a mix of ketamine, heroin, was it clomnitol or something?
Something else.
It was
like the Jeffrey. You ever see it, Get Him to the Greek?
Yeah.
It was the Jeffrey.
Yeah.
It was the Jeffrey. Yeah.
But like the first night that they found out about this, 7 people died at a drug den.
Yeah.
Like 20-year-olds, 7 20-year-olds.
Yeah, babies.
Yeah.
And it started spreading into the high school crowds, and they found it in some clubs.
Again, like the thought, to me, it's this thought process of, I'm going to take this random drug cocktail someone just brought from Patumtani. Like, no, that's not a good idea.
Yep. Yeah.
And the fact that 7 people died and people are still doing it later in the week was wild.
And so the government needed results.
Yeah.
So they start hitting all the underground spots.
When you got people dropping by like almost double digits a night, like you got to do something.
65 of them. Thais had to pay 5,000. Foreigners was 16,000.
Yeah. So, Token says he sees a lot of cops not wearing masks, but I love this word, trumplodites. That's a great word.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's a good one. I like that, Token, trumplodites. It's like appropriate terminology. So Stockton, he says, I'm a long-haired half native pulled up on my Harley in the late 80s. So I remember when I stopped in Kentucky at a diner and there were 3 locals having a conversation like 2 tables over from me. And it was like, I'm pretty sure they're speaking English and I don't understand anything of what they're saying.
That's Kentucky, man.
Everyone's saying, it's like, what was that? There's a Charlie Daniels song where he talks about like stopping at a diner with his hippie sticker and stuff on his car. It sounds like that exact same thing. Like,
I should listen to more Charlie Daniels. Man.
Yeah, I mean, he went through a weird progression in his life where he was like ultra liberal to became like an ultra conservative.
He had a band. It was like the Charlie Daniels band, right?
Yeah. Phenomenal music. I saw him live at the Grand Ole Opry.
Oh, really? That had to be an experience.
It was wild.
I want to see Dolly Parton.
I bet you that'd be a wild show. But yeah, Charlie Daniels, I kind of think of him as like the Kanye of like that era.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
And like you just look at one, like the shift in mindset, like listen to his music and like the way that his view changed over time. And also he was just so creative. He played like every instrument and he pulled together like these great bands.
I'm not plugged in. I gotta do some research.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But again, like his political mindset shift from like post-Vietnam all the way up to like when he passed. And like
people grow, right?
Yeah, but it was just weird to see like one polar end to the other, like a full swing of the pendulum. Are you about to say you people?
Who people?
See you time. I'm not a gynecologist, but I know. Joe's the greatest.
I like Joe.
Joe's the best. If the test is required, the one you would need starts around 2,500 to 6,000 baht, depending on where you get it done. Wow. Yeah.
It's going to be, it's
a big
it's going to raise hell in the expat community here. Cause I mean, it was announced last month, but it slipped under the radar.
Okay.
And they said within 30 days, which is like next week, it's the 30-day mark.
So I just started the process for my PR.
So I got to re-up. Oh yeah. Cause I got to re-up my shit in February.
Okay.
Like
so 13th. I just did mine.
So I'm going to find out.
Like I just got a year on mine.
I got to message her. Yeah. Cause I'm getting my year.
So I think mine came back.
I decided what to do, man. Fucking it,
okay.
Man.
So tell me, what are you doing?
I guess I'm gonna stay, bro.
Really?
I man, I want to leave so bad, man. I want to get back on the road so bad, but
you're not gonna take the risk.
It's too much of a risk.
Yeah,
it's too much of a risk of me getting stuck somewhere.
That was my concern. Is like
getting stuck back in the U.S.
or getting stuck somewhere you don't want to be.
Yeah, like part of the
was it Budapest?
I go to Budapest.
No, what was it? Oh, Warsaw. Where's the place you were at that you're like never again? All the white supremacy shit.
No. It wasn't never again. It was a fucked up film. It was Gdansk, Poland, in the north. It was a beautiful place. It was great. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Also, I think we talked about like your content, like what I think you could do different than everyone else.
Shift to food. It's full. We're doing a full shift. And
more frequent because you're so sporadic. You're more frequent than I've been over the past 2 years, but like you're so sporadic
by comparison to everybody else who's doing it. So we're going to a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Okay. Starting like today, it'll be the second part of the day in the life video, and then I'll be doing expat video on Wednesday and Friday. Everything you need to know will be an expat because that's a big topic right now. And then next week we'll start the Michelin food videos. So. Yeah, it's still, man. You know, it's interesting. When I step back, I look at my content and I yearn to be in India. I yearn to be back in Argentina.
In India.
Because I love what I do.
Yeah.
I am a travel photographer.
I remember you didn't have the greatest experience in India last time.
No, I got sick from the pollution. That was it. But everything else was fine.
Okay. So it was just being sick.
It's just being sick from the pollution. That's it.
I think the really last series you did that I really loved and felt like engaged with on you, I believe was Cambodia and Vietnam.
Yeah, that was an amazing project.
And what I loved that you developed a relationship with this older woman, retired woman.
Donna. Yeah. She's still mad. I talk to her at least once a week.
You and her had such a great relationship in that series, and it was so out of the blue, and it was so perfect.
Yep. And you know, I think what made that such a special trip was that it was literally me and her, and I was working, but I had the freedom to do whatever I wanted on that project.
Yeah.
And my contract said I had to create content consistently. Like literally, if you notice, I posted every day on that one. That was every single day for not only the Instagram stories, but every single day for the YouTube vlog once they were edited.
Yeah, so you were putting up it was frequent, which is, like I said, that was a rarity because you were putting it up consistent.
Yeah.
Now, you were running their Instagram as well during that time?
No, just it was just my stuff.
But yeah, your relationship with Donna was very special about that series.
Yeah, and it was interesting to travel with somebody like that. You know, Donna is 61. And Donna would play it up. I think I mentioned this in the video. We go to the airport and she's like, "Oh, I need a wheelchair." Donna don't need a fucking wheelchair. Like, "Oh, I need a wheelchair." And I even said that, "Donna, you don't need a fucking wheelchair." She's like, "Yeah, I do. I need a wheelchair." And then the wheelchair would get us to the very front of the line. Nice. Immigration, check in, always at the front. I was like, "Yo, Donna, you could travel with me any fucking time." I was like, "Yo, like a hour-long immigration, gone. We go straight to the front." It was amazing. It was fantastic. And then we were in Siem Reap at a hotel. Donna was on the ground floor by the pool. I was upstairs. And people would see I was with Donna every day. I had breakfast and lunch with Donna every single day, a lot of times dinner. So I'm up on the roof. This is our second day there. And then I see these three American women. "Oh, hey, how y'all doing? What's going on? Hey, how you doing?" And we're just chopping it up for a minute. And they go, "Hey, can we ask you a question?" And then one of the girls was like, "Don't ask him." I'm like, "What? Ask me." She's like, "Hey."
How old were they?
They were close to my 30s, mid-30s.
Okay.
Said it. And she goes, "Hey, is that like your sugar mama or what's going on with you?" I was like, no, Doc, explain. Like, no, we're working on this tour thing. So they're like, "Oh, like, because we thought like you were like taking advantage of her, like you're like her cabana boy or something." I was like, no. And I was like, then I started thinking like, how many people see me and Donna together and think that? Like, because we were together like thick as thieves the entire trip.
I could see that. Like if you're with her all the time, because what I saw obviously is from the outsider's perspective watching your content is this really sweet relationship between you and her. Yeah. And you guys were sharing this experience together. You were, traveling together in places that it seemed to me like that was her first time there.
It was.
And obviously not for you. And so it was really interesting relationship. And one of the things I remember specifically, I believe it was at Encore, was the sunset at Encore and the 30,000 people trying to Instagram the sunset with their phones. And me and you talked about this another time, was like, you can't capture these sunsets with not to that level of that's going to make it worth missing it. Yeah. That your phone doesn't have the dynamic range. Yep. And even you said with the Sony, you were like, it's hit or miss. Like,
You get lucky and get a red light in there, but you gotta just watch it.
Yeah, you gotta. And you were talking about. I remember you. This was when we had the first conversation about this. Was you talking about being on the boat and not having the lens you needed? So you put your gear away and enjoy the boat ride.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that was. I think that wasn't inlay. That was Tonle side. Exactly where it was. And it was like I didn't have a long lens. Like I didn't have my 24-1 for some reason. I don't know why I didn't.
I don't know why you wouldn't have.
I didn't know why I didn't have it. But it was like
that's the lens.
Fuck it. Yeah. Like no, that's what it was. I had the 24-105, which is an f4, and as the sun goes down, you need significantly faster than f4.
Like 1.2,
like at least 1.8, at least like 1.8, 2.8 at the worst, right?
2.8 with a sunset.
At the worst, at 2.8. That's what I'm saying. At 2.8, that's where at least f4 is worthless.
One of my buddies who does long exposures will do sunsets with his 1.2 and an ND filter, wide open.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably going to be beautiful. But yeah, I mean, the thing with Donna was I felt protective of her.
I can see that.
I felt instantly protective of her because she didn't know.
Yeah.
But she's like a Boston lady.
Yeah.
And could get herself in some real trouble.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Donna, stop picking fights. I got it. Don't worry about it. Leave it alone. Like, you trying to rip me off, Donna? No, that's
it's
normal.
Cambodia. You're gonna get shanked.
That's normal, Donna. Like, leave it alone. But it was like, and even because she has a son, even her son, like, thanked me. He was like, "Yo, man, I appreciate you looking out for my mom." Nice. It was like
he was on the trip, or
no, he wasn't there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was out there. And he was like, "My mom's just like that kind of person. She'll just go by herself."
Bostonian. She's drinking some coffee.
Like, fuck it, Eric. Let's go. She's like, "How's your girlfriend?" Like, she messages me all the time. Like, I love her to death.
So Hike asked this. You actually have the right guy on with me today. Is where's a good place in Bangkok to find S&M? My buddy wants to know.
It's going to be, so there's only really one S&M club, but it's bullshit. It really is bullshit. It is called, it's not Bar, or is it Bar? Is it still called? Yeah. It's like Bar.
Yeah.
And it's over in Pat Pong. It's trash. It's like you pay a girl $300 to spank you a little bit. It's bullshit. Your best bet is to join one of the kink groups. You have Misfits or Thailand Kinks, and you'll find them on not Adult Friend Finders. It's it's escaping me because
Thai friendly.
It's not Thai friendly. It used to be it was Adult Friend Finders. It's called, it's on the tip of my FetLife. That's what it is. FetLife. FetLife.com. Yeah, Demoni. That's it. That's exactly the name of it. But they changed their name. I want to say they changed it to Bar, but I might be wrong, right? Because again, we just don't go there anymore. But yeah, Thailand Kinks and Misfits are two groups on FetLife. You can go there, and there are a lot of private events for bondage, BDSM, for couple swap, for swinging, all that stuff.
So stuck throwing it back at Hike. What? A country that doesn't have Coors Light is a sign of a well-developed nation.
I've had Coors Light forever.
Hike comes back with Coors is the banquet of beers.
Everyone I have been. Oh, somebody asked about Prague. Yes, I lived in Prague.
Oh yeah. Joe asked.
Yeah, my ex's checked. The woman I should have married is checked.
Really? Should have married.
Bro, I should have married. She's literally she's a female you.
Really?
Like
now, that makes me really nervous now that you're talking about wanting to marry the female.
No. Like the counter. Like for me. Like, mind you, I don't think there's two people who could be more different than you and I.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
From our backgrounds, from our interests. Yeah. She does tech startups in Czech Republic.
Oh, wow.
And she was like the top 5 most influential women in Czech Republic.
Nice.
Like Forbes, like
legit.
She was ready to settle down.
Wow.
I'm ready for the opposite.
Yeah.
Right. And that was like literally but me and her. Oh God!
So what's her name? Maybe I know her. She's like the tech startup person.
I'll show it to you.
Especially because when I was working in Malaysia, we worked with a lot of tech startup people from Europe.
Yeah,
from Eastern Europe especially.
Yeah. She fucked up. I fucked up, man.
Life is about the right opportunity at the right time.
It was.
Right?
I said this, so I was like, I told her it was like if this was, and mind you, we were on again, off again for like maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
And she told me last flat out, she's like, no, we're only together when you're here in Prague. But when you're gone, you're
doing your thing.
Yeah. She was like, I don't got time for that. I'm like, you're right, because she's 35.
It's great that she could just straight up say, like,
she don't got no filter with my ass. Like she's one of the only people I tolerate.
Yeah,
that shit. Like, guys, I fucked up.
It happens, man. The one that got away, right?
She is the one. But it was like I could go back and date her, but if I went back, it would be like
you're living in Prague.
Yeah, I'm living in Prague.
Is that a city you could live in?
I could.
Yeah,
I could live in Prague. Yeah, I like Prague. Like,
what's the winter like there?
It sucks, but it's not as bad as Berlin.
Like, what's the summer like there?
Summer's beautiful there.
Is it?
Yeah, Prague's an amazing city. But even more so now I hear because there's no tourists. The biggest issue with Prague was tourism. Like, it's disgustingly bad in Prague.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, it's one of the most over touristed places.
I saw a guy, he does a Prague channel, and it was about Prague tourism, and it was about these candy shops in Prague.
Oh, Charlie, yeah, he's great.
You know who I'm talking about?
Of course, he's dope. I met him.
He's showing how the candy's all stale.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. Yeah, he's 100% right.
He was following around another guy who was like pretending to be a Chinese monk.
Yeah, he was the Chinese monk guy. Then he got him with the money changer pieces of shit. Like, he's great. He did a TED Talk. Yeah, he did a TED Talk.
Yeah, he does really good content.
Oh shit!
The candy one was hilarious.
Because
I remember when I lived in Boston, a girl I dated worked at one of those candy shops, and the
Captain. You're talking about Captain Candy.
In Prague?
Yeah, that's the name of the place. This is Captain Candy.
But the one in Boston was in Faneuil Hall, and this girl I dated worked there, and it was they would basically just get wholesale things of candy for like 10 cents a pound, and we're selling it for like $4.99 a pound.
Yeah, honest guys. Oh, good. He's almost at 1 million. Good for him.
Nice. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah.
So Hike says 35 sounds too old though. Hike, man.
Too old for me? Fuck, nah, man. I like women with experience. Man. I don't want to teach shit, man. I've been messing. Oh, actually, lately, I've had to get rid of 3 girls who are under 25 lately because they don't have shit else better. I always say that. Yeah. Don't fuck with somebody who doesn't have a hobby because you become their hobby.
Yeah.
And when a woman here in Thailand is under 25, she rarely has anything other than you on her mind.
I dated before Jib and I got together. I dated a few girls who were younger at university, and it's just not for me. And something.
How old is Jib?
Jib, can I say how old you are?
How old are you? How old are you? Like 35? Oh, she's 40. Yeah. Because
we're the same age. Yeah,
she's way younger than me. Yeah.
Yeah, in March she'll be 40.
March what? Oh, my son's March 20th. My son is March 20th. Yeah.
So Jib will be Jib. Come over here and let's see if people can.
No, Jib looks. I would have guessed like 25, 26.
A lot of people say that,
but I knew she was. Yeah. Jib, you look mad young.
So Jib will be 40 in March, and a lot of people.
But she's got like a shawl on with some glasses, some old lady glasses. Now she looks 40, maybe, but
a lot of people.
It's nice. Pashmina.
Yeah.
Did you make it?
No, this is northern woven fabric. But yeah, a lot of people always like, no, Jib's not. A lot of people like, oh, Jib's like 20, 25. I'm like, no, Jib's my age, man. No. I don't mess with 20-year-old girls. It's a waste of time. Yeah, it's not engaging.
You're fucking around. You're about to have a 20-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
No, that's not a wrinkle.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Just what she considers wrinkles.
Yo, she has like the firmest skin, and she's talking about wrinkles. What's it gonna be like when you have a 20-year-old daughter?
I don't want to think about. I'm hoping that she'll be gay, so I don't have to kill dudes.
Well played, sir. Yeah. That's a good idea. What, 8 years? Was she 16?
17. Yeah.
She'll be. What would you do if 18 years old she dates some 30-year-old douchebag?
Not gonna happen. He'll disappear. He'll disappear. He'll go for a swim.
It's different. I understand, but not like when you're just 18.
Yeah.
We can do it when you're like 22,
30 and 50, right? That's okay. Like 27, 40, no problem.
All right, 18. What's the oldest guy that she can date at 18?
22.
Oh, agree.
22.
Yeah.
So it's like a college student.
Yeah.
So like
Is a senior, she's a freshman, I'll allow it.
Understand
I would probably still kill him.
22? I would say like 25.
Let's be honest.
No, that's like
Let's
a
be honest
graduate
though.
and like a
What
work.
dude, if she goes to plus she wants to go to Chula, like the rest of her fucking family, who's all Chula grads. Like let's say like
Jesus is a Chula
oh goodness.
teacher,
there's gonna
Family.
be I will make sure that whatever guy she dates knows who I am, knows who people I know, and is scared. It'll be like Bad Boys, Bad Boys 2, where the guy comes to
you
pick
ever
up
been
the
fucked
dog.
by a man?
You want to? I have no qualms about scaring the shit out of some like prepubescent Thai kid.
Man, watch. You guys gonna be pissed. There's gonna be some 26-year-old backpacking douchebag.
Oh no! Oh no!
No, she's smart.
She's smart. That's never gonna happen. Like I said, if
or
I'm
she
lucky,
might be into girls.
Yeah,
she might be into girls. Let's hope.
Like,
Let's fingers crossed.
Dating a girl.
That's the dream of every man.
Your mom and I are going on vacation. You guys watch the house by yourselves, no problem. Just whatever you want.
That is the dream of every father.
Yeah,
is that their daughter's a lesbian. That is the dream because it's weird.
Like one thing about like dating thing. So my friends and I, when we were in high school, we have like a thing like that time, no internet yet. Like for here, it's expensive thing. Like not in every house has it. So it has
in America at that time too.
Yeah,
really?
for us too.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The 90s, yeah.
Okay. So that time that is like a kind of like a, it's not pen friend, but it's like that time we have like what is called tackling, whatever, the beeper that you put it on
pager,
your
pager.
Pager, yeah. And it's like that's like a you can find new friend by like read like they will have like a some kind of a small column for like a teenagers magazine.
Yeah. Like
So
AOL.
it's like okay, a guy named this,
age, sex,
this,
location,
and like
where you are,
the pager number, this. So it's like my friend randomly messaged a guy that he claimed he was high school student because we high school that time.
Yeah.
So that time you have to go to like the public phone that put a coin in and like call to the call center and like page a thing. So one day that guy showed up in front of school. So we kind of like a group of 6. So he showed up in front of school with old car and he's working age. We are not 18 yet that time. So
Dead. He would be dead. Dead.
So like he offered like, okay, I can ride you home. So I grabbed my friends up like, don't go with him alone. So we kind of like grouping quick. It's like, okay, we all go together. So we all pack up in his car, like, okay, and then like drop it somewhere like in front of like a shopping mall. Yeah. So it's like he kind of drive around, not go straight. So I know the route. So I know that's not straight. And it's traffic. So it's like he keep talking to my friend. So it's like, don't ever call that guy again. And she still, message him like a couple times more, but like, so then she kind of like move on to other, know.
Hell no. As a parent, hell no. So I find out about that. Hell no.
Working age guy with high school girl. No.
The 25.
Hell no.
But talking about the age difference, I used to date a guy.
So Token throws it back at me. What if she's a lesbian and meets a 40-year-old woman and wants to date her? That age difference still.
If she start from high school, like 18, I would say no. But if she go to work like age like 22, 23, or even 25, and she dates someone.
Well, I mean, what can you say when she's 25? Anyway?
Yeah. No, nothing. At 18, I really can't say nothing.
I want her to know like people know the world before she like make decision or like go out to date with like older people. With that experience that she like developed during the years that
they
she
grow
worked,
too fast,
or like in college and then a little bit like couple years working life. I think with that she can judge like this is wrong, this is should not. Like, they should not treat her like that. Something, I think
you're right. Yeah.
So no, I agree, and I would again if it was a dude, I would kill him.
Yeah.
Like there'd be no question. They would not find the body.
It was like a girl. She's a fighter. Like
Yeah.
fighter. She challenges you.
It
was like, come on, let's go, Dad.
I gotta call a friend. So Hate the Player says he hasn't had Zima in many years. They were chatting about Zima. Do they even sell it in the U.S.? I think they did a limited run back a few years ago.
They sell it in Japan a lot.
Really?
Yeah, that's the last time I had Zima was like a couple years ago.
There's a dude on YouTube right now, a sommelier at home, and
you see me, that guy.
And he's killing it. Like his content is so good.
He's funny.
He's basically sommelier is like the cheapest of drinks.
What was it? It wasn't Mad Dog. Was it Mad
He did
Dog?
Mad Dog 2020.
Oh, it was so funny, and it was like old English and
he did Goldschlager.
Oh, it was so fucking funny.
What's the other one?
I think that was the first beer I ever tasted was Milwaukee's Best.
Really?
Yeah, my grandfather loved it.
Half and Ref for private styles. My father used to drink.
The first liquor was Jello shots.
Jello shots
was the first taste of liquor I ever had.
I drank first liquor was when I was at university. We had vodka, like a cheap shitty vodka. And it was like, but it's like fuel, like jet fuel.
Yeah.
And I thought vodka wasn't supposed to have a smell. This smells like gasoline.
Yeah. Poland was the first place.
$5
vodka.
$5 vodka from Boston.
Vodka, and I was brought into the world of wine though.
Yeah.
Like wine was the introduction to alcoholism for me.
When I was an undergrad at Wentworth, I was only there for a few years. My industrial organizational psych class, the founders of Harpoon Brewery came in, gave a talk about like how they started the company and like built their culture and all this stuff. And then they pull out a cooler from under the table, like, oh, we have free samples of IPA lager.
Of course they did.
So I'm like 19, walking through the halls of my university, drinking a red Solo cup full of Harpoon IPA.
Those some big ass scissors.
Those are my fabric shears.
Fabric shears.
Yeah.
Baby, it's like Sweeney Todd.
Yeah.
Damn.
I love these. These are for cutting fabric. Like it's just because of the weight. Yeah. So these are properly designed. So here's the finger hold, and here's the rest for the back, and these have a thumb plate. If you can see.
So when you hold it, it's not look big, but when I hold it, it's look big.
But the nice thing is these rest on the table.
So you slide through.
Yeah. So let Jib hold it and see how.
And you see me hold it.
It's so tiny. Like a sword in her hand.
The other thing, they have the bolt. You can see the bolt here. So when you lay it down, it just rests sideways. It doesn't fall flat. It's easy to pick up. But you see the thumb plate here too. So when you.
Oh, no, I'm good. Oh, I wanted to show you Peach. Is that vegan candy? Yo, there's a brand.
It's got peptin or gelatin in it, probably.
Yo, there's something. I was Blue Indigo.
Modelo. I don't think I've ever had Modelo.
Yeah, I've had it. Modelo. It's like
how old is that as a beer? Oh, nice.
It's a while. You found them in Texas. Yeah. Indigo.
It's a big UFC sponsor now. Joe says his older daughter is 40, and I still do not like her husband.
No, well, some people are a bitch. Like they're not good dudes. They're not good people.
That's true too.
Like it might not have anything to do with you.
Yeah,
it has everything to do with them not being a good person.
All right.
What is this? Oh man,
I hate to play. My taste in beverages have changed. Quit dress.
Hey, what up?
What do you got there?
Nothing. Hey, Jim, good to see you. Chicken. I love chicken.
Chicken thighs.
Chicken thighs. Man, I was trying to find.
Eric's going through. Eric's got quite the collection on his phone here.
Bro, I got quite the collection on my phone. I do.
They look like, so they're not leather shears. They're fabric shears. Leather shears have a harder edge. You can, if I open this up, I don't know if you can even really see with this camera.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to find this brand. This Thai brand is like Blue Indigo or Blue something. But I wanted to see if you can not only duplicate, but
so fabric shears have like a flatter cutting edge than leather shears. Leather shears have a sharper,
because they have the blue
pointed edge.
In Thailand, it's like Blue Indigo of Sakonakon.
There's a Thai shop called Blue Indigo.
It is, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to find it. I can't find it
over in Procano.
And I'm trying to see.
I went there with Jay. And they brought us up to the speakeasy bar they have upstairs.
Yes. Actually, speaking of Jay,
We're having gin and tonics.
oh, I gotta show you. Like,
Jay's my partner.
oh, there it is. Here it is.
Oh. So Eric showed me a video of Jay completely drunk walking down Sukhumvit.
Oh my god, you're gonna get hit.
Shirt unbuttoned, dabbing.
Oh my god.
When was I can't even talk? When was this?
This is
Oh my god.
This is pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID. He's saying, "Oh my god, I can't show this, but fuck yeah."
How can he go home?
Oh, he's hammered. Oh my god, Jay, out of control.
Oh my god. Did he show him this video?
Oh my guys, I'm sorry. Oh my, okay. So,
it gets better.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll watch it later.
Any drink that he had.
Oh, we had a lot.
More-
We were easily 2 bottles.
Yeah, I was gonna say at that level you're counting. He's kind of a lightweight though.
He's a massive lightweight.
Yeah,
Like he drinks more than I do, and he can't handle his.
like the first time we ever like really hung out and talked business, we had lunch at this place and we had a couple bottles of wine, and he passed out.
Yeah.
And like he wanted to drive home. I had to make him leave his car.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. No, we were right next to his house, and I called a grab. So it's like I just asked the grab to drop him at home, and like the owners of the restaurant were like, we'll watch your car. Just, yeah. Jay's like, I can drive. It's just down the street. Like, no.
That's a big problem.
Later, token. Thanks for coming by, brother. Up to 24. 245.4 my trade USD Canadian. Oh, nice. Making currency. What do they call that? Forex, the foreign exchange. I met
I look at my portfolio.
Do you remember when Forex was like super hot, like a year ago? Everyone's like, "Oh, you can be a billionaire." Forex. I remember I was in a grab. I was taking a grab in Osok and coming back here, or maybe going somewhere else, and the driver of the grab was saying, he's like, I just do this for fun. I'm actually a full-time Forex trader. I'm like, what? He's like, oh yeah, I trade Forex with him.
The other day,
yeah.
Like a Thai guy who like said that himself as like a Forex expertise and like invest for people. Like people just like put cash to him and he like invest for them. That guy caught in like condo in Thonglo with a supercar.
Yeah, he fucked a lot of people.
Really?
I don't know which
is that the 3D
which fund is that, but it started with Forex and I don't know what else followed.
The Forex 3D was a big scam going on here for a while. Forex addiction.
It's XREX, isn't it?
There it is.
So yeah, but the guy who the grab driver,
that guy,
he's like, oh, I'm a full-time Forex Ponzi scam suspect captured. Damn, that's a baller car.
That's a nice Lamborghini. Yeah, that's the same one.
Is that Forex 3D or whatever?
Forex 3D.
Yeah. That was a hot story. And that's the one with the lady boys, right? Like all the lady boy traders. They were using lady boys to like I
mean, no.
I saw Tony in one of their videos.
Like Tony's there.
He's like,
have you talked to Tony?
I sent him a message on occasionally I'll ping him online.
Yeah,
and usually I'll send him memes. Like if I come across like crazy conservative memes,
he loves those.
And I'll send them to him and he'll repost them. Like stuff that I'm like, this is complete bullshit.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
send
a Tony shit. Like, let's see if Tony reposts it.
Yeah, so I'm like, if Tony won't repost this, it's crazy. Anything I say that about,
Tony loves that shit.
Or like I sent them one where it was like Asian men then, Asian men now, and it was like Bruce Lee and Bolo, and then it was like Asian men now. It was like 2 dudes who could very easily be women.
Oh man, he's like, yeah, give me some of those.
Yeah, he's like,
he loves, man.
So Tony's open about it, man. He loves it.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I love that. I love that about him.
Yeah, he's definitely. I'm having a hard time lately distinguishing between the character of Tony, and
me too. Sure.
the person of Tony. Because when he came on the show, like he was when he came on Back Strange with you and me and Mike,
that was Anthony.
That was Anthony Hughes. It was very clear that he was was being himself,
Yeah.
and he was talking about like all the stuff that he's into or not, or that he's tried, and very open about it. And when I went out to wrestling with him, right, and he was like, we had a conversation. It was just him, right, talking about like, oh, it's my diet right now, and I'm doing this, and you know, I'm up here to. He was doing a shoot with someone at Muscle Factory, I think it is, and very, very cool, down to earth guy. But then the character of Dr. Tony Huge is this outrageous, you know, steroid bodybuilder, you know, persona, basically any drug persona, any medical grade drug persona. And I appreciate what he does from the perspective of like, I look at it like as a biohacker from that perspective, but, and he's experimenting on himself, but I have a hard time with like, where do I draw the line on, does he believe all this crazy COVID shit he talks about, or is that the character? Does he believe this right-wing Trump shit that he talks about, or is that the character because he's feeding into his base? Yeah. And his base clearly responds to this whacked out shit.
They eat it up. They eat it up. And it is not only him. Yeah. It's that entire community. Like I talked to a lot of the guys at Muscle Factory and they really believe this shit. Yeah. Like we'll sit down and talk. I was like, yo, man, do you really think that? What? Yeah. Like, and it's very difficult to talk to the guys when it comes to anything. I was like, yo, let's not even talk about this, guys. Let's just talk about women and partying and have fun, and working out. That's it. Let's talk about that.
But the thing is, like, having met Tony, having met Anthony, and had hung out with him, had conversations, and only like the few times I've hung out with him, like you can see when he's one thing and the other. Yeah. You can see when he's the character and when he's him. And knowing how intelligent he is, I have a really hard time to believe that he's 100% bought into this. Yeah, COVID is the flu and Trump's the man.
I'm saying this like, man, you're too smart for this shit, man. He's like, well, come on, Eric, you know. And I was like, yeah, I know you don't believe this shit. You're just doing it because that's what's getting. Because
the base, he's very popular for a reason. His base eats that up. And I understand playing a character. And I think everyone on Fox News, just like everyone on MSNBC, is playing a character to some extent. You know, like Rachel Maddow, I don't think she's as crazy liberal as she comes across. I think she's a very intelligent woman, is probably much more balanced like the rest of us. You know, the same with most of the Fox News guys. I think a lot of them, Sean Hannity, like they're probably very moderate leaning conservative, whereas Rachel Maddow is probably very moderate leaning liberal. But they play it up because that's what resonates with them.
And that's what shifted though, like because our culture has shifted to the extremes. Yeah. Are what gets the attention. You know, Chad's a great example. Yeah. Like I've said it a million times, like Chad pisses me off with a lot of his content. But that's what gets him clicks.
And you and him know each other, right? You live in the same building, you guys are close.
And it was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? But it's what people want. Yeah. People want that extremeness because I think most people are in the middle ground. And when they see something extreme, it gets their attention. It's like, what is he doing now? Like, what's going on next?
I didn't know his content until that viral video of him on the river with the long tail. Right. That's so I didn't know who he was. I didn't even know he was vlogging in Thailand. Because I don't really follow Thailand content that much. But like his just blew up, and to me, like the fact that he's doing mostly the auto stuff was interesting. Yeah. I went back and watched a lot of his old videos, and you can see that after that boat video blew up, he did start to really play to his base of people who were watching him for certain things, and it's worked because he's at 250,000 subs.
Yep. And it's you know, for me, it gets to the conversation becomes what do you want to be known for.
Hey Larry, thanks for coming by, man. Have a good night.
Have a good night, brother.
And if we're gonna look into that Caribbean food thing, so we'll let you know. Yeah. Eric will bring me along. Yeah. So I mean, when you play to that base, and I think Chad's done it to the point where it's like he's still doing what he likes, but you can tell he does a lot of stuff that's outside what he's interested in now.
Yeah, but I think he's also found a decent balance to where he, like the Lady Boy video that he did,
the racing
cars. It made sense.
It did,
but it it also played into a lot of stereotypes.
It was cringy.
It was real cringy in a lot of places.
The chick who kept saying,
I want no fucking.
I came here to suck Chad's
dick, and I'm like, oh god, come on, man! Like
you had to put that in.
Like it just was uncomfortable. Yeah, man. I like him, so I don't want to bash. I don't want to hit him.
No, and I don't want to bash
because
he doesn't. And I believe he shoots all his videos on a phone, just like Chris does. No, he doesn't.
He's got a camera.
Oh,
because he does some on the phone.
A lot of it looks like it's shot on his phone, which is really impressive.
Yeah, he's got a camera.
Okay, because Chris shoots everything on his phone.
I didn't even know. Well, I see that. I was just telling a guy yesterday. He was like, "Oh, I need a camera." I was like, "No, it's right there in your hand. Man. It shoots 4K. There you go. That's all you need."
I got the GoPro now, and I like one. It shoots 5K, which is amazing.
I need to get that. I decided I'm going to buy that. That's my next purchase.
The horizon leveling and stabilization is stupid. It's like unreal.
Because I was telling you, I'm gonna put it on my camera on top, like the video that goes up today. It shows me vlogging as I'm out shooting, right? As I'm doing my thing. But what I want to do is I want to put the GoPro on top of in the hot shoe and show what I'm shooting and why.
What's the guy from he used to be with Digital Rev?
Kai.
He used to do that a lot.
Fantastic.
He'd throw the GoPro on top of whatever he was shooting that day and shoot around. I think he shoots Canon normally for himself.
Yeah, Canon. Yeah, he's a Canon shooter.
But he used to shoot everything at Digital Rev.
Yeah.
Him and what's the other guy? Long?
No, it's not Long. Kai and something over.
Yeah, because the other guy's from Hong Kong.
I'll be right back.
So the other guy's from Hong Kong and Kai's British, I believe.
Yeah, Kai's British.
And he was hilarious. He'd shoot whatever.
Well, he still is.
No, he still is. Yeah, he hasn't done much this year. Middle one. Yeah. Conspiracies. Also was stuck. He's saying conspiracy is addictive like drugs or religion. It actually has similar effect on the brain. I can see that, man, because the people who go deep, like especially like the flat earthers or like the secret society or the lizard people, they're all crazy. Yeah, Eric's in the bathroom screaming, "They're true." Dana, do you GoPro 8? No, I have the 7 and the 9. I think you know this, Joe. My 8 is out in my 8 is in Mexico with Greg. So it was Josh shipped it to Eric's brother, who it arrived like as Eric's brother was getting on the flight to come to Thailand. And then Eric's brother was great and shipped it to Greg for me. And then Greg couldn't get back in the country. Crazy runaround with it. Hey, Jihan, how's it going? Dana just found your channel through Chris's last video. Great podcast with him as well, man. I can't wait to come to Thailand. Hopefully when this COVID subsides, I can make it over there. Cheers. Yeah. Jihan, first off, thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate you coming over to the channel. And to everyone who came over from Chris's channel, much appreciation. Like Chris is a great friend, a great content creator. But yeah, hopefully when COVID dies down, man, we can start getting people back over here. Tourism is really lacking at the moment. And I know a lot of people who lived over here like part of the year or who came over to Thailand for a little while have been stuck out of Thailand.
Yeah, we're going to get a lot of expats.
Yeah.
Like when this, everybody talks about tourism and tourism would be fine. I just don't think it's going to come back in the levels that people think it is.
Yeah.
Because people they will not have the disposable income.
Yeah.
I think let's say January 2022, right?
So I have a hard time thinking that the country's going to open up before Q3.
Oh, it's not.
No,
it's not even a hard time. It's fucking not. It's just not even. It's not even a realm of possibility.
A lot of people are hoping on like Q2, and I don't see it happen.
Whatever fucking. Yeah. It makes no sense, right?
Yeah. When guys with elite visas are struggling to get into the country, yeah,
and it's not even that. You're going to deal with. All right, let me break this down from a travel professional perspective. You not only have to deal with the current issues with the real virus, right? The spread of it, the very real issue. Now you have to deal with the economics of it, which is devastating. It is going to be 5 years at least before we see the levels of tourism come back to Thailand. At the minimum of 5 years, because you're going to have to deal with the economic ramifications. That's the very first thing. People will not have the disposable income, right? B, you're going to have to deal with the employment issues. Like people won't have the time off. If you start a new job after a lot of Americans are laid off.
Yeah.
When they do go back to work, there's that 1 year period where you can't take a holiday.
Yeah.
And then you accumulate those 12 days.
That's what
12.5.
so I'm forgetting what a real job is like.
Yeah.
Not working for myself.
Like, so then you have to deal with the money part. Then you have to deal with the with the vacation part. Then you're going to have to deal with the very real fear of coming back to Asia. Like where it's so, and even though it's irrational, it's ridiculous, it is still considered an Asian disease.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, to certain people.
Well, to ignorant, but even look, even subconsciously, the danger of Asia is higher for a lot of people in the West. Even
true. Even before COVID,
and people make travel decisions subconsciously. Like, why does everybody want to go to Paris? Not because they've done a lot of research. It's because they've been shown there
on TV
so many times, right? The representation of Paris is this wonderful, romantic place over and over. But when you ask people, what do you see about Asia? COVID.
Yeah.
And that's going to be for years. It's going to take years to change that perspective. Mexico is a great example of that.
Yeah.
Like when all the cartels were killing people, tourism in Mexico dropped like a fucking rock.
Yeah.
Like Cabo San Lucas, a lot of people don't realize it was a fucking ghost town for years because of that.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't look at it that way. It's like back to it was the conspiracy theory thing when I was in the bathroom.
Yeah. Real quick, my tablet, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming over from Chris's channel.
The issue with conspiracies is that you see nuggets of truth in all of them. All it takes is one little nugget of truth. If you told black people that the U.S. government was putting shit in the vaccine to control your mind, black people would believe it. Why? Because they have a history of putting shit in vaccines to control black people historically.
Or to kill them.
Or to kill us. Like it's not even a conspiracy theory when there's truth in it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, you got to be able to listen. If you base it on something and you build on those pre-existing fears, it makes it does make it easier to have a confirmation bias and then to buy in to these weird things, no matter how outrageous they might seem.
Yo, Jahan, here's the thing about the vaccine. We don't know if it's going to work. Until we don't have the data yet.
So what we've seen so far is that you get about a 50% protection with the first dose, and then I believe it's 2 months in, with your second dose, you have about a 90% protection. We know that the science behind the testing and the rapidness of the development was actually based on just like really good data, right? They were crunching data, they were following a lot of stuff. But now I think for me, the scariest thing about the vaccine is that, we're seeing new strains emerge that we don't know how prevalent they're going to be. We've got the strain in England, and I think it's hilarious that England is blaming.
That was Brazil, I thought.
No, we had Brazil is the newest. Before that, we had the England strain. And of course, England is trying to blame that strain on Africa.
Of course.
Surprise, surprise, England. And then Brazil's got a unique strain as well. So we have these two new prominent strains.
I thought it was going. I think it's honestly going to end up being like the flu. It's going to change all the time.
Yeah.
Every year you get the vaccine and you keep it moving. I think like I get a flu shot every year. Like,
so let's say, I do too. I mean, I didn't last year, but for the most part I do. So he says they want to vaccinate. I saw this in India's plan. They have a very aggressive plan, which I think is amazing. 300 million people by August, which is incredible. But I mean, keep in mind, India has a track record of working with the World Health Organization and other organizations to get vaccines out to their population aggressively. So I have a lot of confidence in India's plan just because of their track record with other vaccinations, that they'll be able to get to the places that need it the most and fight the spread.
Yeah, because that's a place that spread fast.
So that's they got rid of smallpox there. They were able to do all these other vaccinations just through like being on the ground, getting doctors to go out to communities and do the shots. So they have a track record of success in that regard. I hope that they follow suit with that. The U.S. is what worries me because of all the pushback on a wide scale. Yeah, hate the player, hate the game brings up a great point. The pandemic will last way longer than people think. Murraycon authorities are already screwing up the vaccine release. Oh, American.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what I see what you do with the K.
I was like, yeah, you needed an extra K in there, man.
Authorities are screwing up the vaccine release. They want to dilute the second dose or delay administration. Oh, my. So one of the things that really bothered me about the previous, what will in 2 days' time be the previous administration, was their willingness to ignore scientific and medical professionals on a regular basis and enact policy counterintuitive to public health. That's been my biggest concern.
Yeah.
With not just the past 2 years with the pandemic, but also everything else for the previous 4.
In general, I mean, if I'm going to have an argument, that's probably my biggest anti-Trump rhetoric.
Yeah,
and my biggest issue is they're smart enough to know that it's bullshit.
Yeah,
it was like I can understand somebody who's just scientifically ignorant, but the group of people around him, I'm like, yo, these people know better.
Yeah, sure.
I've seen their track record. I research. I look in them. Like, you motherfuckers know this is real.
They're culpable.
I'm like, okay, all right, all right, you guys are who you are. But
my tablet says, I own a brewery out here, but I'm thinking of doing 50-50 with Southeast Asia and the US. I'm picking up what you guys are putting down. Nice. What's your brewery out here, my tablet? It's in Thailand, I guess.
In the US.
Oh, it's in the US or it's in?
I mean, if it's in Thailand, I'll probably get a sample.
Yeah. Where you at? We'll do a live stream from the brewery.
For real. Let's go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know what, man? I really want to. I can't wait till the borders open up because I'm going to start doing more stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like, right? I go to these amazing breweries.
Whoa.
And vineyards.
Joe Biden wants to dilute and delay the second dose. Wow.
I didn't know nothing about it.
I was unaware of that. I mean, that's wild. And the last thing I read about Biden,
I don't know the science of that one.
You don't want to dilute the second dose is critical to building immune response.
Why would he want to dilute it?
I don't know. The last thing I read was that he wanted to roll out FEMA to make sure more people got vaccinated.
And I heard it was like 100 million in the first 100 days or something he was trying to do.
Oh, so it's in Washington, Belfair, Washington.
Okay,
Washington's a great state.
I love Washington State.
It's one of the most beautiful states.
I agree. I would say Oregon, Washington State.
The Pacific Northwest is unreal. You know what? I got ruined on Seattle the first time I went. It didn't rain. I was there for 7 days. It didn't rain.
It was Portland for me. I went to Portland and it rained. Like, I was like, man.
No. So I'm like, what are people talking about being dreary in Seattle? This is gorgeous. It's beautiful. I went the next 2 times I went back. It rained every day for like a little while, but it's like nice rain. It's not like that. Like, oh, this sucks rain. It was like, oh, it's okay.
Have you been to Alaska?
No, never.
Oh, it's stunning.
I want to go.
It's stunning.
So hate the player, hate the game. But back to I did not know that about Biden's policy. I'm gonna have to. I don't know anything else about it. I need to look.
In Florida said no.
Yeah, I need to look into. Oh, here. So Stuck says conspiracy theorists use the bad polio vaccine in India as an example why you shouldn't take the vaccine. Biden doesn't want to dilute the vaccine.
We're gonna have to research.
So I don't know enough to go one way or the other on it, guys. I need to like read up on it. How bad is the lockdown in Bangkok? Is the second lockdown as hard as the first? No, not even close.
Not even close. It's not even.
Yeah, and you know what? The numbers we're not getting out of control. We still have a lot every day, but we're not getting like huge spikes like we did at the beginning before.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call this a lockdown. This is restrictions.
Yeah, here's the only thing. So for me, and I think it hits me more than you because you're kind of a homebody.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's clubs are closed, bars are closed, restaurants can't sell alcohol, and we can't travel throughout Thailand. That's the biggest thing. Even during the first wave, you can travel anywhere in Thailand.
Domestically,
domestically you travel, but now you can't travel. It's 14-day lockdowns, but you can't travel. But it's a weird thing, man, because it's open, but there's nothing to do. Like the first one was, I feel like the first one was easier, like because everybody was inside locked up. But this one is not as easy because you see people doing reckless shit, like the hookah bar. Everybody's out going to bars and clubs.
Yeah, the hookah bar, among all things, I don't get it.
And I'm like, guys, I'm good on that. So I feel left out on a lot of shit. Yeah. And then before I could just travel, it's like I want to go to the beach. All right, let me hop a flight to Koh Samui. Ain't nobody there. Like I wanted to go up to get some khao soi, go up to Chiang Mai, ain't nobody up there, but I can't. I can't do that.
I think for me, like you said, I'm a homebody, so I work from home all day. We hang out here at night, doing whatever and working. Like I got to go to Ding Dang tomorrow with Jay to talk to one of the potential partners for making stuff for us and like get some new samples done. But other than like these small kind of like day trips I'll take out, like for me, I don't go out. So there's absolutely zero change to my life. Like I don't really drink that much. So if I want to go to a restaurant, it's not a big deal for me.
Yeah.
But like even Jib and I, like the one thing we said is like, we're not eating at restaurants right now because we think it's a mistake to let restaurants stay open and especially like they did this whole. I almost feel better that they extended it to 9 as opposed to like the 7 o'clock thing. Like make everyone rush to try. They have to pack in a dinner before 7. So we just get takeaway food. We don't eat at restaurants, and we're just being more cautious. But for us, like our life revolves around this neighborhood and like the surrounding places. So nothing's changed for us.
It's like the same thing with Pretty Soy Song.
Yeah,
like nothing. Even during the first lockdown, everything was still open. It was all good. Yeah.
Niece testing 2.
I was picking up, man. I'm getting another suit made for my birthday, man.
Really?
Back to that tradition.
What are you doing?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to do a 3-piece.
You going to Jay's spot?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Jay's, man.
Yeah.
If he gives me a discount, if he does it for free, I'll go. But otherwise,
if he does it for free, otherwise,
man, fuck him. He's too expensive. Otherwise,
yeah, it's an
love him,
expensive
but
high-end shop.
If it's free, I'll go somewhere. Like,
yeah,
if I'm gonna fucking pay for it, I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah.
With a better
more
cost
value.
benefit, more value, man.
So you gonna do like what are you thinking for cut? What are you thinking for color?
I'm thinking like an Italian cut,
like unstructured on lines.
Yeah, kind of like a tan.
Super you going linen?
Something like that too, man.
Yeah,
Here's too
you
hot.
can't be doing wool in
It's too
Thailand.
fucking hot, man.
Even those tropical wools are too rough. Have you guys had Daniel Tiger Burger?
Of
Where are the
course.
best burgers in Bangkok?
He's one of my good friends. Yeah.
So you know him. Jibs had the burger. She liked it.
Yeah, fantastic.
They don't do a vegan burger, so I haven't had it. Prime Burger does a good vegan burger.
Prime's
and
pretty good.
Everyone I know who's had the beef burger there really loves it. That's nice.
Yeah.
I like a single breasted. I know
Yeah.
Jay's a big double guy.
Yeah. I like the.
I'm not feeling it.
I like a double with a vest.
I like those patch pockets.
Yeah. I like the patch pockets with the.
Yeah.
With also the weave.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Yeah.
Was that a notch or a peak lapel? I didn't.
Actually, hold on.
Where is it?
Yeah,
it's a notch. I like notch lapels.
Yeah.
I'm not a peak lapel guy.
Works broad shoulders.
Yeah.
Works
So I think best burger, Daniel Tiger's like really held up there.
Easy Burger.
Easy Burger.
Stacks for.
I would say Jibs is probably. Hey babe, you come over here for a minute. We're talking burgers.
Man, Jib's good, man. I mean, man, fuck you, man. Walking across the room.
She's gonna unmount all of her embroidery work. So we're talking burgers. I think for you and Jam, Easy Burger is probably number 1. Easy Burger. That's the blue burger.
Oh yeah.
Blue cheeseburger.
Yes.
That's your favorite.
Easy Burgers. What's your favorite burger, Bangkok?
I think Easy Burger.
I eat everything.
No, but I think Easy Burgers are favorite. That's the one you get the blue cheeseburger. And for a while,
The one at On Nut?
I don't know.
we get delivery.
From On Nut?
It probably comes from On
On
Nut.
Nut.
She's had Daniel. We've ordered Daniel Tiger before. We've ordered Prime a lot because Prime does the vegan burger. So if we order, I'll get that.
Yeah. California does the vegan burger.
Do they?
Remember I showed you the picture.
Oh yeah, but they don't deliver here though. I think.
How the fuck? They're in W District.
Some places in W won't deliver here on. Oh, they might not be on Food Panda. Not Food Panda. They might not be on Grab.
Man or Grab.
Yeah. So I don't use Food Panda because they screwed me over on something.
Yeah. Do you ever eat in the restaurants, inside the restaurant? I don't use Food Panda either. So.
Yeah.
Do you ever eat inside burger joints here?
We've eaten in Prime, right?
Prime.
Yeah.
We should do a burger video. Just go around and eat all the best burgers in Bangkok. But I'm serious. Me, you.
You should go with my daughter. That's better.
Yeah, bring her too.
Yeah, Jam loves some burgers. She loves chicken wings. She's a chicken wing connoisseur.
She can eat American size.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Yeah.
I have to eat like kids.
Yeah, Jib gets the kid burger from Prime.
Really?
The last time I went, I brought my buddy Jared and he ordered the triple. He got I think the Stockholm at Prime.
Yeah.
And he got the triple. I'm like, well, I'll get the vegan triple. The vegan triple is a bit much.
Is that Prime Burger at W?
There's one now
called the California, and one of the burgers, the California, is the vegan burger.
Oh no, the San Francisco is the San Francisco.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that has the burgers named after the place, the cities. That's right. That's right. I would say the thing about Bangkok goes in Western food phases. The very first Western food phase was burgers. So you have easily 10 fantastic burger places here.
Yeah.
Now it's on Mexican. No, the second one was pizza.
Yeah.
And now you're on to a Mexican phase.
I'll tell you, my favorite fries in all of Bangkok are Sunrise Tacos.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Their fries are phenomenal.
They got some solid French fries. But I got to introduce you to my man Taiki.
Okay.
Taiki making Tyke's
What's he doing?
Some things, man.
Oh, yeah. So we got my town says stop out for a brew tour. It's on me. We just had record rain about 8 inches. 8 inches.
Jeez.
But that's like one rain for us. Like one day. Like we can get 8 inches in a day in Bangkok.
But it's
tropical rain.
Yeah.
It's not
that's the
Pacific,
rainy season.
Washington State. Pacific Northwest of the US, man. Like top near Canada.
Like
It should. It rains all the time, but 8 inches is a lot for them in 1 month. If you guys have email or PM me, I'll send a beer, IPA, blonde, or porter. Okay.
Blonde. I'm a blonde guy.
I'll go porter. Blonde's good too though. IPA is a bit bitter for me.
It's too bitter.
Yeah.
That's why I can't mess with it. It's IPA. I don't give a fuck. A good blonde, I love it.
But I'll do okay. We'll get to that. So Mojo Matt, what's up, man? The pollution is worse than the lockdown. Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. So
you know Matt?
He comes on the channel. I don't know him personally.
Oh, word. That's the homie. Yeah, I love Matt.
So hell of a photo. I'm gonna steal this and make a Tinder profile.
Yo, let me tell you about this motherfucker. Matt and his girlfriend. So I met Matt so one of my friends owns a tour company.
Yeah.
He asked me to help him put together this tour to Chantaburi Trap.
Oh yeah, the one you invited me on.
Yeah. Exactly.
I was teaching or something that weekend.
I got there. Matt and his girlfriend were the only people I didn't know that I did not invite.
Yeah.
Everybody else I invited. So we get there and I don't know them.
Yeah.
They're young, 2 young kids, right?
Yeah. Look at this profile pic.
Yo, this motherfucker. Let me tell you about these 2, right? These 2 are 2 of the most stereotypically good-looking people I've met here in a long time.
Stereotypically good-looking.
These motherfuckers are on the beach. His girl's got her booty out. Like he's got his abs out. Like taking pictures with the sunset. I'm like, man, fuck these kids, man. Look at all beautiful and shit. The sun glistening off their skin.
I got burger dripping down my beard.
He's doing sit-ups for no reason. Pretty motherfucker, man. I can't fuck it.
Sit-ups for no reason.
It's noon. I don't know. Yeah, Matt and his girl, they're an absolute sweetheart, man.
Awesome.
His girl is funny as hell, man. She's so funny.
I mean, I look at this profile. That's a hell of a body,
bro. That kid is
putting in work.
That kid is in shape. It's his diet, man.
Yeah.
Their diet is insane.
Really?
Damn, they're vegan. Like their diet is.
They're just
insane.
like on lock.
Their diet is on lock. Man.
See, I'm vegan too, but I got on this potato chip diet.
I don't think they're vegan. I don't think they're vegan actually. Matt, you can. I don't know if you're. I don't think they're vegan, but their diet is insane.
But yeah, I 100% agree with this thing about pollution. I had to skip the Saturday Bangkok Strange live streams. I fell asleep with the door open upstairs, and the pollution was like AQI was like 80. I'm like, oh, we'll go down. I'll have the air purifier on. It spiked up to like 200. I woke up, I couldn't talk. My eyes were swollen.
Yo, so I forgot. People were talking shit about me not having an air purifier. I was like, I had one before.
You just got a new one.
I just got a new one. Well, so
wait, was it 3,000 baht or something?
Yeah, 3,100. Yeah.
He got the Zyme.
Yeah, Zimi X2. Yeah, X2. So the issue was I lived in the other condo, and when I left, a friend of mine was getting really sick.
Yeah.
So he needed air purifier. I was like, look, just take mine. I don't need it. Because 2020, we had no issues with pollution. Think about it. Last year, we didn't have it. There was no.
It was like a couple days.
Yeah, a couple days here and there, but for the most part, we didn't need
no
it.
streaks like this.
I forgot about it. So the other day, I went out to go run. I had been running in the morning, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? What is this? 5 minutes, my eyes start burning, my throat, and I looked at the phone and unhealthy, danger.
I've got my Bane mask. I was wearing that.
I need with the
3M, the 3M with the P100s, man.
So I go to sleep. I kind of take naps, like I'm a napper.
Yeah.
So I go to sleep, and I go to sleep maybe at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I wake up at 7. I can barely breathe.
Yeah.
Like my throat is all swollen. I'm like, oh fuck this. I immediately found out where Zimmy store was and when I got an air purifier.
Yeah. Does it tell you what the AQI is in your house while you're running? Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, it tells me right now what it is.
Yeah, we can log into ours.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, we have 3 of them in the house, and it makes such a big difference. So what kind of cake does Jib like? Jib likes all cakes, Joe. There's no cake that Jib will not consume.
Oh, I'm at 0.
Nice. So it's working. How big's your place? 30?
It's like 35.
That's great. You're probably ripping through the air in there. So yeah, Jib will eat any cake. But I would say probably your favorite, if I had to guess, is you like the chocolate almond cake from Pala, right? Which I don't know where they don't make the cakes there, so I don't know where they get it from. And then I know that you like the layer cakes with the different layer cakes with frosting. Yeah.
I like everything.
Everything. Okay. If it's cake, Jib likes it.
Yeah.
Cake.
Jib will do a cake. Yeah, Jib will do if Eric wants to do a dessert video. And desserts in Bangkok are insane sometimes. What? I'm watching while stretching. Not vegan, just a lot of water and staying away from sugar. Yeah, I need to stay away from that sugar as well, man. It's a motherfucker. For sure. But it tastes good.
Last night we watched movie.
Oh, he says it's going live on IG.
He poured like Pepsi.
Yeah, I drank.
Big cup.
Yeah, I drank way too much Pepsi last night.
I feel it.
It's like,
I can't.
Oh
like
so
that was that's probably the biggest shift in life. Like I'm putting on weight again because I can't work out. But
he says he's putting this on IG. We're talking about how
it's stereotypically attractive.
What's the IG? Well,
no, his IG is his name, Mojo Matt. That's
okay. All right, check out his IG. You'll see this.
It's the kids. It's stupid French. Right?
Is your girlfriend from France also? She Thai?
Yeah, she's French. Yeah, his girlfriend's French.
Fucking good-looking white people living in Asia.
Good-looking white people. It's fucking stupid.
We can't allow this, Mojo Matt. You got to go back to Europe.
We can't be here.
We don't want you good-looking motherfuckers ruin it for the rest of us. If people start to realize that white people can be attractive, it's no good for us, Matt. If you're not bald and overweight, we don't want you here.
This is his girlfriend.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, that's his girlfriend.
But white women can stay. Your girlfriend can stay, Matt.
Wow.
Yeah,
you gotta go.
Yeah.
You gotta go. I don't want these sculpted body ab motherfuckers living here. Look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, she can stay. She can stay.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
She's doing yoga on a beach in front of a cliff.
She's so much cooler than he is.
Oh, definitely she can stay there.
She's so much cooler than Matt is. It's fucking Matt. Yeah,
these good-looking people gotta go.
He's a pretty motherfucker.
Look at this.
Look at.
He's like not even flexing. He's got muscles showing.
The
sunset, waterfall, infinity pools. This bullshit, Matt.
You guys, stereotypical.
Look at what the. No. Unacceptable, Matt. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Like fucking Matt, man.
That good-looking.
If those two tried, honestly, if Matt and Maddie, if they tried to be like big influencers, easily
looking like that,
easily for them to. Also, they just have the personality.
Yeah,
like if you just hang out with them, you're just gonna die laughing the whole fucking time because they're so much fun. But and they're French, like they have that French sense of humor. So there's a lot of fun.
That can go both ways. I know some pretty unfunny French.
Yeah,
people.
Some dickheads. But these two are fantastic.
Now, I know some of the nicest people I know are from France, but then some of the I can say that about America too, though. I mean, it's not exclusive to France.
It's anywhere.
So Stuck says Yingling isn't really craft beer. It's a commercial beer by Anheuser-Busch, I believe. I don't know if you ever had that to the Angry Chair Brewery.
What makes a craft beer a craft beer?
I think it's the size of the brew or like production volume, maybe.
Yeah. Like what makes it a craft?
How much you can charge for it at the store? $22 bottle of IPA, craft.
340 baht IPA beer.
I bought this beer made by Jib and I will occasionally share a can of this. It's made by Singha. It's called Copper.
Yeah, I drink it all the time.
So good.
Yeah, I drink it all the time.
For 50 baht for that jumbo can.
Yeah, I love it.
So
I
good.
Drink it all the time. There's always a can in my fridge.
Yeah,
I love it.
Like if we're gonna have like sometimes I'll ask Jib like, hey, you want to have a beer tonight? And we'll split a can.
You ever get drunk? Last time you were drunk
with Jay at that restaurant where he passed out.
You were fucked up.
Well, I mean, for me, like I had a cup. We were drinking bottles of wine, and I would have a glass, and Jay would finish it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Dude, we should get fucked up, man.
I don't like to get drunk.
I know.
There's no payoff.
But it's still fun.
Like the next day, I'm like,
fucking. You should one night a year. You should come out.
So I can get to the point where like I'm very happy, like 2 or 3 drinks in, I can coast.
Yeah, I need you fucked up, man.
Once. Also, the last time I got drunk, I was with some of my buddies after one of the UFCs. And UFC's in the morning here, and then we decided to just like keep going out.
Yeah.
And so we're at a couple different bars. The next thing I know, like somehow we're drinking at Cowboy, and I am beyond fucked up.
That's always the story. Somehow we're drinking at Cowboy,
and then
that's a good day.
The next day, I've got photos in my phone from one of the clubs of me and these 2 Middle Eastern looking guys just like acting like assholes, like taking selfies with my phone. Apparently, I ripped one of my buddy's shirts open, and then I puked all over myself, and they put me in a cab and sent me home.
Oh, those are the best nights.
And that's the night Jib came home the next day. She was at her family's house. And there's puke all over my clothes. And she's like, "Do you throw up?" I was like, "I may have. I may have
Do you ever
thrown
get
up."
drunk? It's like one beer.
No, she got. If Jib has like a beer, she turns flush red.
Yeah.
She told me a story. She got drunk. Her and her friends decided to get drunk for the first time in university. So they rented master's degree. They rented a beach house.
So let's say I never go to a bar or club, like my dad not allowed. So it's just like my student life is like university.
Oh, like freedom. Oh God.
Or like gym and then home. That's it.
Woo.
So like when I study master degree, I'm old enough to drink.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Right.
Yeah.
So like my friends and I, we went to Summit Island. And then we rent a bungalow and we said like, okay, we should try to get drunk. Like I want to know how to get drunk. I want to know like how it feels.
How it feels.
Like you see in a movie, like people get drunk and do crazy things. Like we don't want to like go outside and go crazy in front of people. So we lock the door and no one opens the door and go out. So we just play the card, who lose, drink, who win, drink, something like that. It's like kind of fun. And until the point that, oh, I cannot walk straight or cannot like look around. Okay, that's it. So I know how many drinks that I can
consume before you get fucked up.
Yeah, so like, okay, that's enough. And the other time I kind of fucked up myself. Like it's a wine buffet in a bar. Yeah. So like I go to listen jazz with a nice American boy that time.
Of course.
Not with me.
Not with you, sorry.
She said,
he's like 10
nice.
years. He is 10 years younger.
Ooh.
And his age is
just another. Oh, just a baby.
I'm kind of like 8 years younger.
You were being a cougar. You were a cougar.
He's like college student, okay?
Oh, totally cougar.
Wait a minute. So you had to have been, what were you like? How long y'all been together? Like 7, 8 years?
Yeah, 7, 6?
7, like
6.
Almost 7.
So you had to be like 30.
I don't know, not 30 at that time, no. I don't.
In her 20, like when she was
It's
after grad school,
like
when she was
So he was like 18.
Yeah.
No.
Robin,
really?
yeah. Straight cougar.
Oh.
Straight cougar.
Well, he look old,
That's somebody's son.
Yeah. Dirty Jib. Dirty Jib.
But like, just like go to listen to music, like a jazz.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, say, like, wow.
Nothing innocent happens when you listen to jazz and drink wine.
For real. Jazz
that
and wine.
saxophone comes on.
It's sexy. Jazz and
Shit
wine.
out of an 80s movie.
Like, wow. It's like unlimited wine. So I taste everything and then I get drunk. That's it. And like call my brother come to pick me home.
So Robin says, I think there's a Caribbean food place in Sukhumvit 31/1 behind the Robin Hood pub. Looks similar to offerings of Jamaican eats.
I know where he's talking about. I know exactly where he's talking about. Oh, it's Japanese though. I gotta go check it out. I gotta go over there anyway. Actually, yeah, I gotta go over there for dinner today. Yeah,
I love gin and tonic all day.
I like gin in a cocktail, not by itself.
Yeah, I wouldn't drink it straight. Gin and tonic is good. Gin and other cocktail. I like bourbon myself.
Of the Satan salad. What's the Satan salad?
Weed, right? This is talking about the green Satan's lettuce.
Hey, man, I'm always up for that, man.
That's right. Connor's next Sunday.
Fighting,
where are you guys watching the fight for Connor next Sunday?
It's probably the game, they're closed. Oh, what's open?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing's open.
Yeah, nothing's open. Maybe Sportsman might be open.
I hate the sports. So shady.
It's shady as fuck. I hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, McGregor's fighting again.
At UFC?
Yeah.
Oh, I will go back home because
that's free. Oh, sorry, free on TV. Yeah.
I have True at my mom's house.
Free on Thai TV.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, with the Thai commentary.
So you have internet service from them, so maybe we check if you can watch it.
Yeah. I can watch it anyway.
I watch it anyway.
I watch it anyway.
I got internet. I can watch it anyway.
Yeah. Eric does enjoy the devil's lettuce.
Oh, the devil's salad.
Yeah.
Yeah, devil's lettuce.
The green herb that's now legal in Thailand.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my prescription, man. There's a lot harder now.
Oh, that one, like there's a food you see that like one hospital like a
Yeah, the edibles.
like
The cannabis menu. Yeah.
I'm staying away from edibles because Eric tried to kill me.
I didn't try to kill you.
5 milligrams my ass.
Enlighten you.
Yeah.
I tried to. No. I don't know where you got that from, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know where you got that from. I just make introductions.
Eric's like 5 milligrams. I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah. 17 hours later.
Like they have like a pad kapao.
Yeah.
Like a fried like tempura with like a
big
Packers in the NFC Championship. Nice. Oh, Packers, nice. Now I went to grad school in Wisconsin, so I know a lot of Packers fans.
I'm excited to get some weed. Now I want to get some weed.
It's like they cook like a real food. I'll find menu.
So, babe, people want to know how many drinks until you're at your limit.
Ooh.
If it's wine, maybe 10 glasses.
10
glasses? No way. It's 10 glasses.
10. It's like I can't walk. I'm not
Jib, there is no way you can drink 10 glasses of wine.
One glass of wine and Jib is.
It depends like the period I drink. If I sip it long time for 10 glasses, it's fine.
Wait, no. Let me put this in perspective because Jib will have one glass of wine and pass out behind her computer while working on like embroidery. Like
I would say 5.
I pass out even like I don't drink because I'm tired. Like my
5 glasses.
Tired.
You know what? This sounds like a challenge. This sounds
Drunk
like
Jib.
a challenge. I'm gonna buy some wine and I'm gonna come over. And we're gonna get some bottles of wine, of good Thai wine. We're gonna see how drunk we can get Jib. Easy.
We have some mango wine over there. Mango steam wine. Yeah, be me.
You got to keep us from getting too bad.
I like Tampa Bucks, but I haven't liked Tom Brady since. Is Tom Brady? Did he sign with the Bucks? Is that where he went?
Yeah, they're playing well.
Tom Brady. I mean, obviously.
Wait, oh shit! What was the game? Did they win?
He did so much for New England.
I didn't. I was too focused on the Browns game.
Oh, Mojo Matt's. You know what's coming now that we're talking about Mojo Matt? It's gonna be a bunch of videos of him shirtless and his girlfriend in a bikini.
Yep, that's pretty much.
So I'm totally subscribed. Totally subscribing, but I'm just saying. Tampa Bay that's what it's gonna be.
Yeah, the Buccaneers 20-30.
Sportsman, but no alcohol. Even with that, the Sportsman's just not appealing as a place.
Tom Brady, they won.
Yeah, better to watch at home. Free on Thai TV. Yeah, I like listening to the Thai commentary, but it depends. Rogan doesn't do the foreign shows anymore.
Ah, that's right. Yeah,
he only does domestic stuff.
Limited internet.
Why don't you guys do a live stream while watching the match, like how Rogan does his fight? You know, I have a MMA podcast. I used to do companions for one, but there's been so little Asian MMA.
It's not for me. I don't find MMA to be fun anymore. It's not as fun as it used to be. We're just fun. Like the fights aren't as fun to watch for me anymore.
It's weird watching fights without an audience. Is definitely takes something away from it.
Same with basketball.
But I'm still a huge MMA fan. I've written like a script for another Asian MMA podcast episode because I haven't published in like a year. Mm-hmm. But it's just like, what do I really want to cover? Because other than Fight Circus, which is John Nutt's thing, where people are like, he's got 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, like all types of crazy fights. Mm-hmm.
Why not cover one? You can still cover one.
They're just not doing anything super exciting for me. That's the thing.
Demetrius came in. It was like, all right, what else?
Well, I mean, just this year, he's still there. DJ's still there.
Misha. Is Misha still?
Yeah, she's a VP there. Yeah. I have my whole opinion on like the corporate side of one. Like we've like Chatri's blacklisted me from their events because we disagree on stuff, but. Yeah, I am banned. And like I think everyone who works for them is sort of like drank the Kool-Aid and the cult type of thing. Yeah, a lot of sycophants. But they do good fights and they have great fighters for Asia. But the problem their PR, their marketing disgusts me. And just I still enjoy the fights. They haven't done anything that's compelling enough for me to make an episode. And other than John Nutt's stuff with the Fight Circus, which is outrageous and I love it, it's not really MMA.
They plugged
You've got a kebab guy from Phuket fighting 2 100-pound Thai guys at the same time. It's cool, but it's not.
But do you think they have the athletes to really put on comparable, UFC / Bellator Because Bellator had great fights all the time.
No, so Bellator has their own little niche thing, right? Like they have a certain gimmick that they do. They have great fighters as well, but they have a certain gimmick that they have for their formula. Whereas the UFC is just straight up about having the best fighters and then putting them in the most marketable fights.
Yeah,
not the best fights, the most marketable fights.
Yeah.
One Championship is about putting really good fighters from Asia against cans. And
making them look as good as possible.
And occasionally putting on really good fights.
Yeah.
And having, this is the thing, like I think the referees in One Championship, Oliver Cost, like their head guy, he's a shitty referee. And their judging is that whole judge the fight as a whole with no real scoring criteria is complete bullshit and allows them to steal fights. And it's very clear that I think when you watch Oliver Cost ref, he's doing stuff that is he's doing stuff that favors One Championship or evolved fighters. So they're looking at food over here,
looking at weed food.
So that's just my whole thing is like and they bring in some good refs, but I feel like there's no commission overseeing them. The head of officials works company, and I've seen events where I literally saw an event where they stopped the fight and someone came in and told the ref, who happened to be Oliver at the time, a VP from One came in and told them to red card the fight, to DQ the fighter, basically so the guy who represents the gym that the owner of the company owns could win. Is my take on the situation. It was disgusting. And the fact that there's no commission or anything.
Let me ask you this. If a bunch of Western fighters decided to come here and really push, say guys who couldn't quite make it in the UFC, do you think there will be that many Asian fighters in One?
Yeah, because that's their marketing strategy.
No. I mean, if they were like, look, we're gonna the best fighters in Asia, we're gonna allow them to fight the best fighters in Asia, right? So, do you think the Asian fighters could compete at that level overall against Western fighters? Say, U.S., the UK fighters.
So you're not saying the top tier of Western fighters. You're just saying an average Western fighter. For sure, Asian. Because a lot of guys who are, especially Southeast Asian fighters, who are the top Thai, Philippine guys, who have found a home in One Championship, are hands down top tier fighters. You put an average fighter from any country against them, they're going to get worked.
Right.
But Ben Askren was in his prime when he was in One Championship. He crushed a lot of cans, but also fought a lot of guys. And he was unbeaten when he was in One Championship. But then he goes to the UFC. His first fight against Robbie Lawler, very questionable with the stoppage and everything. He was getting his ass whooped, and then he lost his next two. So there's also, he had taken 2 years off. There's a whole question of age and everything. But Ung La, who's a top fighter in One Championship, could fight in the UFC. Brandon Vera, who fights for One Championship, was in the UFC. Angela Lee has come a long way. She could definitely compete in the UFC's division.
Wasn't she there?
What? No, she's never fought in the UFC.
Who's the not Angela Lee? What's the champion, flyweight champion, the Asian girl? I mean, Chinese.
Oh, Zhang.
Zhang.
No, she's never fought in the UFC. She could compete for sure.
But I thought she won. UFC has a Chinese champion now, right?
That's Wei Li.
Wait, okay, that's what I'm saying. The women,
two different. You're talking about Panda and Wei Li. Two different.
It was a little Chinese girl who was fucking working. Man.
Wei Li, she's the one who murked Joanna.
Yes, yeah.
That was one of the best fights ever.
Was, Jesus, put the knots on her ass.
Yeah. Was it a live stream drinking beers and liquor? You resemble our absolutely.
Yo, I'm down. I'm telling you, it's hard. Here's the thing. But I've found the issue because I've been trying to put it together where we just get fucked up on camera. And
you've been trying to, you're like, let's do some edibles and make a podcast.
Because people just like, it
would have to be early. I can't take it at night. I'll be all messed up the next day.
I'm 100% comfortable with being fucked up on camera, but I know a lot of people aren't.
I don't mind being on camera. It's just the fact that if I take any edible, I'll feel it for like 40 hours.
All right, good. Let's do that. My treat.
Oh, God. You're going to be like, it's only 5 milligrams, Dana. 48 milligrams later. Like, oh! How about some? I would totally be down to do like just like a stream or just cracking some brews. I can't do that with Mike, obviously. Mike's recovering.
Yeah. I'm not.
You're not. at all.
I'm not recovering from shit.
You're trying to get more.
Where's my goodies?
I'll tell you what, Muay Thai, obviously Thailand's the home of Muay Thai, but there's some great fighters from Brazil, some great fighters from Holland in Muay Thai.
Yeah, I've been lucky to
China too. China's and Japan both have great Muay Thai fighters.
The crazy thing about Asia is you have an opportunity to interact with some fantastic fighters in social environments.
Yeah.
Like any gym you go to roll at, like you're going to meet some of DJ Jackson is one of the best fighters in the world. Like one of the best combat sport minds, at least in the world. Yeah. And you can literally walk in the gym and say, hey, can we roll? Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like he'll message me like, yo, I see you're in town, man. You want to come and roll no gi?
Yeah.
Fucking leave me alone, bro. Like, but it's like, I didn't experience this in the U.S. I couldn't go to America Top Team and just show up and enjoy and roll with these guys.
So I've been fortunate when I came up in MMA in the early 2000s. So I had the opportunity to roll with world champions, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, black heavyweight world champions, MMA, UFC fighters. Because of the time I came up in, and then the New England scene was so niche.
Yeah, it's so small.
So, you know, if I was on the West Coast, it probably would have been a lot different because the California scene was so much more developed. But New England, it was so niche that all these guys knew each other. And it like I trained at Mark DeLagrati's gym dozens of times, right? And worked out with guys that, you know, were in the scene. When Sean Gannon, the guy who fought Kimbo Slice, the Boston Cop, when he's in Thailand, you know, we hang out. So, you know, like I rolled at Kenny Florian gym, never with Kenny because he would murk me, but he's also so much smaller. It'd be a risk for him to get hurt just by me fucking up. You know? But Joe Lozon, I rolled against Joe Lozon in a tournament, even though we were 12 weight classes apart. You know, so like I came up always in the fact that I was around these guys and knew these guys, and I was competing at like high levels. Like I rolled against Roddy Ferguson in multiple tournaments, who's a former Olympian. One of my training partners was a judo Olympian for Haiti and for the US. So, you know, always being around those types of guys, then you get to meet like, you know, Randy and
it's humbling.
All these dudes. It is humbling, but it's also
nothing humbling more than jiu-jitsu.
It's even like I got to roll with several of the Gracies, and you know they're all considerably smaller than me, and all of them made me look stupid. Stupid. The Machados too.
Who's the youngest? The young with the flip. He's married to Eva Torres.
The one who does the YouTube series.
He is such a fucking cool guy.
Helson,
man.
Is that his name?
Is it Helson?
Did anyone else see Jim smile?
It's rare, man. It's rare.
What do you guys have for Connor Portier and Izzy Jan?
No.
I'm thinking the fight is happening this year as well. So
he said Connor might fight 3-4 times this year.
We'll see.
That's what he was saying.
Well, yeah, he said that. Right. We'll see. The Connor Portier is a tough fight for me to call. Just got one. You know, Connor's had some layoff, but at the same time, we saw what he did against Cowboy on coming off an extended layoff.
But it's still Cowboy, man.
Yeah,
I've always looked at Cowboy as never a top guy. He's always been that Diaz space.
Yeah, you're right.
Where like he could win, but like he's more of a fighter. Like he's going to show up and put on a show.
Portier looks so good right now. I have a hard time picking against him. I'll say that. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if Connor somehow pulls it out.
It's Connor's Connor, man.
Izzy and Jan. I'm excited to see Izzy Bones.
Man, I just want to see somebody beat the fuck out of Bones, man. I just dislike him as a human being.
He is a pretty shitty human being.
He's a piece of shit. I just want to see somebody fuck
And I'm a
up.
huge DC fan, so you got to keep that in mind.
DC, man.
He's such a good dude.
I love DC. I think character matters a lot. Well, it should matter a lot more in sports than it does these days.
Ganja? Just ganja question mark?
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, man. Some of these people, I think a lot of these guys are must be new.
So I have a photo on my Facebook stuck of me and Hoyce from the Naga grappling tournaments. I was like the top ranked heavyweight for like 4 or 5 seasons straight. And when they did their first, Kip, who owns Naga, invented this grappling Hall of Fame thing that he did. And the first ever one, it was in like Teaneck, New Jersey, the first inauguration. They put in Hoyce and they put in a few other people. And I was getting like I got an award for being like the points leader in heavyweight that year. And like by far, I was like the top heavyweight that year because I competed at like every East Coast tournament and like top 2 or top 3 at every tournament. And So that was the first time I ever got to meet Hoist. I have a photo of me, him, and this other guy who I went there with. And the three of us together was the first time I got to meet him. But he's a really cool, humble guy. And I got to roll with him like a few years later at an event. And I've rolled with Henzo and with both of the Machados. And, it's just opportunities that pop up over the years. Rolled with Gonzaga back before he was in the UFC when he was training out. I think in Ludlow, Mass was where he was training.
Have you seen Red Belt?
No.
Great movie.
Is it?
I think Hoist is in that movie. Red Belt with Chiwetel Ejiofor.
The best Gracie appearance in a movie ever is in the not Henzo Hickson in The Hulk.
The Hulk. I didn't even know.
It was the one with Ed Norton.
Yeah.
At the beginning, just for like a minute, but Hickson Gracie in the Hulk movie. That means the Gracies exist inside the MCU. So think about that.
They exist in all.
Gracie Jiu-Jitsu exists inside the MCU.
Well, we've seen it.
Yeah.
We've seen it. Black Widow.
Well, so what he's saying, you can remove yourself by clicking on the comment?
No, he was asking to remove something.
Oh.
Not really sure. Maybe it was ganja.
Maybe. Bones is 250 pounds. He's not fighting Izzy anytime soon. He's most probably going to fight Stipe for the heavyweight, assuming Stipe gets past Francis again, which I
think he will.
I think he will, but you can't discount.
And Stipe's getting up there, man.
You can't discount Francis's power.
Yeah.
I would much rather see Jones versus Stipe than Jones versus Francis, though.
I think Francis would rack him.
I don't think Francis has the fight IQ to.
I was just about to say that. I think Jones would. Stipe would need to Ngannou would have to catch him, but Jones will beat him on a point, just outpoint him or out jiu-jitsu,
take him down. I think Jones will outstrike him, but all Zagano has to do is hit you with that one shot that sent Overeem into orbit. But I think if you see Stipe versus Jones, I think Stipe will be the smaller fighter, but they both have a really high fight IQ.
Is Stipe smaller?
Yeah, he's like 230, 240. So
he's taller though. He's still taller in DC.
I've been to Stipe's gym when I lived in Ohio, out in Strongsville, called Strong Style.
So you gotta support him.
But I never Stipe was never there when I went there, because he's a fireman, right? So he works like crazy hours, and they wouldn't let some dude who just walked in off the street train with Stipe, because this was pre UFC. But he was about to be in the UFC when I was there. Tyson Holyfield. Yeah, they're actually talking about having a Tyson Holyfield fight.
I hope they don't do that shit. Man.
Did you watch the Roy?
Of course.
I watched it. Yeah, and I loved it. But don't get me wrong. But they went out there and did what they did.
I didn't love it, man. I didn't love it at all. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
It was good to see them. But I was real concerned.
Yeah, of course. They're pushing senior citizenship.
I was not Mike Tyson. I was concerned about Roy Jones.
No, man. Tyson. Tyson worked him, but I mean they were both good afterwards.
Yeah, I thought Tyson was the interview, but afterwards was fantastic.
Yeah.
Interview Roy Jones man, all you motherfuckers talking about if I get y'all all worried about me getting hurt. You got me scared. I love it.
I'll tell you, man. I so much respect for Tyson. The way he looked.
Yeah, he's in fantastic shape.
Do you remember when he was 320 pounds?
Oh, he's big. Yeah.
Yeah, now he's
he's living his best life, man.
Probably on that TRT, I would imagine.
Of course, man.
Looking like that at 50.
All of them are, man.
I'm not sure if Roy Jones was. He was looking soft.
I'm sorry, man. TRT should be considered a fucking vitamin at this point.
No, but I mean, Tyson looked.
Yeah, phenomenal. He was really
turned his life around.
Yeah.
I gotta
go, man. I gotta get out of here.
It's late. Oh, it's 12:30. Damn. All right, guys. Yeah, we definitely gotta run.
Hours.
Usually I do 2. I usually do 2, man. So we've been here for 4 hours. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I'm trying to put together another live stream for Wednesday night my time, which would be
2 days?
Wednesday morning your time, with my buddy who just moved back to Thailand. He's in ASQ at the moment. So I'm going to have a conversation with him today and see if we can work it out. Because of his job, there's some sensitivity on what he can talk about and not. So we're going to figure that out. But keep an eye out for that. And I should also have another video dropping, I think tomorrow. let it be a surprise. It's going to be in place of my walk and talk videos, because I can't go outside and walk with a mask off and talk right now because of the air quality. It'll just mess me up. So it'll be something in place of that. I hope you guys like it. Be sure to go over to Eric's channel for you guys who are here. Check that out. Minority Nomad, and Instagram if you're a photography fan. Like, I know Hike is a big Go More Hike's a big photography guy. You would probably really love Eric's work. And yeah, we gotta do a food video together on your channel. We'll go out and find some grub.
But you don't eat good food, though.
We'll go. Let's do the Caribbean if we can find it.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's not go to a. I could make you go to a vegan place, but you're gonna be like, I know what you're like at a vegan only spot. But let's go to one of these places. Actually, let me take you to my favorite Chinese spot in MBK. They have like a vegan and a non-vegan menu.
All right, cool.
This is a place that puts so much MSG, you get a numb face.
Oh, that's the best kind.
Yeah. So only it's like it's like legit Chinese fast food in MBK.
Done deal, man.
All right.
Cool.
We'll do that soon.
All right.
All right, guys. Again, thank you so much. If you're new, if you just stopped by from Chris's channel, thank you for coming over, subscribing. Everyone, new video will come out tomorrow. Check out Eric, and I'll see you next time.